Roth Taylor is the son of a powerful noble family of ruffian. He is feared for his bullying and bad behavior at the academy where he acts like king. One day, Ed receives a letter from his family. The letter says he is disowned and removed from the family register. He loses everything: his title, his wealth, and even kicked out of his dorm room. Students at the academy gossip about his downfall. They still avoid him because of his bad reputation, but many believe he deserves his fate for trying to cheat during the entrance exam. Ed feels that life is unfair. The people who judge him don't know the real him. He isn't the villain they think he is. The truth is strange. He has been transported into his favorite video game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. In this game, he isn't a hero or a genius, but a minor villain who appears only at the start of the story. This character is weak, powerless, and destined to end up as a beggar in the game's ending. Ed checks his stats and feels hopeless. His stamina, strength, and magic are embarrassingly low. He is supposed to be a student of magic, but even a farmer NPC has better stats. He realizes this is why his character is so insignificant in the game, but Ed doesn't want the ending where he becomes a beggar. He decides he will change his fate, no matter how hard it is. The academy is still his chance to build a new life. It is a top school, and anyone who graduates has a bright future. He knew tough it was extreme starting part of the scenario, but is also extremely important for him. Since his tuition for the first semester is already paid, Ed decides he will stay, work hard, and use his knowledge of the game to survive. His goal is to graduate and live a peaceful life. However, his low stats make him doubt if he can succeed. So, he decides to focus on surviving the next 10 days until the semester starts. To avoid the students and their stares, Ed leaves the academy grounds and goes into the nearby forest. On the first day, he tries cutting logs and moving them with magic. His weak magic drains his energy quickly, and he becomes hungry. Remembering a story from his grandfather, Ed tries to make stew from tree bark. It tastes awful and makes him feel sick. He realizes wood is better for building than for eating. Ed works hard to build a shelter. He cuts logs, makes a frame, and puts everything together. After hours of effort, his shelter is finally complete. His stats improve slightly and earns a small achievement. This gives him hope. Ed notices that not he is skilled with magic, but also good with his hands. Using his handy skills, he crafts a harpoon, which also unlocks an achievement. He uses the harpoon to catch fish, cooks them, and enjoys his first proper meal in 2 days. For the first time, he feels he can survive. While eating, Ed hears someone behind him. He turns and sees Princess Phinia. She is the third princess of the Klol Empire and the person who exposed his cheating during the entrance exam. Because of her, Ed lost everything. Now she looks angry to see him still at the academy. Phinia doesn't understand why Ed hasn't been expelled yet. She thinks he is shameless and warns him to leave the academy. Ed feels nervous because Phinia has a special power that lets her see through lies. If she reports him, he will be expelled, and will be the end for him. As she scolds him, Ed sees his fish burning in the fire, adding to his frustration. Ed knows he needs to calm her down. He tries his best to divert her attention, then simply bends down and thanks her. Phinia looks surprised, detecting no lies from Ed. She knows Ed's family, the Roth Taylors, are infamous for their genocidal experiments on humans and are considered a trash family that should be destroyed or executed. But for Ed, it's different. He is lucky because he has already been disowned by his family. This gives him an advantage in the academy, or else it would be end for him in the game. Ed begins to wonder why she is alone in the forest without any escort or uniform. He recalls that it's likely for the class placement test in video games timeline, where students are supposed to find magical beads. Ed knows that Phinia wants to join Class A, the academy's top class. He offers to help her, knowing she will struggle to pass the test without assistance. Phinia grows suspicious of his offer, thinking it might be a trick. Ed remains calm and insists he is being honest. He tells her that if he lies, she can have him expelled immediately. This is his last chance, and he knows he has to convince her to trust him. Ed helps Phinia by telling her the exact location of the magical bead, hidden under Marilda's guardian tree in the middle of the island. Following his instructions, she heads there and finds the bead, just as Ed had described. Phinia feels surprised and conflicted. The Ed she knew from 3 days ago was a cheater and a liar, but now she finds herself unable to understand this new version of him. The next day, the class placement tests come to an end, and the students gather to await their evaluations. Professor Glast arrives and asks everyone to present the beads they have collected. Some students come forward with different objects, like magical eggs, but they are placed in Class F for failing to meet the test's requirements. The professor explains that the beads needed for success lack magical power, which makes them harder to identify. 2 of these beads were found by the main protagonists, Jix and Lortel. Then, Professor Glast raises his hand and points to the final student who has retrieved the 3rd bead from the guardian tree. He declares this student to be at the top of the class, leaving everyone in awe. Sitting by the riverside, Ed makes a crude fishing rod, earning another achievement. He remembers from the game that Princess Phinia developed sharp judgment skills because she grew up dealing with people who flattered her or lied to her. She became so good at spotting lies that no one could trick her. But this skill also made her life harder. In the game's original story, Phinia gets the title Princess of Love not because of her beauty, but because of her hard work. She fails the class placement test and works hard to improve, eventually proving herself and earning respect. Ed knows that if he tells her where the magical bead is, he can avoid getting expelled, but it will ruin the original story. If the story changes too much, all the knowledge Ed has about the game will become useless, and he will lose his advantage. However, the information Ed gives Phinia about the bead, though seemingly a gift, is actually a cleverly laid trap. Phinia wants to keep her royal identity a secret because she feels embarrassed by the special treatment her status brings. She wants to prove herself without relying on her status. While the bead would guarantee her top results in the placement test, she cannot accept it because finding it without her own effort would compromise her values. Phinia is determined to walk the righteous path, which is how she earns the title Princess of Love in the original story. Since Ed can't lie to Phinia, he uses mind tricks to control the situation. As he predicts, Phinia refuses to take the bead, leaving her without the bead she needs to pass the test. Another student, Lucy, finds the bead instead. Phinia is angry and frustrated. She knows Ed told her the truth, so she can't punish him, but his actions ruined her chance to succeed on her own. Ed feels relieved and happy to have retained his spot in the academy and kept the story on track. He quickly heads back to the academy to attend the opening ceremony for the new semester. At the ceremony, Ed eats and enjoys the food, feeling more at ease than before. Many students notice the change in his behavior. The Ed they once knew as a bully and infamous troublemaker now seems like a completely different person. Ed's focus is now clear. His one and only goal is to graduate from the academy. Among the groups of students, there is one girl who can't help but notice Ed. She observes him closely, surprised by how much he seems to have changed, as if he's an entirely new person. On his first day back at the academy, the faculty praised everyone who has made to the academy into new improved form. However, Ed is unexpectedly called to meet the principal. He fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to his surprise, the principal only smiles and speaks calmly. Ed suspects that the princess might have reported him, but feels relieved when he realizes the principal doesn't seem to know about his actions at all. This experience makes Ed more cautious. He resolves to stick closely to the original story and avoid straying from it. While living in the forest, Ed's survival skills improve significantly over time. He becomes skilled at crafting good quality arrows and begins thinking about how to enchant his arrows with magic spells. One evening, after hunting for food to prepare dinner, Ed heads back to his tent. On his way, he notices a girl sitting under the Marilda tree. It is the same girl who had noticed him during the opening ceremony, Janica Failover. Janica is the genius spirit sorcerer of the second year, same year in which Ed is. She sees Ed and excitedly approaches him. She enthusiastically introduces herself and tells him that the magical Marilda tree has shared stories about him with her. The tree has observed Ed in the forest but isn't bothered by his presence. This reassures Ed, giving him a sense of calm. He casually remarks that even a fierce wild wolf can have a tender heart. Janica seems surprised for a moment, but then laughs at his words. She stretches out her hand and asks if he wants to touch the spirit which she signed a contract with to be her friend. Ed, however, isn't interested in interacting with Janica further. He politely declines, saying he can't see the spirit in her hand, and excuses himself, claiming he only came to the area to gather food. With that, he walks away. The real reason Ed keeps his distance from Janica is her crucial role in the original story. He knows that Janica Failover is a key character, and building a connection with her might alter the storyline, costing him any informational advantage he has to navigate the game's events. As Ed walks away, Janica calls her spirit friend, a wild wolf, Marilda, the guardian of the forest. She leans against Marilda, feeling comfortable, and starts talking to it. She thinks about Ed and finds him fascinating, just as Marilda told her earlier. Even though she tries hard to be nice to him, Ed only gives short yes or no answers. Still, she believes this won't be the last time they meet. The next morning, Ed works hard to avoid being late for the academy. His shelter is far from the campus, so getting there is always a challenge. But his efforts pay off, as his stats keep improving. Ed does everything himself. His chores, washing his clothes, and carefully managing his rations and supplies. He is determined to earn a scholarship. Janica can't help but watch him from a distance, curious about his routine. When Ed finally notices her, he yells and asks why she keeps following him. He demands to know if she even realizes who he is. Ed Roth Taylor, the most infamous and dangerous person at the academy. Ed tries to stay distant from Janica, despite her polite and friendly nature. She tells him she doesn't judge him based on others' opinions because she doesn't truly know him. Ed, however, is cautious and wary. He knows Janica may seem naive and innocent, but she is the final boss of Act 1. Ed decides it's safer not to get too close or engage with her more than necessary. Feeling overwhelmed by his challenges and hardships, Ed takes a risk and asks Janica for a favor. She becomes excited, thinking it's something important. But when Ed asks for money, her mood instantly changes. Money is Janica's weakness, and Ed knows this from the game's lore. She comes from a poor background and works hard to stay at the top of her class to maintain her scholarship. Without it, she wouldn't be able to continue her education. With a downcast expression, Janica apologizes and walks away, leaving Ed feeling conflicted. 3 days later, while hunting, Ed reflects on his conversation with Janica. He regrets asking her for money, but knows he has no choice but to avoid entangling himself with key characters to preserve the original storyline. When he returns to his tent and lifts the curtain, he is shocked to find another important figure from the game, Lucy Marcel, the rare genius and the most powerful mage, sleeping inside. Lucy wakes up and immediately complains about how loud Ed is, saying she can't sleep properly. When Ed demands to know why she is there, Lucy points to the area behind him. She calmly tells him that a spirit wants to speak to him, urging him to save Janica at all costs someday. Despite Lucy Marcel pointing behind him and claiming a spirit wants to speak to him, Ed still can't see anything. He feels frustrated. Not only has he barely managed to get Janica off his back, but now he has to deal with Lucy. Lucy, with her small stature and ability to walk on air, behaves like a stray cat, showing up anywhere she finds comfortable to nap. To make matters worse, she's now using Ed's campsite and resources to skip classes and rest. Ed blames himself for this situation and realizes he needs to act quickly before her presence causes the storyline to deviate further. While setting snare traps for hunting, Ed notices Lucy casually taking the bait, a chunk of beef, and eating it without a care. This frustrates him even more because no matter what he says, she completely ignores him. Ed realizes that if she has already come to his camp multiple times, she will likely keep returning. Worse still, as a seasoned player of the game, he knows there's no strategy to defeat Lucy. Determined to solve the problem, Ed recalls a specific detail from the game guides he read, something most players overlook. He decides to play his last card. Ed tells Lucy that he recently saw maids from Ophelis Hall searching for her. The moment she hears this, Lucy freezes in shock, her composure breaking for the first time. She hurriedly makes an excuse about remembering something urgent and vanishes into the air in no time. Ed feels relieved and silently thanks his knowledge of the game guides. He remembers that while Lucy is a formidable mage with no known weaknesses in combat, she always flees at the mention of dormitory maids. Apparently she has a habit of avoiding them, as the maids who takes care of Lucy chase after her. With Lucy gone, Ed feels a sense of triumph. He's confident her 2-day stay won't impact the storyline significantly, and is grateful it didn't take him long to figure out how to get rid of her. Once again, he has managed to protect the original story, though he can't help but note how satisfied he's starting to feel. As the game story progresses, the first major quest finally appears: Joint Combat Training. This is a mock one-on-one combat exercise where students use fake weapons to reduce lethality as much as possible. It is also the moment when all the main characters of the game are introduced and meet for the first time. Among them stands the main protagonist, the hero of the game, Taylor, the failing swordsman of Sylvania Academy. Ed shows little interest in the matches at first. He already knows the results since the winners are always the first-year main characters, including Taylor. However, one thing catches his attention: Janica. She appears again, full of the same enthusiasm as before. Despite Ed's repeated efforts to distance himself from her, she continues to stick to him like glue. Watching her persistence, Ed jokingly wonders if she might belong to some dog family, much like Lucy's cat family, given her wandering and clingy nature. Janica, trying to be helpful, shows Ed the match list. He ignores it at first, uninterested in the details. But when she casually mentions his name being on the list, Ed becomes alarmed. In the game's original storyline, Ed Roth Taylor is expelled by the time this quest takes place. Grabbing the list, he quickly scans it to find out who his opponent will be. Meanwhile, the most awaited fight of the event begins: the duel between the main protagonist, Taylor, and the powerful, cat-like mage, Lucy Marcel. Setting the list aside, Ed focuses on the fight. Despite his current circumstances, he still feels a deep connection to Taylor's character, having spent countless hours completing the game alongside him. Though Ed now inhabits a side character's role, he still wants to cheer for Taylor. The announcer calls Lucy to the ring. Ed vividly recalls this iconic moment from the game: Taylor gripping his sword for the first time, skillfully countering Lucy's spells, and catching her off guard. Lucy then uses intermediate lightning magic, which disqualifies her, granting Taylor the honor of being the first person ever to defeat her. Nostalgia sweeps over Ed, and he eagerly anticipates witnessing this scene unfold again. The referee rings the bell, and the match begins. Taylor rushes in with his signature determination, aiming to gain the upper hand by attacking Lucy with his knuckles. But with a single lightning strike, Lucy sends him flying into the wall. Ed watches as Taylor, despite the overwhelming odds, he knows that he refuses to give up. Just as he remembers from the original story, despite of being bumpkin and all the failures he faces, he never loses hope. Taylor grabs his sword, charges forward, and catches Lucy off guard, mirroring the sequence from the game. But then, something unexpected happens. Instead of Lucy using her intermediate lightning spell as she does in the original storyline, she casts a blocking spell, halting Taylor in his tracks. She follows this with wind magic, sending Taylor flying even farther and exhausting him completely. The announcer declares Lucy the winner of the duel. Ed is stunned. Taylor was supposed to win this fight, but now Lucy has defeated him. This small change might seem minor, but Ed knows it could completely mess up the original story. He fears what might happen next. The crowd cheers for Lucy as Taylor walks away from the match, crushed and defeated. Ed feels a rising sense of panic. This is a huge problem. He quickly realizes that the magic Lucy used isn't normal. It's continuous magic, the kind that can only be obtained by forming a contract with a high-class spirit. In the original storyline, Lucy and the forest guardian spirit Marilda have no connection. However, Lucy's unexpected visit to Ed's campsite must have led her to accidentally form a contract with Marilda, making her far stronger than she is supposed to be. Ed blames himself. This change in the storyline is his fault, and now the story is spiraling out of control. Taylor, the main hero of the game, is never meant to lose this match. The announcer then calls for the next match, Ed Roth Taylor versus Princess Phinia. The princess, still holding a grudge against Ed, eagerly prepares to settle the score in the duel, but Ed doesn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he pushes past her and runs after Taylor, who is already leaving the hall, crushed by his loss. Taylor's defeat is entirely Ed's doing. In the original story, Ed's character would have been expelled from the academy long before this quest began. But because Ed is still present, everything has changed, and now Taylor's loss risks ruining the entire storyline. Catching up to Taylor, Ed urges him not to give up. Taylor's defeat is only one setback, and Ed knows how crucial it is for him to stay in the academy. Taylor's spirit as the protagonist is essential for the story to progress. Without him, everything will collapse. Ed does his best to motivate Taylor, reminding him of his strength and potential. Deep down, Ed knows he is also protecting his own future. If Taylor gives up, Ed will face an even greater struggle to survive in this game. Taylor must stay strong, not just for himself, but for the sake of everything Ed is desperately trying to preserve. For Princess Phinia, the first person to recognize her judgment ability is Emperor Cloel. Some believe it is a divine gift, but it isn't. She developed this ability on her own after enduring the endless politics and conspiracies within the royal palace. It became her means of self-protection, forged through years of navigating the treacherous environment of the imperial family. This is why Princess Phinia is so confident in her judgment. She has seen the harsh truths of the imperial world clearly, through the lens of the abyss that shaped her resilience and sharpened her perception. So, whenever she wants to confront any opponent or person for to judge, she had to stare straight into the person to find out. Before the match begins, Ed casually tells Princess Phinia to go easy on him, while Phinia, in turn, advises him to do the same. Meanwhile, the audience whispers harsh comments about Ed Roth Taylor. In the game's original storyline, Ed was notorious for bullying Taylor and later cheering him on, making him seem hypocritical. In the original backstory, he bullied Taylor and then later acted nice by cheering for him. They think it doesn't make sense. Ed knows they are right because, in the story, his character used his position to humiliate his juniors, and when that failed, he cheated in exams and got expelled. The match begins. Phinia forms a water ball and throws it at Ed, wanting to test him. She thinks he will dodge it using fire or wind magic. But Ed doesn't dodge or defend himself. He just stands there and takes the hit. Phinia is shocked. Ed then calmly declares that he lost, giving the victory to her without even trying. The audience erupts into cheers for Princess Phinia, declaring her the winner while loudly booing Ed. They shout insults, calling him worse than Taylor. Despite this, Ed calmly approaches the princess, thanks her for the match, and quietly leaves the arena. This only deepens Phinia's curiosity. She begins questioning why he acted this way, wondering if he had no interest in the duel from the start. Ed makes an intentional choice to forfeit the match. He doesn't want to interfere with Phinia's place in the story because he understands how important she is to the plot. He quickly leaves the arena and goes in search of Taylor. Ed believes that Taylor is the real protagonist of the tale, much more significant than the princess, and he wants to make sure Taylor doesn't give up. As Ed searches for Taylor, he is startled when Phinia suddenly appears behind him, panting. He's surprised to see her alone, without any escort. Phinia shouts at him, demanding to know what his true intentions are. She accuses him of having no intention to win the match, claiming he only wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible. Phinia's frustration boils over. She admits that she's tired of everyone at the academy, her classmates, the professors, even the servants. She feels overwhelmed and confused, especially by Ed's actions. She demands to know who Ed really is, which only make her question him more. Seeing her so upset, Ed calmly steps closer, places his hands on her shoulders, and tells her to relax. Guiding her through a simple breathing exercise, he encourages her to breathe deeply and slowly. His calmness helps her focus and eases her frustration, if only for a moment. Feeling calmer, Phinia realizes how she acted earlier and apologizes to Ed for her behavior. Ed notices that she has relaxed a bit and looks for a way to leave so he can continue searching for Taylor. But Phinia starts opening up about her struggles and sadness from living in the royal palace. She talks about how hard it is to deal with constant politics and schemes, which have taken a toll on her. Even after sharing her feelings, Phineas still wants answers. She asks Ed why he picks on Taylor. She wonders if it's because Taylor has a troubled background, and Ed wants a reason to be disowned by his own family. Ed knows there's some truth in what she says, but he pretends not to understand. He avoids giving her a clear answer, knowing it's not the right time to explain everything, and fearing it could mess up the story even more. Phineas becomes annoyed again. She demands to know why Ed bullied Taylor but now supports him even though he tried to get Taylor expelled. Ed keeps dodging her questions, giving vague and unrelated answers. This makes her even angrier, but without proof to confront him, she lets him go, though she remains suspicious. At the door, Ed stops and turns back to Phineas. He tells her that while she needs to focus on the tricky politics, she also needs to rest. He reminds her that the academy isn't like the palace. Here, she doesn't need to worry about everything all the time. Phineas is caught off guard by Ed's advice. She's surprised he understands her struggle so well. It leaves her curious, as no one has ever seen through her like that before. Ed, aware that his words might have profound effect, leaves Phineas and continues searching for Taylor, hoping he isn't too late. Finally, he finds Taylor sitting alone, holding his broken sword, looking sad and lost. Just as Ed moves closer, someone steps in his way. Isla Triss, the main heroine of the game. She firmly tells Ed not to get any closer or bother Taylor, standing in his way to protect Taylor from further trouble. Isla blocks Ed and firmly tells him that Taylor doesn't need to deal with him anymore. She accuses Ed of causing enough harm already. Then, something surprising happens. Taylor, despite looking defeated and broken after the match, stands up. He confronts Ed with a determined expression, asking why Ed is still at the academy. Ed is surprised by Taylor's strength to keep going. Even after such a crushing setback, Taylor still shows his fighting spirit. Having played the game with him countless times, Ed knows that Taylor's strength lies in never giving up, no matter how strong the opponent. He also sees the positive influence of Isla, Taylor's childhood friend and biggest supporter, who is always there to motivate him and lift his spirits. As Taylor demands answers, asking what Ed's real intentions are, Ed simply praises Taylor's swordsmanship during the duel. He acknowledges Taylor's impressive skills, a genuine compliment stemming from his experience in the game, where he fought alongside Taylor until the very end in the game. Ed turns to leave, telling Taylor he just came to see him and isn't planning anything. He has no schemes or hidden motives. While Taylor might still doubt him, Ed feels relieved, not because the storyline is slightly off course, but because Taylor, the hero he knows so well, is standing strong. As Ed walks away, Taylor and Ayla glare at him, annoyed by his calm attitude, thinking he is trying to act cool despite everything. Just as Ed leaves, suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the hall, a result of a powerful magic spell. Ed immediately recognizes the scene. In the game, this is a key event during the legendary duel between the Golden Daughter Lortel and Janica Failover. In the original story, Taylor and the other main characters were supposed to watch this match in the hall. But with the changes in the storyline, Taylor and Isla are now outside. Ed decides it's okay since the match is still happening and they may be watching from outside. This duel is important because the winner becomes the final boss of Act 1 in the game. Janica and Lortel's battle becomes fierce. Lortel uses ice magic to stop the fire spirit Janica summoned. However, the fire spirit's strength overwhelms the ice, melting it and striking Lortel. This makes Janica the winner of the match. The crowd cheers for Janica, excited that a second-year student has won. However, Janica notices Lortel being carried away by medics. She feels guilty, realizing she accidentally uses an intermediate magic spell, which violates the rules. Fortunately for her, no one seems to have noticed the mistake, but she gets traumatized by what she has done to her opponent. Unlike in the original game story, Lucy now defeats Taylor, and the whole quest concludes with Janica becoming the only senior winner, protecting the pride of the past enrolled students. Watching this, Ed notes that things are about to get even more hectic for Janica, but he considers this a relief as it might mean she won't bother him at his camp anymore. Ed decides he wants to avoid further involvement with the main characters, since getting tangled up with them only brings him headaches. 2 weeks pass after the joint combat training quest, and Ed focuses on improving himself. He significantly boosts his stats during this time. Now he can study and survive without relying on any of the main characters. His physique, stamina, and other skills grow stronger, making his body more resilient. While bathing in the river, Ed spots Janica sneaking up on him. Embarrassed, he yells at her for invading his privacy. Later, they sit together near the campfire. Janica expresses how much she likes Ed's camp, describing it as a top-secret base perfect for adventures. She mentions she needs his advice on something and asks for his honest opinion. Curious, Ed asks why she came to him instead of seeking help from her other friends. Janica explains that after Ed left the hall, her match against Lortel ended in her victory. However, during the duel, she accidentally used an intermediate-level spell, which wasn't allowed, and injured Lortel. Now she feels guilty, and can't shake the thought that she overreacted. She doesn't want reassurance from her friends, as they would likely tell her she did the right thing. Instead, she wants an honest opinion about whether she should apologize to Lortel. Ed tells Janica to do whatever feels right to her and to apologize if she believes it's the right thing to do. While Janica is bubbly, cheerful, and cherished by everyone as the perfect friend, feeling guilty or self-critical won't erase the mistakes already made. People may encourage her and take her side, but that alone won't undo what has happened. Hearing Ed's straightforward opinion, Janica feels happy that he doesn't take sides blindly. She notices how much Ed has changed compared to the person he was last year. Though she is a lively and smiley girl, she is also a keen observer. She remembers how, when Ed once asked her for money, he didn't show the desperation most people would. Instead, his behavior subtly signaled her to keep her distance from him. Janica finds Ed intriguing and admits she likes him a lot. She tells him she wishes more people were like him, as he has become a source of strange but comforting reassurance for her. The next day at the academy, Ed finds himself in serious trouble as Lortel keeps following him and calling out to him, despite his best efforts to ignore her. He knows exactly why this is happening. The game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, is considered a masterpiece, with only a few players managing to reach its true ending. Most new players encounter bad endings early in the story, often caused by wrong decisions or failing to save important characters. These choices lead to tragic outcomes, such as the hero being killed or broken, ultimately resulting in a game over. Lortel, in the early stages of the game, is a hidden hero assigned to a specific role. Unlike Fenia, who is openly admired, Lortel is treated as a villain from the start. Her true nature and importance are only revealed in the later parts of the story. To prevent losing control of the narrative and risking a bad outcome, Ed decides to avoid falling into Lortel's plans. He resolves not to play along with her intentions, and to stay cautious about every decision he makes. As Lortel keeps following Ed, persistently asking him to stop and listen, she eventually steps in front of him, flashing an innocent, angelic smile. She politely requests him to spare 2 hours to hear what she has to say. Ed, clearly annoyed, asks how long she plans to trail behind him. Lortel playfully responds that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long, gritting his teeth as if her presence didn't bother him at all. Lortel, being the only daughter of the magnate elite Ketchuln, is no ordinary student. As part of the elite, she is deeply entangled in the political rivalry with Princess Fenia for control over the academy. Ed, however, has no interest in getting involved in her schemes. Determined not to fall into her cunning trap, he briskly resumes walking, hoping to shake her off. Undeterred, Lortel continues with her sweet, flattering words, trying to win his attention. She even offers to help him with anything he needs. Ed, unimpressed, advises her not to make promises she doesn't truly mean. Yet Lortel refuses to give up. She steps in front of him again, this time with even more charm, claiming to have great respect for him despite the rumors of him being arrogant and self-centered. To make her offer more enticing, Lortel takes out 3 gold coins, worth an entire month's earnings for most students, and presents them as a down payment, hoping to finally get Ed's attention. Lortel makes her offer. She wants Ed to be friends with Janica. With a sly, fox-like smile, she slips 3 gold coins into his pocket, saying that having more people on her side is always a good thing. Ed studies her carefully and, with a hint of curiosity, asks if the famed Golden Daughter also buys her connections. Impressed by Lortel's understanding of her political position, Ed realizes she is already strategizing for control of the academy. Despite being a first-year student, she is gathering allies to strengthen her influence, which Ed finds remarkable. He extends his hand for a handshake, acknowledging her ambition. During the handshake, Ed shares a lesson with her. He says that for people who have always been rich, even a small moment of poverty can break their spirit. But for those in desperate situations, even a small amount of money can make them abandon their pride, betray their families, or even sell themselves. Taking advantage of desperate people is surprisingly easy and common, and he is neither desperate nor wants to take money for any cunning offers. After saying this, Ed pulls his hand away, places the coins back in her palm. Then he walks off, leaving Lortel stunned and amused by his cleverness. Ed feels frustration, knowing that accepting the money could have made things easier for him, but he can't risk altering the storyline. Lortel Ketchuln doesn't feel insulted by Ed's straightforward rejection. She understands the balance of benefits and risks all too well. In the game, she is the ideal business strategist, always seizing any opportunity that comes her way. Her character is known to turn situations to her advantage in the game. In other words, Lortel has a determined attitude to turn Janica Failover into one of her allies for political benefits. At night, Janica visits Lortel's quarters. Lortel greets her with a playful smile, teasing that she hadn't expected a visit. It's their first meeting since their intense duel. Janica apologizes for using an intermediate-level spell during the joint combat exercise, acknowledging the rules she unintentionally broke. Noticing Lortel's injuries still visible, she expresses concern. However, Lortel brushes it off lightly, assuring Janica that her wounds will heal soon. Then, with a playful grin, Janica casually shifts the topic and asks if Lortel's conversation with Ed goes well, adding a bit of dramatic tension. Lortel catches off guard, tries to deflect the question, claiming she doesn't understand what Janica is referring to. Janica, grinning knowingly, reveals her spirit powers, saying that although she usually keeps her spirits away from personal matters, they enjoy eavesdropping on conversations. This revelation momentarily stuns Lortel, leaving her at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Janica asserts her seniority, leans in real close and calls out Lortel's strategy of using gold coins to gain allies. She emphasizes that sincerity and genuine bonds cannot be bought. To make Lortel feel a little jealous, Janica then talks about Ed's approach, saying it was much more genuine and heartfelt than Lortel's way of doing things. Janica laughs, feeling hilarious of herself for showing her authority as a senior. She thinks maybe she bragged a bit too much. Before leaving Lortel's room, she says sorry again for hurting her during the training, remarking that one day she'll be strong enough to summon a high-level spirit like hers, but she needs to keep working harder for it. As Janica leaves, Lortel thinks about her. She realizes Janica isn't as innocent as she seems. Behind her cheerful and friendly personality, Janica is strong and uses her happy attitude to survive in the dark world. But right now, Lortel feels Janica seems a bit different, like she's dealing with something difficult. Back at his camp, Ed is hanging his laundry when a strong gust of wind blows it all down. It's caused by Belle Maya, the senior maid from Sylvania's Ophilis dormitory, who once kicked him out of the dorms. Seeing how he's living now, she comments that it's surprising but admits she's happy to see some positive changes in him. Ophilis hall maids are known for their perfection in everything, from cleaning to cooking. Ed can't help but stare at the basket Belle is holding, filled with the finest ingredients she collected from the forest. Shocked to see her at his camp, Belle tells Ed not to be so much shy as he can ask her anything he wants. Taking advantage of the moment, Ed asks for the basket. He knows it will help him improve his crafting skills to make medicines, food, and other useful things. Seeing a chance to be good friend with the maid, Ed uses the basket to craft new tools and food. At sunset, he sits and enjoys his hard work, even having some fun. But the rest doesn't last long. Suddenly someone crashes down from the sky, destroying Ed's entire tent, nearly killing him with the crash. It's Lucy. Seeing his precious camp ruined, Ed is furious. He angrily tells Lucy she almost killed him. When he demands an explanation, she admits it was Belle Maya who was moody for some reason and got angry with her earlier for skipping class that morning. In her panic, she decided to teleport to the only safe place she could think of, Ed's camp, accidentally wrecking it in the process. Feeling no remorse, Lucy complains she's hungry and asks Ed if he has any beef jerky. Furious, Ed smacks her on the head and yells at her for causing such a big mess. He gets surprised when the most powerful mage doesn't defend herself with a protective spell. Lucy winces and explains she's out of magic, which gives Ed the perfect opportunity. He decides to teach her a lesson for destroying his camp and skipping her classes. At the library, Ed is busy searching for a book to help him learn how to build a sturdier house using real wood. He focuses on understanding the materials needed, planning the structure, and mastering techniques like smoothing wood and finishing a roof. As he flips through the pages, he notices it's almost closing time. While he's packing up the books, a girl approaches him with a friendly remark about his dedication to studying. Thinking she might be the librarian apprentice, Ed quickly apologizes for staying late. The girl, smiling warmly, reassures him that it's not a problem. She says seeing someone study so seriously motivates her to work harder too. She introduces herself as Elka Islin, a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic. But when Ed tells her his name, she freezes for a moment, looking surprised. Ed isn't surprised. He's used to people reacting this way because of his character's notorious reputation. Kay quickly smiles and says he seems very different from the rumors. She's especially amazed that he managed to read and understand difficult books on elemental studies so quickly. She admits it's hard to believe it's the same Ed everyone talks about. Before leaving, Elka says she'll be cheering for him and wishes him a safe trip back as she has to return to her dorm to clean up, leaving Ed feeling slightly encouraged by her kind words. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the ground in the library, causing books to tumble from the shelves and fall on Ed and Elka, creating chaos all around. It marks the start of the final chapter of Episode 1 in the game. On campus, students rush toward a temporary camp led by the main character, Taylor. Among them, Ayla, noticing the disaster, recalls a passage from a spirit book she once read. It speaks of a summoning ritual for Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Fenia listens intently as Ayla explains that only someone with a strong connection to spirits could summon Glaskin, and that person is Janica Failover. As per the storyline, Janica, now the final boss of Act 1, has lost control of the dark spirit, allowing it to take over her completely. Fenia, understanding the gravity of the situation, realizes that the barriers protecting the temporary camp will only hold for a limited time. Taylor steps up and urges everyone to head to the student center immediately. He explains that if Glaskin fully manifests, the chances of casualties will be extremely high, and the group must act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. The Royal Guard captain reassures the students not to worry, explaining that the faculty and expert mages will notice the situation soon and intervene. However, Elvira Aniston, an outspoken member of the alchemy faculty, urges immediate action from within. She warns that the dark spirit's power is too dangerous to wait for help, especially since Principal Obel is out of town. Elvira then calls for volunteers to face the threat directly. Klebius, a combat department student and another key character, quickly refuses to volunteer, clearly frightened by the immense power of the dark spirit. He explains that while intermediate-level spirits guard the building where Janica is located, two high-ranked spirits, Tarkin and Velosfer, are also inside. He claims entering the building is suicidal and strongly opposes the idea. Elvira grows more puzzled, questioning how Janica, still a student, managed to summon all these spirits, including the effort to summon Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Isla, with her knowledge of dark spirits, explains that such spirits are natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their overwhelming power often exceeds the control of even skilled sorcerers. This likely explains why Janica couldn't handle them, leaving her vulnerable to being overpowered. The dark spirits, now in control, are using Janica's abilities to summon Glaskin with the help of Tarkin and Velosfer, spirits whose controlling their command is a mystery. As everyone debates the best course of action, Jix stands up and reminds the group of the importance of making a decision quickly. He suggests that only Princess Phinia can devise a proper strategy. All eyes turn to Phinia as they wait for her command. Phinia, reflecting on Ed's earlier remarks about the burdens she carries and the importance of peace of mind, takes a moment to think. Finally, she announces her plan. Only the top students from each year and the royal guards will volunteer for the mission. She orders them to prepare within an hour to enter the building, free Janica, and stop the summoning of the highest-ranked dark spirit, Glaskin, before they cause further destruction. Princess Phinia encourages everyone to steel their resolve, promising to take full responsibility for the mission. Just then, a student runs up to her, panting and visibly distressed. He informs the princess that the residents of the teaching area will not be able to assist, as they are already defending Audrey Hall to protect the potion archives from attacks. Realizing their limited numbers, Phinia asks if there are any other students who can help. Suddenly, another student, a frightened girl, rushes to the princess, trembling as she reports an emergency in the library. She reveals that Elka, the librarian apprentice, and a sophomore student are trapped inside. Hearing Elka's name, Jix immediately reacts. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, he demands confirmation that Elka is still in the library. When the girl confirms, Jix panics, stating that he must save his best friend immediately because Elka has no way to defend herself. Phinia quickly intervenes, commanding Jix to calm down. She reminds him that stopping Janica and the dark spirits must be their top priority. Phinia assures Jix that Elka might be safe since a sophomore student is also with her. However, Jix questions the reliability of an unknown student and how they can trust them to protect Elka. Phinia turns to the girl and asks if she knows the identity of the sophomore student in the library. The girl, shaking with fear, hesitates, unable to speak. Jix grows impatient and presses her for an answer. Finally, in a shaky voice, the girl confesses that the sophomore in the library is none other than Ed Roth Taylor. Her answer leaves everyone in shock. The girl starts crying, apologizing for abandoning the library earlier. She explains that she left Elka in charge because Ed was staying late into the night, and his presence had annoyed her. Jix becomes furious, refusing to leave Elka alone with Ed, whose infamous reputation precedes him. His anger and worry for his best friend escalate the tension in the room. Phinia casually advises Jix to relax and trust Ed for once. Her unexpected suggestion leaves everyone frozen in surprise. Jix, however, doesn't find the advice amusing. Fueled by worry and rage, he jumps high into the air, cutting through dark spirits with fury as he charges toward the library shouting Ed's name, determined to reach him and punish him if he touches Elka. Jix's story is unlike other characters. He grew up wandering the harsh northern prairies, separated from his family at a young age with no memories of them. Living like a barbarian, he survived by scavenging from corpses or hunting deer to sell their meat. People feared him because he came from a harsh, chaotic land where only the strong survived. His life as a savage changed when he met Elka, his first true friend. Her family treated him kindly, helping him leave his wild ways behind and become more civilized. For Jix, Elka is everything, and he would do anything to protect her. As Jix rushes to the library, he cuts through dark spirits, smashes the door open, and yells Ed's name. He only knows Ed from bad rumors about cheating and bullying. Inside, Jix finds Ed leaning against a wall, covered in blood and too weak to move. Jix grabs him and demands to know where Elka is. Ed, injured and exhausted, simply points in her direction. Jix pushes him aside and runs to find her. When he reaches Elka, Jix sees her lying safely on a shelf, asleep. He feels relieved but notices the barricaded bookcases protecting her. He wonders who set them up. Then, he spots a blood-stained coat covering her and a board with instructions written on it. Realizing the blood isn't hers, he understands that Ed had protected her, fighting off dark spirits and guarding her even while injured. Moments earlier, Ed uses his strength from training to lift the heavy bookshelves and carry the unconscious Elka. He sets up barricades around her for protection, places her inside, and writes instructions on a board nearby. Then he stays to guard her. From the library window, he notices the summoning rune but closes the curtain, choosing not to interfere with the major storyline involving other key characters. He reflects on Janika's impressive connection with spirits and wonders how she could have turned to the dark side, summoning and controlling materialized spirits, something he finds impossible for himself. When dark spirits approach Elka, Ed fights them head-on. After defeating the intermediate-level spirits, he notices his stats have slightly improved. Surprisingly, he even unlocks some spirit connection abilities, leaving him curious about his potential. As Jix carries Elka to safety, he asks Ed what happened in the library. Ed casually replies that he was just training. Jix laughs at the response and thanks Ed for saving Elka, promising to repay the favor someday. Ed recognizes Jix as Taylor's trusted ally and best friend in the game, knowing Jix plays a crucial role in the storyline. Ed advises Jix to join Taylor and follow his lead to fix the ongoing chaos. Jix is surprised by Ed speaking so highly of Taylor, as they barely interact. However, Ed's motive is to ensure Taylor unlocks his slash element, essential for defeating the high-ranked spirit, Tarkin, with Jix's help, as it happens in the original game storyline. Jix thanks Ed for the advice and leaves, allowing Ed to finally rest. As Ed sits to relax, he notices something strange. Jix and Taylor aren't friends yet. He remembers that in the original game, Taylor and Jix become friends after a duel where Taylor learns the slash element by cutting through Jix's magic. This event was supposed to happen before the Act 1 finale, but now things are happening earlier than planned. Without their friendship, Taylor hasn't learned the slash element, which is key to defeating Tarkin. Ed realizes the storyline is falling apart and changing. Back at the camp, Jix returns with Elka and apologizes for being late. The team tells him it's no use. They already tried and failed to invade. The captain, soldiers, and some students are injured, and they've had to retreat. Now, they don't have the strength to fight Tarkin again. Ed arrives at the camp, surprising everyone. Seeing the situation, he realizes the ritual to summon Glaskin is almost complete. If they don't act soon, everything will be destroyed. Ed knows stepping in will change the storyline, but he has no choice if he wants to save the game world. He takes charge, forming two teams and deciding to lead one himself. From now on, Ed chooses to step into the storyline to stop the disaster. Seeing Ed Roth Taylor, everyone is shocked and keeps their eyes fixed on him. Klebius ridiculously laughs at Ed's suggestion, thinking it's a joke, but Jix interrupts, urging everyone to hear Ed out. Ed explained the situation. To reach Janica, they had to distract Tarkin, the fire spirit, and deal with Velocipher, the darkness spirit controlling her. Tarkin was protected by a strong shell, which they saw during their first attempt, and that was why they couldn't hurt it. Ed suggested splitting into two teams, one to lure Tarkin away, and the other to reach Janica directly. Lortel disagrees, saying it's impossible since they lack the training to handle a spirit as powerful as Tarkin. She reminds them they only escaped the first encounter by sheer luck. Ed agrees it's a huge risk but insists there's no other option. If they can take out Janica, Tarkin will lose its power. The group then decides who will be in the bait team. Taylor volunteers, but Ed immediately stops him, assigning Taylor should be in the combat group. Ed assigns himself, Lortel, and Klebius to the bait team, which makes both of them scared and nervous. As Lortel and Klebius argue with Ed, Princess Phenia speaks up. The princess said she didn't fully trust Ed, but she agreed with his plan. She split the group. Taylor, Elvira, Jix, and herself would go to stop Janica, while Ed, Lortel, and Klebius would lure Tarkin away. Before they set out, Phenia gives one final command to everyone that no matter what happens, don't die. As Ed and his team reach Nail Hall Corridor, they see Tarkin, the fire spirit, standing menacingly. Ed reminds the team to follow the plan before starting their mission to distract Tarkin. Klebius, looking scared, hesitates, but Ed encourages him to stay calm. Klebius tells himself that their only job is to distract Tarkin, and the other team will handle the rest. Building up his courage, he attacks Tarkin and manages to grab its attention. Feeling relieved, Klebius turns around to ask what to do next, only to find he's all alone. Realizing he's been left behind, he panics as Tarkin starts chasing him. Running as fast as he can, Klebius yells angrily, blaming Ed and the situation for his trouble. Watching Klebius being chased, Ed calmly tells Lortel to focus on her part, assuring her that Klebius is doing his job. Lortel jokingly suggests they could let Klebius be sacrificed, but Ed strongly disagrees, saying he doesn't plan to let anyone get hurt. Ed knows Klebius well because he understands the story. Even though Klebius seems scared and unsure, Ed knows he has hidden strength. With Tarkin distracted, Ed gives Lortel her most important task to handle the spirit. Lortel stands outside the hall, focusing on her task to create an entry path for the other team and deliver a key attack on Tarkin. As she prepares, she thinks about Ed. Despite his bad reputation, he seems surprisingly cool to her. She reminds herself not to judge someone based on rumors alone. She uses her magic to blow a huge hole in the hall's wall, opening a path to where Janica is. Her powerful move surprises Princess Phinia and the others. Earlier, Ed notices Lortel's hidden magic skills and decides this is the perfect chance to use them. He trusts her with this important role, and she feels grateful for his confidence. With the path open, Lortel turns to fight Tarkin, the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Clebius runs toward them, shouting and apologizing for being scared earlier. He begs for help as Tarkin chases him. Ed quickly realizes Tarkin's protective shell blocks all attacks, just like before. They need something powerful enough to break it. Using his knowledge of the storyline, Ed grabs a pouch and climbs to the roof of the hall. Lortel protects herself and Clebius by creating a massive ice wall to block Tarkin's fire attack. On the roof, Ed finds Lucy sleeping. She isn't supposed to be part of this event, but since the story has already changed, Ed decides to involve her. He opens his pouch filled with beef jerky and tosses some into Lucy's mouth to wake her. Once she wakes up, he throws her at Tarkin while shouting for everyone to get down. Lucy, startled and crying out at Ed for being mean, unleashed her high-rank ability, Divine Punishment, to shatter Tarkin's protective shell, making it weak. With the spirit now vulnerable, Ed sees his chance. He rushes forward with all his strength to deliver the final blow to Tarkin. In Janika's whole life, people call her a symbol of hope. Her parents, friends, and teachers are always proud of her, piling on high expectations. But for Janika, it's just been this heavy weight she's carried since she was a kid. As she thinks about all of this, and these memories feel like they're shattering into tiny pieces, then the hall's wall explodes. The subduing team charges in to rescue her, but instead of relief, Janika just greets them with this eerie smile. Velosphere, the dark spirit, is fully in control of her now. Outside, Ed is trying to keep it together. He knows the final act chapter will end before dawn. He checks on Lucy, wondering if she's okay after all her effort earlier. Lortel informs him about Lucy somewhere nearby, rolling around out after breaking Tarkin's shell. Lortel adds that she's been throwing ice spears at Tarkin, but it's still standing strong. Ed figures the only way to end this is to go straight for Tarkin's throat. But Lucy, who already runs out of energy, and Clebius, who's being chased around by the fire spirit, is way too panicked to land a proper hit. Ed knows what he has to do. He's going to take care of this himself. He turns to Lortel, tells her he's putting his life in her hands to keep Tarkin still. Lortel, ever the skeptic, calls it a wild gamble, but Ed just grins and says it's an investment in getting rid of the monster for her. This gets her attention as that's her area of expertise. She smiles, saying he's way cooler than the princess, who's always acting like a royal monarch. Fired up, Lortel starts setting traps with her ice magic. Just as Ed charges toward Tarkin, another massive dark spirit shows up on the top of the hall building, the right hand of Glaskin, making the whole situation even worse. Ed figures Taylor's team must be at the final stage of their fight, but he can't let that distract him. He trusts Lortel will not mess up, even with all this chaos. As Tarkin is about to launch a fire blast straight at Ed, Lortel nails the timing, using her traps to block the attack and give Ed an opening. He slides in close, channels his wind magic, and slices right through Tarkin's throat. The fiery beast finally goes down. As the dust settles, Ed checks his stats and grins. His spirit magic levels are way up, and he's unlocked a spirit contract slot, something he never thought he'd get. He glances over and spots Taylor, who's busy slicing Glaskin's right-hand spirit to bits like it's no big deal. Watching him in action, Ed can't help but feel impressed. Taylor's really living up to his protagonist role. With Tarkin defeated and Janika freed from Velosfer's grip, the group finally catches a break. They've pulled it off. The danger is over. Lortel chuckles as she remarks that she's met plenty of people in her life who claimed they were risking everything, but most of them turned out to be cowards. She's amused that even after going through a life-and-death crisis together, Ed doesn't show much emotion. With a sly grin, she shakes hands with him again, this time slipping 3 gold coins into his palm as a token of gratitude. On the other hand, before he can process the moment, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white from the immense power he used to defeat Glaskin's right hand, and there's a look of resentment in his eyes as he stares at Ed. Ed can't help but admire how incredible Taylor looks in his swordsman form, embodying the role of the game's protagonist perfectly. Even though Ed has his own reasons to resent Taylor, the sight is undeniably impressive. To Ed's surprise, Taylor bows deeply and thanks him for saving the academy, saying he owes Ed a huge debt. His gratitude is genuine, but Clebius, still shaken, interrupts by sobbing and yelling about how no one should ever trust someone like Ed. This outburst is quickly shut down by the others, leaving Clebius grumbling in the background. Finally, Princess Phoenix steps forward. With her usual grace, she thanks Ed sincerely, acknowledging how much he's done for them all. Princess offers Ed to join the student council for his heroic acts, but Ed gently declines, giving credit to the team instead. Elvira teases him in her usual playful manner, while Jix jumps in, insisting that she show some respect. Ed can't help but smile as he watches the group interact. Seeing all the key characters together makes him feel warm inside. Even though Ed has been staying away from the main characters to keep the storyline intact, he feels a quiet sense of fulfillment watching them grow and bond. Each character has their own path. Taylor grows stronger through every trial. Isla becomes more resilient alongside him. Fenia embraces her role as a monarch and matures into adulthood, and others play their part to build toward a collective success. Ed steps away from the group, heading to the hall to check on Janica. Despite sensing that the storyline might have shifted slightly, he knows his role is to guide the protagonists while staying in the background, ensuring they each shine in their own way. Ed finds a bruised and battered Janica hiding in the chest inside the destroyed hall. Back on the ground, when Ed asks everyone why Janica turns berserk, Lortel shares her theory. She explains that when she visits Janica's room, it is covered with letters and posts on the walls, along with piles of gifts from people outside the academy, mostly from family and friends with high expectations for her success. Lortel believes the overwhelming pressure makes Janica obsessive and vulnerable, forcing her to honor everyone with replies and thanks. The dark spirit Velusfer exploits this darkness in Janica, turning her into a berserk spirit mage to summon Glaskin. Ed wonders why the final act happens so early. He realizes that during the joint combat training, Taylor is supposed to defeat Lucy and gain fame, but instead, Taylor's loss shifts the storyline. The audience becomes fans of Janica, the only senior to win against a first-year student, putting her under immense pressure to maintain her standards. Ed then notes that while both Lucy and Janica make contracts with spirits, Lucy spends more time in the forest, strengthening her bond naturally. Janica, however, lacks that connection, and Ed blames himself for being in the forest and altering the game's storyline. Janica tells Ed she feels forgotten amidst the chaos, which hurts her. She admits that after wreaking havoc on such a grand stage, she thinks others will look for her but they don't. Ed consoles her, making her laugh a little. Janica says she doesn't expect him to find her so quickly and just wants to stay hidden a little longer, as she feels close to ugly crying. This makes Ed tear up as well. Ed recalls Marilda, the spirit wolf, telling him to save Janica one day. He realizes this moment is what he means, preventing Janica from falling into such despairs. Ed now gets why the wolf said those words to him. Everyone else is putting a lot of pressure on Janica, while Ed keeps his distance, making Janica feel like he's the one she can rely on. Because of all this pressure, Janica messes up while trying to form a contract with a high-rank spirit. She rushes through the summoning ritual and ends up being taken over by the dark spirit, causing the faculty building to be destroyed. She studies magic every night and tries to make everyone happy who supports her. But even though she seems to meet everyone's expectations on the outside, she's struggling a lot on the inside. Seeing her work so hard and still fail is both sad and beautiful to Ed. He tells Janica that she's worked hard and offers her comfort with those words. Outside, the main characters are being praised, but the hall is quiet and dark. Hearing Ed's kind words, Janica starts crying. To Ed's surprise, all of Janica's spirit friends appear in the hall to support him. For the first time, Ed sees the spirits. Even though he's watched this part of the story many times, he's never seen them before, and now he feels like he's truly seeing the end of the first act. Ed's stats go up, and he levels up to 10. He can now see spirit animals that want to bond with him. The high-rank spirit wolf shows a lot of interest in him, and they form a bond. 10 days have passed since Janica's disciplinary committee trial. She admits her mistakes and says she's ready to accept her punishment. However, her friends and teachers stand by her, offering full support even during her tough time. Her other friends, including the main characters, argue that Janica shouldn't be punished because it wasn't her fault. She was overpowered by the dark spirit Velosfer and didn't act intentionally. Even Lortel steps in, covering the costs for restoring the building. She doesn't ask for anything in return except a reduction in custom fees on school supplies for the students. Initially, Janica's punishment included losing all her top student benefits, having her achievements revoked, disqualification from the academy. But thanks to the pressure from her friends and teachers, the committee decides to cancel her expulsion and give her another chance while giving only some amount of probation and suspension. Overall, Janica's friends are relieved she's staying, but they notice she seems a little stressed. To cheer her up, they organize a fancy tea party and agree not to bring up anything related to the incident around her. When Janica's friends invite her to join them, she suddenly asks, out of the blue, what the difference is between love and liking. This catches her two best friends, Anis and Clara, off guard. Confused, they ask why she's bringing this up. Janica shares that she's been having the same recurring dream about one of her friends. In her dream, she's sitting in a garden full of flowers, looking like a princess, and holding a flower crown she made for a friend. Then, her friend, looking quite dashing, arrives on a horse. She puts the crown on his head, and they play together. The dream always repeats exactly the same way, which makes her smile as she describes it. This response leaves both Anis and Clara in surprise, fearing they may accidentally uncover Janica's secret love story. Feeling embarrassed and worried that she might say something to upset Janica, Anis panics and quickly makes up an excuse about needing to go help the professor, dashing off before things get more awkward. This leaves Clara sweating nervously as she's left alone to deal with Janica's emotions. She knows she needs to handle the situation carefully to avoid upsetting Janica. If things go wrong, the entire student body might catch wind of Janica's love story, which could spiral into gossip and make things difficult for her. Clara puts on a calm smile and gently suggests Janica to avoid overthinking. She encourages her to be honest with her emotions, explaining that liking or disliking someone is often a mystery, but it's not always easy to figure out whether such feelings are positive or negative. Janica found her words significant and makes her to think. Clara also warns Janica to be cautious when talking about sensitive topics like this, as it could affect her and her friend's reputation and herself. Janica listens carefully and fully understands the advice. Janica thanks Clara for the genuine advice, saying it's just what she expected from her. She then makes an excuse to leave, mentioning she needs to report back to Ophelis Hall. Clara waves happy goodbye, but then slouches forward to butt her head on the table in relief. She finally managed to prevent any rumors from spreading for now. Ed reflects on how he has been relentlessly saving his money. Thanks to a petition from the princess, he to build a proper house this time. When he arrives at the construction site, he spots Janica wandering nearby. He thinks to himself that since the first act is now over, meeting her shouldn't affect the storyline anymore. However, as he approaches her, Janica suddenly hides behind a tree, clearly startled. Confused by her behavior, Ed pauses. Janica recalls Clara's advice about being honest with her feelings, but, unable to overcome her nerves, she hastily makes an excuse about having things to do at Ophelis Hall before fleeing. For Janica, confessing her feelings feels like an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, Ed stands frozen in surprise, bewildered by her reaction but deciding not to overthink it, as he has work to do on building his house. On the first day, Ed carefully selects the location for his hut, ensuring it's a suitable spot. On the second day, he starts collecting logs and wood, showcasing impressive skill with cutting trees. As his semester results come out, Ed discovers he has performed exceptionally well, with skills and grades far above the average student. However, back at the academy, special incidents keep occurring. Whenever Janica sees Ed, she hides or avoids him, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, her friends Clara and Anis glare at Ed angrily, warning him to stay away from Janica, as his presence embarrasses her and makes her flustered. After countless days of hard work, Ed progresses from cutting lumber to starting construction on his hut. Along the way, he juggles challenges like catching Lucy while she getting beef jerky from the traps, dealing with Belmaya's help, and navigating the ongoing Janica situation. He faces setbacks, like failing to structure the hut properly, but finds support from his new friend Jix. Bit by bit, he works on modifications for the walls and furniture. Finally, on day 45, Ed completes his hut, unlocking a personal achievement for creating something from scratch. At last, he's no longer homeless. As Ed rests peacefully in his newly built hut, Janica shows up, watching quietly from behind a tree in the forest, observing the hut he's made. After finishing the final touches, including the wall flooring, fireplace, and storage for firewood, Ed takes a moment to admire his hard work. However, his peace is interrupted when he notices Lucy lazily napping on the roof of his hut. To his surprise, Janica suddenly appears and greets him with a cheerful greeting. Ed, startled, asks how she found her way to his remote campsite. Janica explains she heard about his beautiful hut from the maid, who praised it as a masterpiece. Curious to see it for herself, she decided to visit. She marvels at the craftsmanship and natural beauty of the hut, voicing her admiration loudly as she wanders around. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about the hut since it's so new, Janica blushes. She admits they mentioned it, but teases that the spirits were more focused on how handsome and hot Ed looked while building it. Laughing nervously and hiding her deeper feelings, Janica says she simply wanted to check on how he's living. Ed smiles and invites her inside. Blushing, Janica nods and follows him in. Inside, while Lucy sprawls lazily on the roof, Janica gasps in amazement at Ed's handiwork. Sitting near the fireplace, she shares her gratitude for the support Lortel and her friends have given her. However, she also expresses worry about how to repay their kindness. Seeing her conflicted expression, Ed advises her not to overburden herself with repayment, especially if she can't afford it. He remembers that the incident with the dark spirit happened because she took on too much unnecessary responsibility. Even moving to Ophelis Hall with 8 others won't change much, as the cycle of envy and expectations will continue. So, he tries to focus on her well-being to avoid repeating past mistakes. After a while, as they chat, Ed encourages Janica to visit anytime she feels lonely or overwhelmed, assuring her she's welcome at his hut and the forest. Surprised and touched, Janica smiles warmly, saying it would make her very happy. She extends the same offer to Ed, urging him to come to her if he ever feels overwhelmed. Ed smiles but sighs quietly at the word overwhelmed. He knows the second semester is approaching, marking the start of Act 2. This time, the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book containing records of advanced, dangerous magics, will create chaos capable of consuming the entire academy. Grateful for her kind offer, Ed thanks Janica but keeps his thoughts to himself. He knows he'll remain on the sidelines, letting the main characters handle the challenges ahead, quietly cheering them on. On a dark and stormy night, Act 2 begins. Students from Ophelis Hall live like royalty, enjoying special perks like first-choice seating, personal maids, and extra freedom. These privileges set them apart from the students in Dex's Hall, who don't get the same treatment. When vacation ends, a heavy rainstorm hits the southwest side of the academy. Office Hall students are given horse carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who are late are allowed extra days without punishment. But Dex's Hall students aren't so lucky. They have to travel in the pouring rain and risk losing points if they don't make it back on time. This unfair treatment makes the Dex's Hall students angry. They come together to protest and demand equal treatment. They want answers for why they're treated so poorly compared to the Office Hall students. Behind the scenes, Lortel and a clever troublemaker named Willain stir things up. Willain is good at using his words to manipulate people and make things worse. While the students want fairness, Willain's real goal is to cause chaos and hurt Office Hall's reputation. Together, they push the situation to the edge of a full-blown riot. Lortel proposes a fair solution, suggesting the school extend the deadline for students returning after the storm and should confess that Office Hall students get special treatment. Although the headmaids of Office Hall and the Academy's review division support her plan, the administration shows little interest in resolving the issue. This lack of action only fuels the protest, making things worse. Frustrated, the protesting students go on strike, plan to burn and damage Office Hall's valuable assets, like hardwood furniture and artisan-crafted paintings, which will put even more pressure on the authorities to act. As a result, Willain will take benefits from the chaos, using it to damage the Academy's reputation, while Lortel, being in the Merchant Association, uses the Academy's problems to make money and push her own goals, which were already worsened by the Glasskin incident. While negotiations continue, the elite Merchant Association seizes an opportunity to gain a significant advantage by sabotaging the Sage's sealed grimoire, a book considered the very heart of Sylvania. Its value is so immense that people, in desperation, are willing to offer anything for it, even their hearts. As protests rage outside the hall, Lortel gazes out the window at the pouring rain, recalling her childhood in the slums. She remembers wandering in tattered rags under the same dark skies. The thought brings a bitter smile to her face as she mocks herself for feeling a moment of relief. Her entire life has been a relentless struggle to survive, marked by betrayal, suspicion, and a refusal to show genuine sincerity. This desperate existence has left her scarred, a reflection of her filthy self. Yet deep down, she wishes someone among the students could see her for who she is, a survivor of a harsh life. She decides to seek out others like her, those who have also endured the life of a gutter rat. Ed describes Lortel as a shadowy figure, always hiding the harsh truths behind the scenes. That's why the audience and players of the game call her the Black Veil. The angry students protest loudly, full of frustration and determination. In the original storyline, the Office Hall occupation incident centers on the main character, Taylor, stopping the students who were provoked into rising against Lortel. Along the way, Taylor and his friends face middle bosses stationed on each floor of Office Hall, from the 1st to the 5th, who aid the rioting students. The first middle boss is Tote, known as the Decoy. Tote is a bitter student who mocks Taylor by calling him a loser and eventually gets beaten up by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's grudge, and he is later bought off by Lortel. Tote's role in the incident is to capture the maid guarding the first floor from the protesters and sabotage the front door of Office Hall, allowing the rioters to storm inside. In the scene, the mysterious guy kidnaps the maid and smashes the front door open, surprising the protesters outside and giving Willain the green light to lead the invasion and cause chaos within the hall. According to the original storyline, Tote's role after breaching the door is to block Taylor and his friends from entering the hall as they arrive to confront the rioters. However, as the rioters push toward the 4th floor to declare their control over the hall, something unexpected happens. Willain approaches a mysterious figure and asks if he is working for Lortel. To everyone's surprise, instead of Tote, it is Ed Roth Taylor who is revealed as the middle boss, breaking away from the original story's expectations. Ed explains how he got into this situation. Just 2 days before the Office Hall incident broke out, he was struggling to hunt for food with a bow and arrow. He feels pain because he has no combat skills and is bad at using the bow. Despite this, he keeps pushing himself. His campsite gets frequent visitors now that people know he's living in the woods. Among them, there are 3 who come the most. The first is Lucy, who always asks him silly questions, but Ed doesn't have many answers for her. The second is Janica, who has fallen in love with Ed. He likes her too because she often brings him food, teaches him laundry tricks, and helps him with tasks. When Ed compliments her, she blushes and acts strangely, confusing him because she's easy to read. But sometimes Janica seems jealous when Lucy visits him. The third is Lortel, who visits Ed at night. She always asks for help, and Ed realizes she's probably trying to gather people who will help her take control of Office Hall. One night, she explains her plan. She wants him to help sabotage the hall. At first, Ed refuses because he doesn't want to mess with the game's storyline. He believes that if he stays out of it, everything will follow as planned. But when Lortel mentions that Tote passed out after a confrontation with Taylor, Ed becomes worried and asks how it happened. In the original story, Tote was supposed to fight Taylor and get beaten badly. But this time, things are different. When Tote insults Taylor by calling him worse than Ed Roth, it angers Jix even more, beating Tote until he faints. With a foxy smile, Lortel laughs and tells Ed that she doesn't need much from him. Just one simple task, which is take the keys from the maid and open the door when the protesting students flock outside the hall. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control and the story will fall apart. Even though he doesn't want to get involved, he knows he has to do something to keep Act 2 on track. He takes a deep breath and tells Lortel he's not interested in getting fully involved, but is willing to help if he can keep his role small. Lortel agrees and offers him 20 gold coins as payment. With their deal struck, Ed agrees to play his part, determined to ensure the storyline stays intact and unfolds as intended. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control, and the story will fall apart. Ed sits near the fire, thinking about how the protesters took over Aphilus Hall. He remembers the fight over Sage's sealed grimoire and Lortel's clever plan to mess up the Academy's finances. The thought gives him chills, but he also finds the whole situation fascinating. At the Academy, Princess Phenia and Lortel are at the center of a major rivalry. Lortel starts a group called Mercenary, a business-focused faction that challenges Princess Phenia's student association. The outcome of the story depends on which side Taylor, the main hero, chooses. Ed has no interest in picking sides early on. He plans to watch and join the winning side later, ensuring he survives and gets a good ending in the game. Before the protest, Janica visits Ed at his hut. She thanks him for always letting her come by and tells him she's moving to Dex's hall since her suspension is ending. She offers to give Ed some extra things she doesn't need, like cushions and pillows. Ed happily accepts, which makes her smile. Janica notices Lucky sitting on the roof in the rain and asks why she does that. Ed remembers Lucky's story about avoiding her fate and reflecting on her life on rainy days. He tells Janica not to worry about it, which seems to make her happier and special. Ed then asks Janica for a favor. He knows that when the protesters invade Aphilus Hall, magical protection runes will activate and lock everyone in their rooms for safety. Still, he doesn't want Janica caught in the mess, so he asks her to meet him at the Rose Garden outside the hall at 9 p.m. Janica thinks Ed is planning to confess his feelings and gets excited. She runs off, blushing and waving goodbye. Ed, however, just wants her to be safe and feels relieved knowing she'll be out of harm's way. Back at the protest, Jix is in his room exercising. He notices someone sneaking to the back door of Aphilus Hall. It's Ed, who is let in by a maid. The maid tells him the other staff are in a meeting, trying to figure out how to block the protesters. She then gives Ed the goods he asked for, and then leaves. At the protest, Willain urges the students to break down the door. Before they can, Ed opens it for them. Willain meets Ed and realizes he's the person Lortel hired to help. Seeing a tied-up maid and listening his story for helping as he once kicked out of Hall, Willain feels touched for doubting Ed, and thanks him for his support. Ed brushes it off and tells Willain to get to work upstairs, pushing the plot forward. Ed knows Willain will take the blame for everything, but he doesn't feel too guilty since it's all part of the game. As Ed looks around the hall, he sees the maid untie herself and run to report. He doesn't stop her, knowing the chief maid Alice is on Lortel's side and won't be able to stop the protesters in time. Just as Ed observes the unfolding chaos, Black Veil Lortel appears, setting the stage for the next part of the story. Lortel explains to Ed that the Academy's staff will quickly put an end to the chaos, so she needs to finish her plans fast. Ed, uninterested in the details, tells her to do her best. As she heads upstairs, she pauses and asks Ed a dark question if he's ever killed someone. Ed, uninterested in her games, replies that he hasn't. Lortel smirks and admits she hasn't either, but she's done things just as bad, destroying lives and betraying people to survive. She says that's how she earned the title of the Golden Daughter. Lortel knows she doesn't deserve sympathy, but she often looks for it in people like Ed, who might offer her understanding. Instead of outright denying her, Ed warns her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lortel, with her sly smile, excuses herself to go upstairs and finish what she came for. Ed sits on the floor, waiting for the hall's magical defenses to wear off. He knows that once this happens, the story will take a dramatic turn. Willain will absorb the hall's defense magic and transform into the 4th stage boss of the game. With his role in the events complete, Ed relaxes and waits for Taylor, the hero, to show up. This is the part of the story where the spotlight is on the hero and the boss. Ed has no intention of interfering or changing the plot. He knows his job now is to play the role of a minor villain, take some hits, and keep the story moving along. It's a necessary sacrifice to ensure the game stays on track. At the Rose Garden, Janica sits nervously, waiting for Ed. Her eyes drift toward a golden carriage parked nearby, and she wonders who it belongs to, especially so late at night. She notices a letter on the bench from Ed, apologizing for being late and promising to join her as soon as he finishes some work. Blushing, she assumes he's planning something special for her and resolves to wait for as long as it takes. Janica's mind is full of thoughts about Ed. For the past 3 days, she hasn't been able to stop thinking about him, even losing sleep over it. She also feels conflicted because Marlita, the spirit wolf, informed her about other girls visiting Ed's hut, making her feel both guilty and heartbroken. Still, her feelings for Ed are strong, and she's determined to wait no matter what. As she sits, Janica suddenly becomes self-conscious about her appearance. She wonders if her flower hairpin looks good enough or if the Cosmos hairpin would be better. Overthinking it, she decides to run back to her hall to change the hairpin and then quickly return. Meanwhile, outside Ophilus Hall, Taylor and his friends Elvira and Isla arrive. They see the trail of footprints leading toward the hall's open main gate and realize the protesters have stormed inside. Elvira becomes furious at the thought of her belongings being damaged and rushes into the hall. Concerned that Elvira might use dangerous magic, Taylor and Ayla follow her to stop her from escalating the situation. Elvira forces the door open wider, only to find Ed Roth sitting calmly in their path. Confused, Taylor asks Ed why he's there. Looking around at the chaos in the hall, Taylor and his friends quickly realize that Ed intends to block their way to the 4th floor, playing the role of a villain. Ed confirms their suspicions, stating he won't let them pass. Angry Elvira steps forward, boasting about her magical abilities and claiming she can easily defeat him. But Ed, unfazed, calmly warns her that she's still just a rookie. Determined, Elvira and the others prepare to fight their way through, while Ed readies himself to hold them back. Taylor makes the first move, charging toward Ed. With skillful precision, Ed uses a spell to hurl rubble into Taylor's path, disrupting his attack. Then, activating a wind spell, Ed cuts the chandelier above him, sending it crashing down. The falling chandelier smashes into the wall, striking Taylor and knocking him to the ground. Inside one of the rooms, Klebius sits trembling, scared by the loud noises of the protesters outside. The shouting and crashing sounds make him more nervous, imagining trouble coming his way. Out in the hall, Taylor and Ayla dodge Ed's wind magic while Elvira keeps trying to push forward. Ed uses his spells skillfully, making it hard for them to get closer. As Elvira moves ahead, a sharp wind blade cuts through the air near her, shocking her. Her bag falls, spilling her important spells and items onto the floor. Seeing this, Elvira turns back to grab her things, but Ed casts a fire spell, creating a wall of flames around her dropped items. Now she can't reach them. Ed moves quickly and thinks ahead, controlling the fight like it's second nature. Elvira, frustrated, starts blaming Jix for not warning them properly about how strong Ed is. She realizes they underestimated him. His magic is far more powerful than they thought. With Ed holding them back so effectively, Elvira realizes something crucial. Ed understands the Academy's biggest flaw. The students rely too much on magic tools and elixirs, leaving them with almost no real combat skills. She reflects on her own overconfidence, relying on spells and dismissing magic rings and necklaces as inconvenient. Now, she sees how Ed has outsmarted her, dropping the chandelier, using a small opening to cast a firewall, and targeting her bag. The first year's top alchemy student is rendered completely helpless. Frustrated and furious, Elvira curses Ed for being so cunning and yells his name in anger. Determined not to give up, she throws a magic spirit bead onto the ground, summoning a spirit rabbit. She applies a fire-resistant formula to the creature, amplifying its strength and turning it into a monstrous berserk attacker. The rabbit becomes her weapon to regain control. Meanwhile, Isla and Taylor struggle to navigate the firewalls Ed has set up. Isla attempts to use a water spell to douse the flames, but the firewalls are protected by wind magic, striking back at anyone who gets too close. Taylor shields Ayla from the sharp wind blades and encourages her to keep trying. He knows Ayla excels in magic theory and is above average at casting basic spells, but Ed's precise targeting keeps them pinned down, unable to move forward. Elvira calls out to Taylor, asking if he can take Ed down if he gets close. Without waiting for an answer, she orders her spirit rabbit to attack, using it as a distraction to create an opening for Taylor. The rabbit charges at Ed, its amplified strength making it a real threat. At the same time, Taylor pushes himself forward, trying to seize the opportunity to close the gap. While Ed is distracted by the rabbit, Elvira rushes toward her bag, ignoring the firewalls and narrowly avoiding Ed's spells. Finally, she reaches her scattered items, smiling in relief as she clutches her spells once again. Despite the chaos, she feels hopeful, ready to turn the tide of the battle. As Elvira regains her spells, Ed quickly casts a Windblade spell and hurls it toward her while fending off the spirit rabbit. Spotting the incoming attack, Elvira confidently shuts her eyes and casts a release magic spell. The spell neutralizes all of Ed's active magic, turning it into harmless chemical reagents and temporarily preventing him from using any magic at all. With the rabbit spirit now gone and his magic disabled, Ed realizes he's outmatched and makes a run for it. Taylor doesn't let him escape, chasing him up the stairs. At the top, Ed grabs a bucket of fire oil he had prepared earlier, spilling it across the floor. The oil ignites, flames quickly spreading. Alarmed, Taylor and the others hesitate, worried the fire could consume the entire hall and endanger everyone inside. But Taylor, resolute in stopping Ed and ending the chaos, uses an elemental slash to extinguish the flames and clear a path. He charges toward Ed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elvira notices something unusual. The carpets in the hall have been removed, and the windows are wide open. It clicks in her mind. Ed had prepared the area to minimize the fire's dangers. Before she can warn Taylor that Ed might not be the villain he appears to be, Taylor closes the gap and engages him. As Taylor gets within striking distance, Ed raises his bow and fires an arrow, not at Taylor, but at Ayla. The arrow whistles past Taylor, aiming straight for her. At the last moment, Elvira leaps into action, intercepting the arrow with her claw hand tool. She notices the arrow's tip is wrapped in cloth, not sharp. Alarmed, she yells a warning to Taylor, suspecting Ed might have another trick up his sleeve. Taylor reaches Ed and swings his sword. Ed blocks with his bow, holding him off briefly. Then, a noise from above grabs Ed's attention. Clebius has escaped his room. Realizing the next phase of the act in the game is now in motion, Ed sighs in relief. His role complete. Resigned, Ed lets Taylor's next strike land. The force of Taylor's elemental slash sends him flying into the wall. The battle ends with Ed defeated, leaving everyone stunned and questioning his true motives as if he was playing a deeper game all along. With Ed finally defeated, Taylor grabs him and demands to know why he went so far to stop them. Elvira watches uneasily, feeling that Ed had been toying with them the entire fight. It doesn't add up. Ed is a second-year student with more experience, and if he truly wanted to overpower them, he could have ambushed them after the chandelier fell. Instead, he stood his ground and deliberately engaged them, seemingly more to delay than to win. The group senses something is off, as if Ed's actions are driven by a deeper motive. Frustrated, Taylor shoves him away. Weak and injured, Ed speaks in a quiet but firm voice, telling them to go upstairs if they're done wasting time on him and to stop the real chaos. His words leave them stunned. Elvira demands to know why he tried so hard to hold them back if he's now telling them to go. Taylor and Ayla press him for answers, their confusion mounting. Elvira, her voice rising with frustration, yells that she won't leave until Ed tells them the truth. She's determined to uncover his intentions, suspecting there's more to his actions than meets the eye. Before Ed can respond, the hall door creaks open behind them. A girl enters, shielding herself from the rain with a hood. As she steps inside, her eyes widen at the scene before her. Taylor, Elvira, and Ayla standing over a battered and bloodied Ed, with the hall in complete disarray. It's Janica. She had been waiting for Ed at the Rose Garden, thinking he might be at the pavilion nearby, but seeing him like this, her heart sinks. Shocked and concerned, she cries out, asking what they've done to the hall, and to Ed. Her voice echoes in the tense silence, leaving everyone frozen in place. For Janica, Ed is someone who has become incredibly important in her life, making her feel special. Despite being caught up in a complicated situation, Ed's simple lifestyle and the way he treated her during the Glaskin hunt have made her care for him even more. He has a way of making her believe he'll always figure things out, no matter the problem. As she stands there, seeing Ed battered and surrounded by chaos, she starts to reflect on everything he's done for her. She now understands he has lured her out of Ophelis Hall to protect her from the disaster, knowing she had already been punished for her involvement in the Glaskin incident. Now, feeling the weight of his kindness toward her, she feels an overwhelming desire to help him in return. She knows that he never asked for help, but this is her chance to repay him for everything he's done for her. With determination, Janica takes off her hairpin, setting aside her appearance and any distractions. She focuses, gathering her strength and preparing herself to confront the situation. Her tone shifts to one of tension and authority as she demands what is everyone doing. Her voice is filled with resolve, and her presence suddenly feels much stronger, as she stands ready to do whatever it takes to take control of the situation. Taylor, still unsure of Janica's intentions, expresses relief that she's safe, and quickly informs her about the protesters who have taken over Ophelis Hall. He also explains how Ed has been acting irrationally, preventing them from reaching the top floor. Taylor suggests that Ed might be trying to protect someone else hidden within the hall. However, Elvira interrupts him sharply, pointing out the drastic change in Janica's demeanor. She warns that Janica could now be their enemy. Suddenly, Janica releases a powerful aura, creating immense air pressure that swirls violently through the hall. Ed, alarmed, calls out her name, but she, now fully possessed by her magic, calmly reassures him to be okay. Taylor and his group stand frozen, sweating and wide-eyed as they witness her summoning an entire battalion of intermediate-level spirit beasts, showcasing overwhelming power. Realizing the grave danger, Elvira panics and insists that they retreat, acknowledging that fighting Janica, now seemingly unstoppable, is far beyond their abilities. But Taylor, being the heroic character he is, refuses to back down. His unwavering determination to face any challenge keeps him rooted in place. Elvira desperately tries to make him see reason, but Taylor's resolve remains unshaken. At that moment, Ed intervenes. Despite his weakened state, he grabs Taylor and shoves him aside, saving him from a crushing blow by one of Janica's spirit beasts. Ed orders Taylor and his group to leave and stick to their original plan. Confused and shaken, they question why Ed, who had been so intent on stopping them, is now urging them to go upstairs. Elvira, reluctant to leave, argues against abandoning the fight. In response, Ed lightly bonks her on the head, handing her bag of chemicals back, and sternly tells them to do as he says. Realizing they have no choice, they leave Ed behind with Janica and rush upstairs. While Janica is still immersed in her summoning magic, Ed approaches her slowly. Janica, noticing him, tries to reassure him that she will handle everything, and that he doesn't need to push himself anymore. But Ed, weak and battered, softly calls her name. He places his trembling hands on her shoulders, stunning her. It's the first time he's ever touched her in such a way, and the gesture leaves her momentarily speechless. In a weak voice, Ed gently asks her to call off her spirits, explaining that the wind is too strong and he can barely stand. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Janica's heart softens. She immediately cancels her magic, dismissing the spirit beasts and restoring calm to the hall. Taylor and his group, watching from the stairs, are shocked that Ed has managed to stop Janica so effortlessly. Ed then turns to them and urges them to go quickly, emphasizing that time is running out. As he finishes speaking, his exhaustion overtakes him, and he collapses to the floor. After some time, Ed and Janica are seen sitting together. Janica is gently tending to Ed's wounds, her face filled with worry. She angrily scolds Taylor and his group for being too harsh, blaming them for Ed's condition. Ed, trying to ease her concerns, jokingly mentions getting revenge next time they meet Taylor and the others. This makes Janica even more worried, and she urges Ed to promise her not to get hurt again. Ed feels grateful for her care and thanks her softly. He feels relieved that he completed his task, even if things didn't go perfectly according to plan. Now, all he wants is to rest, so he gets up, ready to return to his camp. Before he steps away, Janica hesitates and informs him of something strange she noticed earlier. She describes a large carriage adorned with a golden crown parked near the garden. Ed freezes, instantly recognizing the symbol. It belongs to the leader of the Merchant Association's elite, the Golden King, who is also Lortel's adoptive father. Ed remembers the game's storyline, where the Golden King appears much later as a fake antagonist before being defeated by Lortel in Act 2. Ed is confused and alarmed by the Golden King's early arrival, suspecting that something unusual and beyond his game knowledge is happening. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of Offalis Hall, Lortel gazes out of a large window, her expression cold and calculating. Beside her stands Alice, the chief mate of the hall. Lortel begins speaking to Alice, recounting her earlier encounter with Ed. She describes him as cruel and unfeeling, mentioning how he dismissed her pleas for sympathy without any hesitation. She reflects on how people like herself, shaped by lives of hardship and betrayal, have learned to expect nothing but cold indifference from others. Alice, who has been working in Offalis Hall since she was 15, listens silently. She has risen from nothing to become the hall's manager through years of hard work and competence. Recognizing Alice's strength and influence, Lortel invested a considerable amount of money in securing her loyalty, seeing her as a valuable ally. Offering Alice a box of gold coins, Lortel thanks her for being on her side. Though Alice remains quiet, Lortel believes she has found someone like herself, someone willing to set aside their values for the sake of gold. In her mind, she believes Alice is someone who shares her understanding of survival and sees her as a kindred spirit. Lortel's thoughts briefly return to her difficult past in the slums, where life was a daily struggle for survival and betrayal was commonplace. Despite her tragic origins, Lortel has embraced her role as a hidden villain in the game's narrative, using cunning and manipulation to achieve her goals. Her current plan is to give Berserker defense magic to Willen's group on the 4th floor to destroy Offalis Hall from the inside, targeting the students in there too. Feeling confident in her plan, Lortel walks with Alice toward the storage room to set everything in motion. She assumes Alice is fully on her side, her loyalty secured with gold. But as they go in their way, Alice suddenly draws her sword and points it at Lortel's neck. Her aura flares, creating a heavy, tense atmosphere, coldly announces she is not from the same kind as Lortel is. The words leave her frozen, her mind racing to understand the depth of Alice's resolve. For the first time, Lortel feels a crack in her carefully constructed world, the realization of her solitude sinking deep. She remains motionless, caught between fear and disbelief as Alice's blade hovers close to her neck. As the game continues, Taylor and his team face many challenges but manage to overcome them one by one. They calm the panicked Klebius, defeat the maid bosses, and handle every problem with skill. After their tough fight on the 1st floor, things go more smoothly. Eventually, they reach the 4th floor, where everything takes a turn for the worse. The scene on the 4th floor is pure chaos. Wellane is trapped in the effects of the defensive magic runes and loses control. His body glows with unstable energy, and the crystal ball of defensive magic in his hands becomes extremely dangerous. Wellane cries for help, but the magic is taking over his body and mind. The situation becomes even more dangerous as students panic, thinking the building will collapse. They rush out of their rooms in fear, adding to the confusion and danger. The once organized protest falls apart completely. Taylor and his group act fast. Taylor blocks the blasts of magic from Willen, protecting the students while the rest of the team helps evacuate them. Once the students are safe, they turn their attention to Willen, who is still under the dangerous effects of the magic runes. His attacks grow stronger, and destructive magic spreads across the hall. Elvira realizes that normal magic won't work to stop Willain. She pulls out an anglerweed reagent, a special substance that can weaken magic, and prepares to help. She tells the group they must physically knock Willen out because magic alone won't save him now. Taylor takes charge and runs toward Willain while Elvira throws the scared Clebius ahead as a distraction. The group moves in a zigzag pattern to avoid Willain's wild attacks. The air is filled with powerful magic, and the pressure is intense. Finally, Taylor gets close to Willain, ready to stop him, but the magic runes become too unstable. Willain's body shines brighter and brighter before a huge explosion shakes the entire hall. The situation has turned into complete disaster. Ed and Janica watch the explosion from the garden. Janica, worried about Ed's wounds, hovers over him, urging him to rest. Ed reassures her, explaining that most of the blood isn't his, trying to ease her worry. However, Ed's attention is elsewhere. The biggest concern for him now isn't the explosion, but the ominous presence of the carriage parked outside the hall, the one belonging to the Golden King elite of the Merchant Association. The Golden King, Lortel's adoptive father, is a character who shouldn't appear in this act of the game right now. His presence at this time raises alarm bells in Ed's mind. Known as a fake boss who eventually vanishes after being defeated by Lortel in Act 2, his discreet and unexpected arrival suggests a secret motive. Ed's eyes narrow as he observes the carriage, piecing together the puzzle in his head. What catches his attention next is even more unusual. Shenny, one of the maids of Ophelis Hall and a subordinate of Alice, stands by the carriage waiting for the Golden King. This feels off. Alice is someone Lortel had invested in heavily to secure her loyalty. For Shenny, one of Alice's trusted maids, to be seen with the elite now seems strange and out of place. It hints at something deeper. A crack in the loyalty Alice pledged to Lortel. The pieces begin to fall into place in Ed's mind, realizing Shenny is involved with the elite as Alice may have betrayed Lortel. Ed understands the gravity of the situation. Lortel is an essential character for progressing through the game's later acts. If the elite take over Ophelis Hall and gain access to the sealed Book of Grimoire, Lortel's downfall could occur, causing the entire story to unravel. Ed knows he needs to act quickly. He decides to take on Lortel's role, doing whatever it takes to keep the Golden King away from entering the building and changing the original storyline. Before the chaos of the protest, Alice, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, secretly writes a letter to the elite merchant king. In the letter, she exposes everything about him, how he is Lortel's adoptive father and the man responsible for killing Lortel's biological father. She reveals Lortel's plans to take revenge by manipulating the business magnates and directors of the elite merchantry to overthrow him. She also shares details about Lortel's scheme to acquire or sabotage the sage's sealed grimoire, a critical move intended to strike the Golden King by surprise and remove him from power in the Merchant Association. Alice ends the letter with a bold demand for more money than what Lortel has offered her, promising to switch sides and create a dramatic turn of events in the Golden King's favor. Now, with her sword pressed against Lortel's neck, Alice waits for the Golden King's arrival at Ophelis Hall. Lortel, usually clever and confident, is now shaken. She pleads with Alice, questioning her betrayal and pointing out that they both wanted revenge against the Golden King. Alice sighs and apologizes, but delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall as the door bursts open. Taylor and his group arrive, dragging a restrained and defeated Willain behind them. They are battered but still resolute. Elvira quickly assesses the situation, deducing that Alice must be the one behind the chaos, as only she could have provided Willain with the defensive magic runes. Spotting an opportunity amidst the commotion, Lortel acts to collapses dramatically to the floor. Taylor and his group rush to check on her, concerned for her well-being. Hiding her tears and masking her turmoil, Lortel pretends to be overwhelmed and helpless. Without a word, she suddenly gets up, sprints away, and retreats to her room. Her mind races with plans for what to do next. Lortel stands frozen, stunned by the unexpected arrival of the Golden King. The man who pulled all the strings in the shadows has come all the way to Ophelis Hall himself. Though shocked, she quickly shifts her focus to the opportunity now at hand. Blaming him for the large-scale tampering with the Merchant Association's account books and the damage caused during the chaos could finally lead to his downfall. Her plan to overthrow him feels within reach, but she knows she must act fast. She knows what she has to do. She needs to get to her room, where a carrier pigeon is hidden. The pigeon will carry a message to the Merchant Association's officials, exposing the Golden King's crimes. Once she sends it, she plans to hide somewhere in the hall to stay safe. Even though her heart aches from Alice's betrayal, Lortel doesn't let herself cry. She's used to being hurt by others and has learned to blame them to protect herself. Wiping away her emotions, she quickly heads to her room, determined to complete her plan. At the same time, the Golden King Elite enters the hall with his guards, carrying an air of authority. Spotting a student near the entrance, he calmly advises the student to evacuate for safety. However, the student doesn't budge and instead informs him that no one is allowed inside the hall due to safety protocols. The elite looks puzzled but intrigued by the student's firm stance. The student is none other than Ed, standing in front of the stairs like an immovable wall, blocking the elite's path to the upper floors. The elite, maintaining his calm, asks Ed if he has any official authority or permit to enforce such rules. Ed boldly replies that he's acting on his own judgment. In this tense standoff, Ed evaluates the situation. He knows that only 3 people truly understand the flow of the story. Lortel, who wants revenge on the elite for destroying her childhood and plans to oust him. The Golden King Elite himself, who seeks the sage's sealed grimoire for ultimate power. Alice, the chief maid, who has become the central villain in this act by betraying Lortel. Ed decides to trust Taylor and his group to deal with Alice, the act's main antagonist, while he focuses on keeping the elite from going upstairs. By doing so, he hopes to preserve his understanding of the game's storyline and secure his role as a successful character in the end. The elite tries to defuse the situation, claiming he needs to consult with the Academy about the chaos inside, but Ed remains unmoved. His unyielding stance begins to irritate the elite, who activates his aura and then asks a pointed question whether Ed is siding with Lortel. 10 minutes before the confrontation with the Golden King Elite, Ed and Janica arrive at Jix's room. To their surprise, Jix is calmly exercising while the building is in chaos, with most students already evacuated. Curiously, they ask why he hasn't left. Jix explains that he's trying to avoid rash actions and prefers to focus on his routine, rather than getting involved in the protest. Noticing Janica and Ed together, Jix foolishly asks if they're dating. Embarrassed, Janica yells to instantly denies it. However, she becomes flustered, giving eye contact with Ed as she worries she might have made him uncomfortable. Picking up on the awkwardness, Ed subtly makes Jix realize his rudeness. Jix hurriedly apologizes to Janica for his careless question. After a brief moment, Jix asks why they've come to him, especially considering they barged into his room, even breaking part of his wall in the process. Ed straightforwardly asks for a favor, promising to repay him later. Though Jix seems reluctant at first, he eventually agrees. Back in the hall, as the Golden King Elite Keklin argues with Ed, Janica and Jix secretly observe the scene from a hidden spot. The elite tries to persuade Ed, painting Lortel as a treacherous and ungrateful person. He recounts how he raised her since childhood and accuses her of plotting against him. In an attempt to win Ed over, he even offers to double the amount of gold coins Lortel promised to anyone on her side. Ed stands firm, making it clear that he isn't interested in money or personal gain. Frustrated, the elite gives up on diplomacy and orders his guards to dispose of Ed. As the guards surround and overpower Ed, Jix springs into action. Using wind magic, he sends the guards flying, creating a moment of chaos. Jix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. Janica summons her spirit companions while Jix prepares for a fight. Ed thanks them for their intervention, promising Jix he'll repay him later, before heading upstairs to check on Lortel. The elite, now realizing these students are formidable opponents, commands his guards to fight with everything they've got. A fierce battle begins as Jix and Janica engage the guards, holding their ground with determination. Meanwhile, Ed rushes up the stairs, floor by floor. When he finally spots Lortel, he doesn't waste a moment. He urgently tells her to escape through the hall's back door and run as fast as she can. In Lortel's world, kindness and goodwill always come with a price. A reason, a tag, or a coin. Everyone she's trusted has only shown loyalty because she invested in them. Now, as she reflects on her choices, she regrets the foolish mistake of believing in anything else. She looked up to Janica Failover, who seemed to grow up surrounded by love and care from others without expecting anything in return. Watching Janica and Ed's connection, built on trust and understanding, made Lortel wonder if she could ever have that kind of bond with someone. But now, betrayed by Alice after sharing all her plans, she feels foolish and scolds herself for ever thinking she could live a life like Janica's, one filled with trust and genuine relationships. Lortel convinces herself she should have stayed true to her cold, calculating self. Among the 5 people she trusted to occupy the hall, Alice betrayed her by siding with the elite. The twin maids, Shenny and Kelly, joined Alice, and even Willen leaned toward the elite's side. The only one left was Ed. But Lortel feels he'll eventually betray her too. After all, why wouldn't he? As they run through the hall, Ed asks Lortel if Alice betrayed her. Lortel suddenly stops and stands still. Her voice is low and regretful as she apologizes, saying she can't guarantee the 20 gold coins she promised him. The situation is too unstable now, and she's lost control. But Ed doesn't care about the money. He firmly tells her he's not doing this for gold. Without hesitation, he grabs her arm and pulls her forward, urging her to run. He warns her that if the elite catches her, it's all over. They need to escape quickly to secure the plan and ensure her survival. Hearing Ed's words takes Lortel by surprise. For the first time, she wonders if Ed sees something in her worth believing in. She starts to question her assumptions about trust, wondering if maybe there are people who act without ulterior motives. Still, the idea confuses and unsettles her. As they run, Ed asks her what's really going on with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy himself. Lortel explains about her adoptive father, Elite Ketchlin, has been covering losses due to manipulating market prices through secret deals and monopolizing the armor trade within the association. This scheme has left him in desperate need of money to secure his power and position in the association. To fix his financial problems, Ketchlin plans to sell Sage's sealed grimoire for a high price. He sent Lortel to the academy to find a way to steal or sabotage the grimoire. For years, Lortel has worked to build alliances within the Merchant Association, buying the loyalty of merchants and committee members and turning them into her side. Her ultimate goal is to expose her adoptive father's manipulations and remove him from power, avenging her past. Ed realizes that Ketchlin's desperation explains why he's arrived earlier than expected in the story. His rushed actions to monopolize the armor trade and secure the grimoire have put him in a vulnerable position. Ed knows how important it is to keep Lortel safe to ensure her plans succeed. Lortel knows her plans can only work if her father is away from the merchantry headquarters. With him gone, the merchants on her side will have the chance to transfer the rights of sale to her. Ed quickly pieces everything together. He realizes that Lortel has been using this elaborate plan to disrupt the Academy's finances by burning Ophelis Hall. This chaos would push the negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire in Elite's favor. Now, Elite Ketchlin's urgent need for money has brought him to the Academy, giving Lortel a perfect opportunity to send a message to her allies and execute her plan to bankrupt him. Surprised by Ed's sharp understanding, Lortel informs she has a carrier pigeon ready to deliver the message to her allies. However, she also reveals that her father expects her to get caught and plans to use it to expose the traitors inside the merchantry. When they reach Lortel's room, Ed pauses and gives her detailed instructions. He tells her to stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. He explains how she can escape using the horsemen in the quarters, ride to the Arkan Mountains. He advises her to leave the horse carriage at a spot to mislead Elite's guards, and then hide at his place in the forest for 3 days, as he will write and send the message to her allies from her room in the hall. Ed notices someone suspicious guarding the back door and warns Lortel to wait until it's safe. He firmly grabs her shoulders and emphasizes the importance of staying hidden. Lortel is stunned by how calmly and decisively Ed handles everything, and for the first time, she starts to trust him. When Ed sees her frozen in thought, Lortel suddenly asks in a soft, innocent voice why he is helping her so much. Ed simply replies he is doing it for no reason, as he just feels like he should help her. With that, he leaves the room. Alone in her room, Lortel sits down, confused by her feelings. She hears a loud beating sound and soon realizes it's her own heartbeat. For the first time, someone has helped her with kindness, expecting nothing in return. This unfamiliar warmth fills her with emotions she has never felt before. Meanwhile, at the back door, Shenny, one of the twin maids, stands guard. Ed approaches, ready to confront her. As Taylor's group battles fiercely with Alice, the chief maid, the stakes rise. Alice gathers all the hall's runes and takes control of their magic, using them to launch powerful attacks. Despite her expertise as a veteran intermediate magic user, Alice cannot match Taylor's strength. Being the hero of the game-failed swordsman of Sylvania, Taylor's determination and skill are unmatched. With this, the final battle of Act 2 begins. Meanwhile, Ed confronts Shenny, one of the twin maids, at the back door. Shenny draws her sword, ready to fight. As she dashes forward with a lightning-fast attack aimed at Ed's leg, he uses his quick reflexes to dodge her strike. Ed, being a skilled player of the game, already knows her fighting patterns and starts anticipating her moves. He jams her sword with his foot and grabs her hands just as she tries to draw her knives, disarming her. But Shenny isn't done yet. Sharing a magical ability with her twin sister Kelly, due to their shared birth star, she uses low-level telekinesis to hurl objects and blades at Ed while attempting to stab him. Despite taking some hits, the wounds aren't deep due to her unrefined magic. Ed pulls the blades from his body and manages to pin Shenny down, pressing his knee against her back to immobilize her. As Shenny struggles, she begins crying and yelling about how she cannot fail Alice, revealing her deep loyalty to the maid. Ed calmly tells her that Alice will lose, but Shenny shares Alice's backstory, how Alice raised orphans and saved lives, including Shenny's. Meanwhile, Taylor and Klebius, with help from Elvira and Isla, close in on Alice. Taylor uses his powerful slash-element attack, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Seeing the explosion, Shenny screams in despair before passing out from shock and exhaustion. Ed, unaffected by the emotional backstory, stays focused on surviving the game. He drags the unconscious Shenny into the hall and props her against the wall before quickly leaving. He knows that these side stories won't affect the main plot and chooses to prioritize his own survival as the story progresses. Ed reaches Lortel's room, noticing the neatly arranged books, luxurious wooden furniture, and decorations. He's impressed by how perfectly the room matches Lortel's character. Without wasting time, he writes a message, attaches it to the pigeon, and sends it flying toward the headquarters. This gives them a crucial time advantage since Elite Kechlin, currently in Sylvania, will take at least 3 days to return to the headquarters. Later that night, under a rain-soaked sky, Ed, battered and tired with cuts and bruises, limps toward his hut to rest and heal. He successfully stopped Elite from reaching the hall, with Jix and Janica's help, and created an escape route for Lortel. His quick thinking left Elite with no choice but to chase the horse carriage Lortel hired. Everything was falling into place, and the storyline remained intact. As Ed finally reaches his hut, expecting Lortel to already be there, he's startled by an unsettling scene. Lortel, holding a knife, walks toward him with a dark and sinister expression. Panic sets in as Ed begins to think she might be the true mastermind, eliminating everyone one by one and now targeting him. His body tenses, unable to move as his thoughts spiral. But as Lortel draws closer, she unexpectedly tears a piece of her clothes and patches up his wounds. Ed's fears vanish, replaced by relief and confusion. Lortel, with soft and caring eyes, helps him to the hut where she's already prepared a warm fire. Lortel asks Ed they should warm up first by sitting together. Her cheeks blushes faintly. Ed and Lortel sit together by the fire, the warmth helping Ed dry off and recover. As they chat, Lortel mentions the carriage driver who promised to draw attention away from her by diverting the Elite's guards, even at the risk of his own life. Ed, curious, wonders how she managed to gain such loyalty. Then, remembering that it's Lortel Kechlin, he decides not to ask further and remains silent. After a pause, Lortel thanks Ed for his help and reminds him that she now owes him a significant favor. Noticing his quiet demeanor, she teases him for being so dull. Ed politely replies to just only hand him over the 20 gold coins as per their deal when the time comes. They sit for a while before Lortel breaks it with a question about him and Janica being close. She asks, as her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ed speaks highly of Janica, describing her as kind and dependable. Lortel listens quietly, her expression softening but showing a hint of sadness. After a moment, she adds her own compliments about Janica, though her tone is glum. Sensing something behind her tone, Ed asks what she wants to say. Lortel takes a deep breath before sighing lightly. In a better mood with a faint smile, she says she is not like Janica, who is caring, always thinking of others. At the same time, in Awfulus Hall, Jix and Janica are doing their best to hold off Elite Kechlin and his guards. However, things take a turn when Elite gets a report from one of his men that Lortel has escaped. Without wasting time, he leaves the hall to chase after her. The fight isn't going well for Jix. He's struggling, and it's clear he's no match for the guards. But Janica, who was nervous before, suddenly activates her spirit magic aura. A powerful tornado forms in the hall, throwing guards in all directions as her spirits unleash their full strength. Jix panics and yells at her to stop, worried about the destruction and casualties. Janica pauses, then turns to him with an unsettling, almost eerie smile. Her eyes gleam with a strange intensity, as she calmly says she is not mad at all. The next day, at Ed's hut, he is busy washing his ruined academy uniform. After the long and exhausting night, he skipped classes to take care of things. Jix arrives with a spare uniform for Ed and shares some surprising news. He explains what happened after the incident. Willain has taken all the blame for the destruction of Awfulus Hall, while Chief Maid Alice, who was captured, hasn't said a word about what happened. Lortel has vanished, safely hiding in Ed's hut, and there's no news yet from Elite Kechlin. As Jix talks, Ed feels relieved. His plan worked, and now all he has to do is wait for the carrier pigeon to return with good news. Stretching his sore muscles, Ed feels the aches and pains from the night's events, but stays determined to keep moving forward. Later, Ed notices something new. His stats have improved, and he has reached the intermediate craftsman rank. This upgrade unlocks advanced crafting skills, giving him access to new abilities. Excited, he decides to learn Spirit Formula Infusion, a skill that combines spirit sorcery with magic engineering. With this ability, Ed can form contracts with spirits and create powerful weapons, magical artifacts, and useful tools. Feeling more confident in his abilities, Ed starts planning how to use these new skills for the challenges ahead. Later that day, Janica visits Ed with a cheerful smile. Ed is exercising outside the hut when she arrives and takes a seat beside him. Curious, Ed asks why she isn't in class. Janica explains that she's feeling tired and needed a break, so she decided to come to the woods for some fresh air. Concerned, Ed asks if she got hurt because of him. Janica shakes her head and smiles reassuringly, saying she's fine. Then with a slight frown, she asks if Lortel is doing okay. Ed tells her that Lortel is resting inside the hut, which makes Janica feel a little jealous, though she hides it well. Inside the hut, Lortel leans back, feeling relieved that the chaos of the Awfulest Hall incident is finally over. However, her work isn't done yet. She still needs to persuade the chief maid, Alice, to help lay the groundwork for negotiating the purchase of Sage's sealed grimoire. For now, though, she waits anxiously for a reply from the elite merchant's headquarters. While waiting, Lortel can't help but notice how safe and comforted she feels in Ed's presence. His unconditional kindness and trust make her heart race, and for the first time, she feels something more precious than gold. Blushing, she realizes she doesn't want to lose Ed to Janica, whose life is already full of family and friends. Lortel quietly resolves to win Ed over, even if it means competing with Janica. Spending 3 days with Ed only deepens Lortel's feelings for him. She starts to develop a bit of a fixation, even imagining showering him with gold if that's what it takes to win his affection. But then, she decides a different approach might be better, one that feels more natural. She resolves to show him sympathy and kindness, and even considers helping him with his tuition to subtly gain his favor. Lortel's heart races with determination. For the first time in her life, she's discovered something worth more than wealth, and she's ready to fight for it, no matter what it takes. Fantasizing about Ed makes Lortel feel embarrassed and awkward, especially since she has never had a boyfriend before. Suddenly, Sleepy Lucy barges into the hut and claims her spot near the window. However, Ed quickly intervenes, dragging Lucy out and setting her up in the small tent outside the hut, which he had made specifically for her. Ed then apologizes to Lortel, asking if he disturbed her. Lortel feels unsettled by Lucy's presence in Ed's hut, seeing her as yet another rival for his attention and labeling her in her mind as a natural disaster. On the second morning, Lortel wakes up early, hoping to spend some time alone with Ed. However, to her disappointment, she finds Janica already with him as usual. Sighing, she turns back, noticing Lucy still asleep in the hut as well. Meanwhile, Ed works on crafting homemade bricks, adding another achievement to his stats, and learning the stonemasonry skill. Using this new skill, he builds a brick fireplace inside the hut. Later, he grills beef jerky for everyone, and they all dine together. As they eat, Lortel remarks that since nothing significant has happened that morning, it means everything is going according to plan. Ed thanks her for the good news but warns them not to let their guard down. Feeling a bit competitive with Janica, Lortel offers to compensate Ed with supplies and goods instead of the 20 gold coins they agreed on earlier. Ed appreciates her offer and asks if she has any construction materials or spare magic engineering equipment. Lortel promises to check. Ed then turns to Janica and asks her for a favor, to teach him some basic spirit magic and how to make a spirit connection. Overjoyed that Ed is seeking her help, Janica eagerly agrees. She demonstrates using a spirit bird, explaining how to focus and make a connection. But unexpectedly, the spirit bird speaks up, scolding Janica for giving Ed incorrect advice. The bird also reveals that during their last spirit meeting, Janica received tips on how to use Ed's cabin construction as an opportunity to get closer to him. Embarrassed, Janica hastily dispels the bird, sweating nervously as she asks if Ed heard anything. Lortel, seizing the moment to tease Janica, jumps into the conversation and mentions her leftover food stock at the headquarters, which she eagerly offers to sell to Ed at a discount. Ed negotiates, asking her to include the stocks in their agreed 20 gold coin deal. Playfully, Lortel suggests giving the supplies for free, further annoying Janica and sparking a light-hearted debate between the two women. Ed sits back, eating his beef jerky with amusement, realizing he can now learn both spirit magic and magic engineering with the help of Janica and Lortel. As their conversation continues, a new figure appears at Ed's hut. It is Belle Maya, the new chief maid of Awfulest Hall. She apologizes for the sudden visit, explaining that she brings bad news, a message from the former chief maid, Alice. Hearing this, Lortel's expression shifts to worry, and the atmosphere becomes tense with suspense. Before Belle Maya's visit to the hall, Clara, one of Janica's friends, drops by to see her. Clara gossips with Belle, revealing a top-secret piece of news, but she warns Belle not to show any shock or let it slip. Leaning in close, Clara whispers that her friend Janica is in love with Ed Roth Taylor. Belle feels conflicted, trying not to show any surprise while maintaining her composure. The two chats about Ed, who has a reputation as a troublemaker but seems to be improving his image lately. Clara admits she supports her friend Janica, but can't help noticing that Janica keeps bringing up Lortel's name. She confesses that she doesn't understand either of them. Relationships, she says, are all about balance. and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints Janica keeps dropping. She pleads with Belle to step in and do something. Belle, trying to calm her, suggests that Ed might be too preoccupied with his own problems to think about romance right now. She adds that maybe it's just his luck, or lack thereof, when it comes to relationships, leaving Clara uneasy and slightly creeped out by the idea. At Ed's hut, Belle Maya grows annoyed seeing Lucy, Lortel, and Janica all gathered together at Ed's place, giving her headaches. When Lortel why she's there, Belle Maya informs her of an important message from the former chief maid Alice. That evening, Belle Maya decides to take sleepy Lucy and Janica with her, leaving Ed frustrated. He's uneasy about Lortel's location being exposed to someone connected to Ophelis Hall, especially since Lortel is in hiding. To avoid further risks, Lortel chooses to leave Ed's place and go with Belle Maya, who offers to take her to a safe house. Before leaving, Lortel gives Ed a repaired uniform as thanks for his help. Ed expresses his gratitude, noting it'll make a decent second set for the academy. A pigeon carrier also arrives with good news. A letter announcing a victory over the elite in business sales, signaling his downfall at the Merchant Association headquarters. Relieved, Ed feels he can now return to school as usual. Lortel reads the letter, commenting that her father, the elite, must now be making his last stand and won't have time to chase her in Sylvania, ensuring her safety for the time being. However, she warns Ed not to underestimate her father, who might still have tricks up his sleeve. Even so, she expresses confidence in her allies at the headquarters, believing she can become the next Merchant Association chairman. Lortel's main concern, however, is now Alice. When Ed asks if Alice might expose her role as the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident, Lortel dismisses the worry, explaining that Alice will side with whoever wins. In Alice's letter, she details the orphanages she sponsored, urging Lortel to support them financially for the next year. Lortel shares Alice's backstory. Years of relentless work caused her health to decline, but the academy ignored her struggles. Unable to manage her responsibilities, including the orphanage, Alice took a gamble during the Ophelis Hall incident, switching sides for money and support. Though her actions were seen as betrayal, Lortel acknowledges the dire situation Alice was in. After reading the letter, Lortel concludes that Alice is only siding her because she sees her victory as inevitable in her. In the cutthroat world of merchants, sympathy is rare, and Alice knows this well. While Lortel agrees to keep Alice on her side, her trust in her will not be same as before after the betrayal. As she prepares to part, Lortel reminds Ed to stop by the Merchant Association branch to finalize their contract for supply deliveries. Before leaving, Ed hands her a fire torch to guide her way. Lortel pauses, looking at Ed thoughtfully. When he asks why she's still standing there, she comments on how tall he is. She admits that she often takes risky moves to win. With that, she steps closer to Ed, adjusting his tie on his uniform. Flirting, she remarks that he looks handsome in the new set. And suddenly, she pulls him by his tie, leans in, and kisses him unexpectedly. Flirting even more, Lortel teases Ed by commenting on how delicious the raspberries they ate were, claiming she can taste them again through their kiss. She chuckles happily, clearly enjoying the moment, while stoic Ed firmly warns her to stay within her limits. Unbothered by his serious tone, Lortel playfully mocks his boring reaction, adding another teasing remark. Next time, she says, he should try pulling her closer during the kiss, as she needs practice in pretending to push him away. Taking the torch from Ed, she finally sets off, but once she gets a certain distance away, she dashes off quickly, disappearing into the forest. Ed stands there, utterly embarrassed by her boldness. No matter how much he tries to avoid becoming too involved in the main events of the game, things always spiral beyond his control, leaving him flustered and off track. Later that night, as Ed sits by his campfire, gazing at the starry sky through the trees and listening to the crickets chirp, he feels uneasy. The storyline seems to be deviating, and he can't shake the discomfort of being pulled into the center of the unfolding events. His original plan was simple: observe the game's events from the sidelines, stepping in only when necessary to keep the scenario on track. He has no ambition beyond surviving, graduating from the academy, and carefully managing his stats. However, the plan that seemed so straightforward now feels like an endless and reckless challenge. As summer quietly fades into fall, Ed reflects on how quickly time is passing and wonders what twist the game might throw at him next. The next day at the lake, Janica gathers with her spirit friends to discuss her growing concerns about Lortel and how to handle her. The spirits inform Janica about the incident between Ed and Lortel, which immediately infuriates her. The spirit labels Lortel as an intimidating foxy redhead as Janica anxiously asks how Ed reacted. She breathes a sigh of relief when she learns that Ed responded coldly and didn't show any emotion. However, Her relief is short-lived as Spirit Tarkin warns her that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica doesn't act quickly to secure Ed's attention. Amid a flurry of ridiculous and cringy suggestions from the Spirit Tarkin, the other spirits take Tarkin away for a while. Spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and thrilling experience with Ed to make him think about her. After some thought, Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good start. That evening, Ed prepared his new recipe he learned and let Lucy have a taste of it. However, upon tasting it, she immediately recoils in disgust, exclaiming that it tastes awful. Ed listens to her criticism without reacting, calmly noting down his mistakes and deciding to delay perfecting his cooking skills until he receives a wider variety of ingredients from the stock deliveries. Despite the setback, Ed gains an upgrade in his stats, advancing to an intermediate level in craftsmanship. He reflects on how his core stats significantly affect his practical skills and resolves to balance and improve all his stats efficiently. However, Ed's packed schedule leaves him little time to focus on personal development. Between attending classes, honing survival skills, and keeping a close eye on the progression of the game's scenario, his hands are full. He observes that Taylor's combat abilities are steadily improving. Isla continues to support Taylor, and Princess Phineas seems to be on track. Still, Ed knows the pivotal event in the storyline, Phineas' clash with Lortel, is approaching. He's also aware that another key character, Clarice, won't enroll until next year, so he doesn't need to worry about her yet. While Elite's early dismissal creates some uncertainty regarding Lortel, Ed is sure it won't stop her from pursuing the Sage's sealed grimoire. As the Academy Day comes to an end, Ed steps outside, looking back at the main building. He realizes it's time to start monitoring the faculty building closely since the final boss of Act 2 is about to emerge. Meanwhile, in a quiet room within the Academy, someone receives a letter revealing the mastermind behind the Ophilis Hall incident. That person who receives letter is none other than Professor Glast. Professor Glast stands in his quiet office while his assistant, Claire Elfin, stood nearby. Trying to impress him, Claire praised his sharp thinking for suspecting someone behind the Ophilis Hall incident. However, Glast, a no-nonsense figure, ignores her attempts at charm. Removing his glasses, he exudes a dark and intimidating aura, ordering Claire to find the divine science thesis he had asked for earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire quickly rushes out to do as he says. At the Ophilis Hall faculty building, Claire receives all the materials about the incident from Annis. Relieved, Claire thanked her and started looking through the files of students involved. Among the files of students linked to the incident, 3 catch her attention: Ed Roth Taylor, Jix, and Janica. While most of the case seemed straightforward, Claire couldn't help but feel something unusual about Ed's file. His reputation and some missing pieces made her curious. That evening, Ed visited the Sylvania Merchant Association branch to collect the supplies he'd ordered under his contract with Lortel. Lortel, clearly enjoying his company, teasingly apologized for forgetting the contract details, as she is using it just an excuse to make him visit again. She prepares tea and snacks, inviting him to sit and chat. As they talk, she tells him to pick up his magic equipment at the counter when he leaves. Trying to keep his attention, Lortel shows off her fancy dress, asking how she looked for an important meeting. But Ed, uninterested, simply asked what kind of meeting it's. Lortel smiles, amused by how little he noticed her flirting. Then the conversation shifted to Ed's cabin. Lortel suggests he may need furniture, but Ed explains her company's products were too expensive for him. Lortel agrees but says she cannot give away items for free because of her merchant ethics. Suddenly she used her magic to break a chair's leg, claiming it is now damaged and she will throw it away tomorrow. She hinted that Ed, with his crafting skills, could fix it. Ed thanked her for the broken chair, still keeping his calm and serious demeanor. Lortel, entertained by how he never shows much emotion, moves closer to him. Sitting on the table nearby, she teasingly says she has made her move and asks if he doesn't see her as a woman. She boldly admits that she isn't helping him out of kindness, but because she has her reasons. Smiling confidently, she tells him she is determined to stick around and get the answers he is searching for, making it clear she has no plans to let him ignore her. Ed calmly responds, making it clear he isn't looking for any answers from her, and has no interest in getting involved in battles he knows he cannot win. Despite her attempts to get closer, he stays composed and distant. Lortel, unfazed. Lortel smiles and warns him that one day, it won't just be her struggling to hold back feelings for him. Her smile is the same as always, calm and confident. Ed notices she never shows her true feelings, whether she's winning or in trouble. He realizes it's part of her nature as a merchant, always keeping her cards close to her chest and never letting her emotions give her away. At the academy during recess, Janica excitedly teaches Ed how to control a spirit. Using her staff, she explains that he should focus on his magic to try to form a connection and summons a small fire spirit named Mug. Mug appears serious and promises to serve Ed well, surprising him. Ed remembers that before he came into this world, when he played the game as Ed, he once formed a bond with a spirit duck. They used to laugh and joke around, but in the end, he let it go. However, looking at Mug now, he feels this will be different. Curious about Mug's strict nature, Ed asks Janica why he acts that way. Janica laughs and explains that Mug is a good spirit with great energy efficiency and was carefully chosen by the high-level spirit, Tarkin. Since Ed wanted a strong spirit, she picked the best one for him. After going through a tough selection process, Mug is finally handed over to Ed, and he successfully forms his first spirit connection. Holding Mug, Ed is impressed to see how warm it is, almost like a portable heater. He checks its abilities and stats, and Janica happily tells him that Mug is a great survival tool because it doesn't need wood for heat. Seeing Ed happy, Janica smiles, even though he still looks tired. Before leaving, she reminds him to let her know if he ever needs more help. She offers to teach him more about spirit connections, and suggests that he will learn faster if he spends more time with her. As Janica talks with Ed, she suddenly changes her tone and expression. Just as she promises to come the next day to help him, she quickly switches, claiming she is very busy and that many others are waiting in line for her lessons. She remembers her spirits and her friend Clara advising her to keep things cool with Ed and not get too close too fast. Smiling awkwardly, she says it's a bit too much for her to teach him magic all the time. Ed, feeling guilty, apologizes for taking advantage of her kindness and offers to pay her for her help as a token of appreciation. Hearing him mention money, Janica gets upset and insists that she's helping him out of friendship, not for payment. She calls his offer cold and reminds him that they are close friends, and such things shouldn't come between them. Confused, Ed points out that she was the one who mentioned compensation earlier. Realizing she contradicted herself, Janica gets flustered and embarrassed. To make things right, she admits that her friend Clara told her she's too generous and needs to learn to say no sometimes. Ed appreciates her honesty and agrees that Clara is right. After some time, Janica waves goodbye, promising to meet him again at combat training and bring a special accessory next time. She leaves Mug, the spirit, with Ed, and he waves back. With his new crafting skills from Lortel's magic engineering and the low-rank spirit from Janica, Ed finally feels like he has a proper setup. Now he can learn proper crafting skills and can keep his fireplace lit all the time, making his life much more comfortable. Looking out of his hut's window at the night sky, he suddenly remembers that he forgot to check the traps and heads out. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Claire Elfin is investigating Ed, suspecting him to be the mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall incident. With everything she knows, his disownment by his family and his lack of connections to Awfulest Hall, he stands out among the other students and teachers. Reports say he often appears in the woods, which leads her here. As she carefully moves through the forest, she suddenly hears footsteps and quickly hides. What she sees is terrifying. A man carrying Lucy over his shoulder while dragging a dead deer behind him. The man doesn't use magic but seems to rely on raw combat skills, which makes Claire realize that it's not Principal Obel. At that moment, her suspicions are confirmed as that man isn't Principal Obel at all. It is Ed Roth Taylor, the true mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall incident. Realizing her intuition is correct, Claire feels proud of her detective skills. She quietly follows Ed through the forest, surprised to discover his hidden hut. Watching from a distance, she sees Ed throw Lucy into a tent he set up for her and place the deer near the fireplace. After that, Ed heads inside his hut, planning to sleep early for tomorrow's work. Claire cautiously sneaks closer, determined to rescue Lucy. Just as she reaches the tent, Lucy suddenly casts a warning spell, startling Claire and demanding to know who she is. Sweating nervously, Claire introduces herself, but Lucy, uninterested, returns to her tent and starts eating beef jerky. She then eyes Claire suspiciously before casually flying away, leaving Claire standing there, completely baffled. Back at the office, Claire rushes into Professor Glast's office, presenting the evidence she has gathered, convinced that Ed is guilty. She reminds Glast that Ed was disowned by his family, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glast, uninterested in low-ranking students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her imprisoned in his tent. But Glast dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the woods, and it's nothing unusual. Claire, frustrated, realizes convincing him won't be easy. Claire takes a different approach and confidently reveals that she used magic to record the memories from the first floor of Awfulest Hall. Glast, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she had permission to use magic for such purposes. Flustered, Claire quickly tries to cover up, claiming she lies to the authority and recovers the memories from the floor by herself. Unimpressed, Glast sternly orders her to write an apology and explanation letter for her actions. Despite this, Claire insists that Glast should still look at the memory she brought. The recorded memory clearly shows Ed sitting on the stairs, striking a perfect pose that makes him look like a mastermind. It also captures him stopping Taylor and his group from going upstairs, which seems highly suspicious to Claire. However, Glast remains uninterested and asks if she has any stronger evidence. Claire, eager to convince him, mentions the recent forest incident, explaining how Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy, making it look like he was trying to trap her. Glast, staring at Claire in silence for a moment, simply reminds her once again to submit the apology and explanation letter. Sighing in frustration, Claire leaves his office, feeling exhausted. Glast, now alone in the office, finally looks at the memory globe seriously. As he watches Ed blocking Taylor and his group, he becomes intrigued. He finds it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as Ed could hold off the Sword Saint Taylor and the natural-born alchemist Elvira. The memory flashes again, replaying Ed's actions and combat techniques. For the first time, Glast's expression changes as he realizes Ed might not be as ordinary as he thinks. The globe finally catches Glast's attention. Back in the forest, Ed successfully crafts an impressive weapon using both magic engineering and spirit magic. Ceremonial dagger, explosion. He admires his work, realizing it's the best weapon he has made since he started living independently in the game. Feeling a sense of pride, he examines the dagger closely. Mug, seeing Ed pleased with his creation, advises him to improve the weapon's efficiency by using it frequently. Then, trying to flatter him, Mug begins singing a song in his honor. Ed, who has been observing Mug's flattery and overly formal behavior since they met, suddenly picks him up and shakes him, demanding to know the real reason behind such behavior. Mug stammers and tries to apologize, but Ed pushes further, asking if Janica promised him something in return. Mug hesitates, but Ed insists he should be honest since they are now bonded through their spirit connection. Feeling the pressure, Mug finally cries and confesses. He admits that he deeply respects Ed, but is ashamed of his own low ambitions and success. The real reason he agreed to the contract was to take advantage of the refined magic around Janica, which allows him to grow at twice the normal rate of a low-ranking spirit. Ed sighs, asking if there's anything else Mug has been hiding. Mug, feeling guilty, reveals that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Fearing Ed's temper, he tries to stay on his good side by constantly flattering him. After hearing Mug's full confession, Ed calmly tells him that he understands his situation and that it's only natural for him to want to grow stronger. With that, they head back to their hut together, while Mug comfortably sits on Ed's shoulder, chatting with him along the way. Back at his hut, Ed chops wood for the fireplace. His stamina has improved, and his storage is now full of meat and vegetables. He no longer has to sleep outside feeling hungry. With enough supplies, he can now focus better on his studies by reducing sleep and practicing more, forcing himself to absorb the information quickly. However, all this effort makes him exhausted, and he falls asleep. Later, Ed wakes up to find Janica standing beside him while he's lying outside the hut. She advises him to take better care of his health, saying she's worried about him. Ed decides to focus more on himself, especially because he has received 3 letters. The first letter is from the Academy, and the second one is from the mercenary. However, it's the third letter that grabs his full attention. He realizes that this letter will decide the future direction of the game's storyline. In the original game, the main event of Act 2 was a negotiation over the Sage's sealed grimoire, a tug-of-war between the Academy's Student Association and the mercenary. But things have changed. With the fall of the elite, the original client who wanted to buy the grimoire involves Roth-Taylor family. The plot has shifted into a 3-way conflict. Now, with the Roth-Taylor family has stepped in, Crepin Roth-Taylor, the family head, gets involved personally. He wants the grimoire to further his research on eternal life. Crepin is originally supposed to be a major boss in Act 4, and appearing this early in Act 2 makes things much more difficult. In the game, no player will strong enough to defeat him at this stage right now. Ed knows how dangerous Crepin is, and wants to prevent him from getting involved, hoping to keep the storyline intact and avoid unnecessary chaos. If Crepin Roth-Taylor succeeds in buying the Sage's sealed grimoire, it will become impossible for Ed to complete the game, even with all the knowledge he has about it. Crepin's involvement would throw everything off balance, making Ed's survival and progress impossible. The third letter holds critical information about Crepin's actions and suspicions regarding the grimoire. However, the sender of the letter remains unknown, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. During recess at the academy, Princess Phinia enjoys her tea in the garden. Captain Claire approaches her, reporting that he delivered Ed's letters as she instructed. She thanks him for his service. For Phinia, the Sage's sealed grimoire is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Principal Obel asks help from her, informing the princess about the academy's financial troubles and requesting her support. However, what concerns Phinia more is the unexpected interference of Crepin Roth-Taylor in the grimoire's sale. Captain Claire suggests that maybe Ed reported the sale to his family in hopes of being accepted back. He believes Ed might do anything to regain his family's recognition. Before the conversation continues, Lortel, known for her cunning nature, arrives and interrupts Claire. She doubts his theory and politely asks the princess for permission to join her tea session. Phinia finds Lortel's visit surprising, as she always thought Lortel disliked her. However, Lortel smiles and clears up any misunderstandings, offering some inside information as a sign of goodwill. Lortel reveals that it was not Ed, but Elite Ketchlin, her adoptive father, who involved the Roth-Taylor family in the grimoire business. To Phinia's surprise, Lortel adds that Crepin Roth-Taylor was the one who originally requested the grimoire. However, with Kechlin's influence weakening in the merchant headquarters, he is still determined to purchase it with Crepin's help, as the elite merchantry has invested too much effort into the deal. This makes Phinia realize that the grimoire sale might be an attempt to form a business alliance between the two families. But she wonders about why are they now competing for it instead of working together. Lortel smiles and explains that, since she now controls the merchantry, she wants to save the grimoire by purchasing it herself. She assures Phinia that she has no intention of selling it to the Roth-Taylor family. Surprised by Lortel's honesty, Phinia asks why she is sharing such internal matters. Lortel, still smiling, calls Phinia an ally in this situation. She explains that if Phinia helps her obtain the grimoire, it will strengthen her position in the merchantry, while Phinia can keep the Roth-Taylor family in check, marking a win-win situation for both of them. Lortel continues explaining her reason for stepping in to protect Ed from further trouble. She tells Princess Phinia that Ed has already been disowned by his family, and it would be unfair to suspect him of being involved with them. Phinia listens carefully, observing Lortel's way of speaking and how she carefully chooses her words. She starts to suspect that Lortel might be hiding something, as she surprises that Lortel never worried so much for any person. Wanting to test her, Phinia casually brings up Ed and comments that he is quite a useful person in such situations. She suggests that she might interrogate him personally, using her authority to bring him to their side. And if he refuses to cooperate, she won't hesitate to exploit him. Hearing this, Lortel, who was calmly holding her teacup, suddenly starts shaking and shivering. She carefully puts down her tea, then bursts into laughter as she realizes that even Princess Phinia isn't above exploiting others for her own goals. Captain Claire, surprised by Lortel's mocking attitude, becomes agitated and questions how she dares to disrespect Princess Phinia. However, before he can act, Phinia calmly orders him to stand down. Lortel stands up gracefully and reassures Phinia that they are allies. She then gives Phinia one last piece of advice. Never underestimate Ed Roth-Taylor. She warns that if Phinia does, she will end up regretting it. As Lortel walks away, Phinia falls deep into thought. She struggles to figure out the truth. Is Ed really the one behind Crepin Roth-Taylor's sudden involvement in the bidding? Or could it be Lortel, who always acts so confident and never bows, even to a princess? Watching Lortel leave, Phinia wonders if she will ever have the chance to face her again. For the first time, she feels unsure about what to do next. At the merchantry branch, Lortel spots Ed with Janica and can't help but feel a little jealous. Janica, noticing Lortel's gaze, greets her teasingly. Lortel, who had prepared only 2 cups of rosemary tea, one for herself and one for Ed, now finds herself reluctantly offering a glass of cold water to Janica. Janica smirks and teases Lortel for not having extra tea ready for guests. Lortel, keeping her cool, fires back, reminding Janica that as a merchant, she can't afford to waste her merchandise so easily. Ed, visibly tired and drained, takes the cold water instead and hands his tea to Janica. This small gesture makes Janica happy, while Lortel watches, feeling slightly annoyed as Janica continues to tease her. After some time, Lortel presents the magic engineering equipment she promised Ed. As the glamorous tools are unveiled, Janica suddenly yells in protest. She accuses Lortel of breaking merchant ethics by offering Ed brand new equipment for free. Janica's jealousy flares up, suspecting Lortel of trying to win Ed over with expensive gifts. Lortel, maintaining her composure, brings the equipment closer and points out the minor defects, assuring Janica that they aren't brand new. But Janica, unconvinced, insists that Lortel might have done this on purpose. Lortel just laughs, further fueling Janica's irritation. As Ed looks at the equipment, he hesitates, telling Lortel that he can't accept more free items, especially since he hasn't even paid her for the previous ones. He reminds her that this is already the 4th time she's offering him something. However, Lortel waves off his concerns, saying that since he's her regular customer, he can always renew his contract, and there's no issue at all. Janica, sensing Lortel's clever tactics, suggests Ed quickly finish his payments and cut ties with Lortel before he ends up too deep in debt. Lortel, unimpressed, tells Janica to mind her own business, sparking a playful but competitive argument between them, both clearly trying to get Ed's attention. As the two continue their banter, Ed suddenly feels a strange sensation take over his body, a light, floating feeling, as if he's drifting in water. It's something he experiences when he's overworked. His mind, occupied with thoughts about dealing with the grimoire problem. And building a better mattress for proper sleep, can't keep up with his exhaustion. Before he can react, he collapses to the ground. Lortel and Janica immediately rush to his side. At Sylvania Academy, Princess Fenia reflects on Ed's calm and precise demeanor, whether it was when she saw him fishing at his camp or during the Glaskin incident. His composed attitude and reputation among students, who claim he only focuses on his studies, make her rethink Lortel's words. She begins to question whether her assumptions about Ed were wrong and decides she needs to confirm it one final time. To do this, she is the one who sends Ed the third letter, an invitation to visit her at the royal residence, a letter meant to be highly secret. As she reviews her schedule for the next day, she asks Captain Claire about Ed's expected visit. However, Captain Claire delivers unexpected news that Ed has collapsed from overwork. This revelation surprises Princess Fenia. In the game, when a character accumulates exhaustion status, they are usually given several rest days to recover. Now, despite all the pressing matters and preparations for the Crepin Taylor event, Ed is forced to rest, delaying his plans. When Ed wakes up in his hut, his body feels incredibly heavy, and a strange warmth spreads through his lower belly. Looking down, he finds Lucy sleeping on top of him, mumbling in her sleep. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Ed is reminded of how unnaturally light she is when he threw her during the Glaskin incident, making him question whether she's even human. But with his exhaustion, he lacks the strength to even move her off. Noticing the new blankets and mattress around him, he assumes that the merchantry must have brought him here to recover. Just as Lucy wakes up, she immediately starts talking about how hungry she is. Upon realizing Ed is finally awake, she offers him mana treatment, helping to restore his distorted mana flow. Lucy mentions that she has been doing this treatment repeatedly while he was in his weakened state. Once she finishes, she drifts back to sleep right next to him. Before falling asleep, Lucy gives Ed some advice. Not to keep getting sick because it's a hassle for her, and warns Ed that being weak can be dangerous. Ed knows her grandfather died bedridden from an illness like he is now. So, he thanks her sincerely for the magic treatment and her concern. Just then, Jix enters the hut without knocking, checking if the stove is working properly to keep the place warm for Ed. Seeing Jix walk in so casually, Lucy quickly flies away from the camp to another location, feeling embarrassed. Now fully awake, Ed contemplates how he seems to attract so many people in this so-called open society, despite his efforts to stay independent. Turning to Jix, he asks why he's here, to which Jix replies that he has been checking in on him while others are out. As they talk, Jix casually mentions that it's autumn season, offering Ed a bowl of soup. Still processing everything, Ed asks if there's any news from Sylvania Academy. Jix shares updates about the Academy exploration problem, mentioning that Taylor and Klebois managed it well, and other incidents like the Demon of the Sewers Act, which seem to be under control according to the storyline. This reassures Ed that nothing critical has changed and everything is going according to the storyline. However, the most important event, the struggle over the Sage's sealed grimoire, is still looming. Ed urgently asks how long he has been unconscious. When Jix tells him it's been 10 days, Ed realizes with shock that the main event has already started. To add more worry in Ed's attention, Jix further informs that Lortel gets no choice but to leave for an important negotiation in his absence. Panicking, Ed immediately jumps up, insisting that Jix help him send a message to Lortel right away. Meanwhile, at Sylvania Academy, the bidding war over the Sage's sealed grimoire has begun. The major players are gathered. Princess Fenia Kloll representing the Student Association, Lortel from the Elite Merchantry, and an unexpected third party. The man who has deviated from the original storyline, stepping into the hall with an imposing presence. The patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, none other than Crepin Roth-Taylor himself. At the luncheon, all the key players gather to assess each other before the bidding war for the Sage's sealed grimoire. Crepin Roth-Taylor greets Princess Fenia warmly and expresses his delight at seeing her in good health. He personally apologizes for the actions of his foolish family member, Ed Roth-Taylor, and assures her that Ed's past misdeeds do not reflect the values of the Roth-Taylor family. Princess Fenia responds politely, telling him not to worry too much. However, she carefully observes him. Crepin appears noble, compassionate, and wise, with his attendants showing unwavering respect in their every action. But through her judgmental ability, she clearly sees Crepin as an evil man. Crepin then turns his attention to Lortel Ketchon, asking if she represents the elite merchantry. Lortel stands and bows respectfully, introducing herself as Lortel Ketchon and expressing her honor to be in his presence. As they talk, Crepin tests Lortel's knowledge and motives with calculated words. Lortel responds strategically, revealing only what benefits her. She asserts that her interest lies solely in profit, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor. The bidding process begins, and each participant writes down their bid, knowing that the highest offer will win the sage's sealed grimoire. The Academy wants to keep its financial problems a secret, so they put Vice Principal Rachel in charge of the auction, with Princess Phinia as the only royal observer. The auction takes place quietly inside the Academy building. Phinia watches carefully, knowing the grimoire is more than just an expensive item. It has great magical value for research. She knows about how rare books like this are usually sold and realizes that knowing the other bidder's highest offer is the key to winning in this type of auction, where there is no price limit. Lortel and Crepin sit in silence, observing each other's movements carefully, weighing their strategies before submitting their final bids. Lortel, driven by profit and market trends, keeps her expression calm and composed, while Crepin's demeanor remains inscrutable, exuding confidence and authority. Vice Principal Rachel collects the bids and thanks both Lortel and Crepin for their participation. As Rachel prepares to announce the winner, Phinia quickly looks at the bid amounts. She guesses that Lortel, who always thinks about profit, probably bid around 8,100 coins, the highest price a similar book has sold for before. If Lortel offered more, it would be risky because selling it again at a profit might be difficult. But still, Phinia worries that if Crepin bids just a little higher than Lortel's estimated maximum of around 8,000 coins, he will win the grimoire. Vice Principal Rachel finally stands and begins announcing the bid amounts. When she reveals Crepin Roth-Taylor's bid, as expected, he offers 8,500 Flen gold coins. Phinia isn't surprised. Crepin didn't come to the Academy just to make a profit from book trading. However, when Rachel announces Lortel's bid, the entire room is stunned. Lortel has bid 9,400 gold coins, far exceeding expectations and securing the grimoire. Crepin's face darkens with frustration as he realizes his loss. Without a word, he leaves the building with his attendants, his bitter expression revealing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Lortel calmly moves to a private room to complete the transaction, leaving Phinia in disbelief. Phinia struggles to understand why Lortel, who claimed she only cares about profit, would spend such an enormous amount just to secure the grimoire. The princess recalls their previous conversation over tea, when Lortel suggested they become allies. Now, it becomes clear. Lortel's true intention was to prevent the grimoire from falling into Crepin's hands. Yet Phinia remains skeptical. She cannot believe that Lortel would act purely out of a sense of justice. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her to stop Crepin Roth-Taylor. The princess's suspicion grows, wondering who could be pulling the strings behind the scenes. As Princess Phinia recalls Lortel's words about Ed's ties to the Roth-Taylor family, a realization strikes her. Ed had been fighting against his family's darkness all along, struggling to the point of collapsing from overwork. Overwhelmed with guilt, Phinia panics, questioning how she could have driven such a person to ruin by pushing for his disownment. Regret washes over her as she reflects on the consequences of her actions. However, for Ed, Phinia's misunderstanding may have been a hidden blessing. Living in the forest forced him to sharpen his survival and combat skills, turning him into someone far more capable than before. Meanwhile, in her quarters at the elite merchantry, Lortel admires the sage's sealed grimoire she just acquired. She carefully calculates her potential profits if she were to sell it, realizing the difference would only be 900 gold coins. Yet, deep down, she knows she didn't do it for profit. She did it for Ed, following his request without hesitation. Determined to win him over by any means, she sees the grimoire as an opportunity, one she can leverage to ask him for anything in return. Lying on her bed, Lortel indulges in the thought of having Ed in her debt, considering the small price of 900 coins a worthwhile investment. She smiles to herself, romanticizing the idea of Ed being within her grasp, believing she has finally secured a way to make him hers. At the campsite, Ed feels better after hearing that Lortel won the grimoire. Jix sits nearby and laughs, telling Ed that he should have seen Lortel's face when Elka gave her the news. Ed knows that Lortel might have used her charm to get what she wanted. She often relies on it, but he worries if that will be enough this time. Even though she won, Ed is still worried. He thinks Crepin Roth-Taylor must have had some secret information to enter the auction. Ed feels that things might not be over yet, and Crepin won't give up easily. At Ed's hut, Janica suddenly arrives, panting and asking about his health. She looks worried and quickly apologizes for any trouble she might be causing with the rumors about him. Ed laughs and tells her it's okay as he already hears everything from Jix. Hearing this, Janica gets angry at Jix for telling Ed how she runs around the academy crying over him, which starts rumors about her being heartbroken. Frustrated, she orders her spirit bear to take Jix away. As Jix gets dragged off, she waves goodbye while Jix looks defeated. From Janica's hair, Ed's spirit, Mug, suddenly appears, crying with guilt. Mug apologizes, saying he doesn't know Ed is pushing himself so hard that he collapses. He begs for forgiveness and even says he's willing to be punished. Mug wants to hug Ed, but he's afraid of affecting Ed's mana, so he clings to Janica instead. Ed, seeing Mug making a fuss, calms him down. Jix returns after his scuffle with the spirit bear and tells Ed that Mug isn't overreacting because he has passed out for 10 days. Hearing this, Ed is shocked. He realizes his stock of meat and vegetables must be spoiled, and he has to gather everything again. But this time, Jix and Janica offer to help him out. Seeing their determination, Ed feels grateful. He thinks back to when he first builds his wooden shelter and sleeps alone in the forest. Now, with friends supporting him, he realizes he's not truly alone anymore. Janica watches Ed, noticing how tired he looks. She remembers her earlier conversation with her spirit friend Marilda. Sitting under a magical forest tree, they talk about Ed. Marilda tells Janica that this is her perfect chance to get closer to Ed before the cunning Lortel pulls another scheme to win him over. Marilda, acting as a dating expert, advises Janica to start dressing like a countryside housewife to appeal to Ed. Janica tries on a shabby-looking outfit, feeling unsure, but Marilda encourages her and says it is fine. Marilda then gives Janica tips on how to make progress with Ed the next time they meet. But as Janica hesitates, acting too innocent, Marilda gets frustrated. She leans in and asks what Janica is planning to do once she gets closer to Ed. Hearing Janica's unsure response, Marilda howls in frustration, scolding her for being too naive. She warns that if Janica doesn't act now, she might lose her chance forever. Ed is growing stronger every day, and he won't always be in such tough situations where he needs support. Feeling pressured by Marilda's scolding, Janica finally comes up with a plan. She whispers it to Marilda, who nods in approval, saying it is a pretty good idea. At night, after eating a nice stew that Janica makes for him, Ed gets up to rest as he is still tired despite all the help he receives from Jix and Janica. His main focus is on recovering. As he lays down on his bed, the door suddenly opens, and Janica appears, standing there. With a romantic pose and soft voice, she tells Ed that he looks really tired. Ed, seeing Janica doesn't return back, starts wondering if she is planning something. Janica, looking at Ed with romantic eyes, walks into the room. As Ed asks what she is planning, she only smiles and moves closer to his bed. She then sits down beside him. Trying to seduce him, she softly says that he needs to admit he is having a hard time, reminding him that exhaustion affects everyone both physically and mentally. She tells him that she understands how tough his schedule is and how much he is enduring, more than anyone else. Janica then confesses that Ed has helped her the most, simply by staying quietly by her side when everyone else rushed to offer support. She wants him to acknowledge his struggles so that he can finally rest peacefully beside her, as she also wishes to support him quietly. Seeing how much Janica cares, Ed rests his head on the pillow and finally admits that he is really having a hard time. Just by saying it out loud, he feels a deep sense of relief and quickly drifts into a peaceful sleep. By morning, he wakes up to find Janica sleeping beside him. But what makes him happiest is that his fatigue is completely gone, and he feels fully recovered, all thanks to Janica. In the morning, after waking up, Ed is surprised to see Lortel visiting him. They get to the river to sit there. She looks happy to see him feeling better, but she also tries to gain his sympathy by mentioning her own health issues, claiming she's suffering from chronic fatigue. At first, Ed thinks she's just exaggerating, but when she struggles to walk over to him, wincing from joint pain, he realizes she might really be unwell. She finally sits down next to him with some effort. Concerned, Ed asks why she came all the way to the forest when she's both busy and not feeling well. But Lortel, who mainly came to see Ed, brushes off his concern and says she has something important to tell him. She reveals that she is renaming her merchantry into a trading company and offers Ed a key role in it. She wants him to help manage assets, products, and external affairs, offering him the position of co-executive. Lortel tries to convince Ed by saying he would visit the company every day and they would be just one wall apart. She also promises him great benefits, including shares in her personal assets. In her mind, she dreams of this as a step closer to being together with Ed, almost like they are married. As Lortel continues talking, lost in her own thoughts, Ed hesitantly interrupts and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit much to go this far for him. Hearing this, Lortel takes a deep breath, pulls up the hood of her cloak, and looks at him seriously. She tells Ed that he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she knows what he must be thinking, that something is wrong with her, or that he can't make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl like herself. Lortel acknowledges that Ed wants to keep things professional until the very end, but he doesn't realize what she has been through. After living a life where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and facing betrayal countless times, she has come to understand one thing. She needs someone she can truly trust. Someone who will never betray her, even if all her wealth disappears one day. She tells Ed that while most people have family or friends to rely on, she has seen too much. Great merchants rising and falling, fortunes vanishing overnight. And through it all, her biggest fear is that one day, something might happen to her, leaving her with no one to trust. Finally, with a deep, heartfelt expression, Lortel asks Ed to stay by her side forever, no matter what happens. Ed looks at Lortel in surprise, but she just laughs and says she almost had him fooled. Frustrated, Ed yells at her for being too emotionally manipulative. Lortel, still laughing, admits with a smile that she has a habit of touching people's hearts and making them waver. As they sit together for a while, Lortel takes a deep breath and says that her feelings aren't a lie after all. However, Ed tells her that he plans to graduate from Sylvania Academy first and doesn't intend to leave until then, and tells to consider her co-executive offer only after his graduation. Lortel, smiling, stands up and tells Ed she can wait for him to graduate. But then, with a playful smirk, she shows him the grimoire document letter. She reminds him that he's in her debt and warns him that she'll use it as a free pass to win him over someday. Waving goodbye with the letter in hand, she cheerfully tells him it was great seeing him again and walks away. As Lortel leaves, Ed sighs, feeling like he's made a mistake. He realizes he truly does owe her for the sage's sealed grimoire, and now he feels stuck. Meanwhile, as Lortel walks back, she feels nervous about the risky move she just pulled. She had wanted to confidently tell Ed that he belongs to her now, but seeing his serious reaction completely threw off her plan. She even forgot to give him his change for the magic engineering products he bought from her, and now feels awkward about seeing him again. Deciding to quietly drop off the change at his hut, she heads back. But as she reaches Ed's hut, she's shocked to see Janica already there, stepping outside after just waking up. Both women freeze in surprise, gasping at the sight of each other. They immediately start questioning why the other is there, and tension rises. Anger and rivalry fill the air, marking the beginning of a new disaster, not just for them, but for Ed as well. Both are determined to win him over, no matter what it takes. Ed, after taking a refreshing bath in the river, gets back to his daily routine. He starts cutting logs for the fireplace, all while being constantly reminded by his spirit, Mug, not to overexert himself. Taking Mug's warning seriously, he carefully manages his stamina and completes all his tasks efficiently. Now that his food and firewood stocks are full, thanks to Jix and Janica's help, Ed can finally shift his focus back to his health and studies. With a clear mind, he turns his attention to the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. The first letter is from Lortel, warning him to stay alert since neither of them knows what the elite might do next. The second letter is from Fenia, discussing Crepin's possible involvement in recent events. But it's the third letter that catches Ed's attention the most. It's a highly confidential message from an unexpected sender, Professor Glast, requesting a private meeting with him after the conference. Unfortunately for Ed, he couldn't meet Professor Glast because of his sudden collapse, leaving him in the dark about Glast's true intentions. However, based on what he knows from the game, Ed is well aware that Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the events of this act have already begun. In the game's story, Glast believes that only a few talented people can change the world. He wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest sage in history. To do this, he has been studying a spectral magic, which can change the natural laws of the world. However, Glast needs the sage's sealed grimoire to complete his plan. Since the Academy sold it to Lortel due to financial problems, Glast steals it. He then kidnaps Taylor's friend, Ayla, who has a special magic ability. He wants to put Sylvania's spirit inside her body to start a new era, but his plan is dangerous and crazy. In the game, Taylor fights through many obstacles and defeats Glast to save Ayla. In the end, Glast falls from the magic tower and says something important before he dies, but Ed can't remember what it was. What Ed does know is that Act 2's final battle begins when Ayla is kidnapped. He realizes that he must be ready for what's coming. In a tense moment, Ayla wakes up and finds herself locked inside a dark, damp dungeon, guarded by a terrifying demon from the underground waterway. Fear grips her as she realizes the horrible situation she's in. The eerie silence of the dungeon makes her heart pound, and she can't help but feel overwhelmed. However, Ayla soon realizes she's not alone. Another voice echoes in the dungeon, blaming her for ending up in this mess. Tears well up in Ayla's eyes as she yells at that person, calling him mean for blaming her at a time like this, insisting that she hates being stuck in this awful place. To her surprise, the person with her in the dungeon is none other than Ed Roth Taylor himself. In Act 2's final scene, Ed doesn't plan on being kidnapped. To explain this, he reflects on the past 3 days. While working on his magic engineering gadgets, Ed realizes that despite his hard work, it's still not enough for the final battle. He needs better materials and blueprints. Suddenly, an idea clicks in his mind as he recalls a key detail from the final battle where they must enter a secret laboratory during the 3rd stage of Final Act battle, which is filled with valuable blueprints. Although Taylor is responsible for handling the middle boss battle in the secret laboratory, Ed is more interested in the contents of the lab. Knowing it's dangerous to go alone, he decides asks Janica for help. At the academy, Professor Glast announces that 2 new students, Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C will be joining Class A. This decision comes as the Academy needs to accommodate more talented students. Jix realizes that with the addition of these two students, Class A will now have 5 members, marking a significant change after many years under Professor Glast's supervision. Even though Ayla might not be the strongest student, her unique aspectual magic stats make her stand out. Curious, Jix asks Glast whether the class criteria are based strictly on talent. Glast responds firmly, warning Jix not to underestimate the student's efforts. He advises that the quickest way to ruin someone's life is to give them false confidence in vague talent and offer inadequate support, ensuring that everyone, including Jix, understands the lesson. Professor Glast is a man who strongly believes in talent and is almost stubborn about it. This is mostly because of his daughter, Muiri. He had a lot of faith in her as a parent, even though she was just an average mage. Muir wanted to prove herself, so she joined a monster hunting mission too soon. Sadly, she was killed, which broke Professor Glast's heart. After losing his daughter, Professor Glast changed a lot. He became even more focused on proven talent and spent most of his life at Sylvania Academy studying aspectual magic. But what makes his research interesting is that he is not doing it to improve magic. Instead, he wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest mage of all time and the creator of magic. At the end of the class, Professor Glast calls Lortel as if he is about to say something but then stops and changes his mind. Instead, he tells her that he will speak to her separately tomorrow about the lesson. However, Lortel knows exactly what he wants to ask. He is concerned about Sage's sealed grimoire, which she has already purchased. She also knows that he wants to scold her, considering it a disgrace, since the grimoire is crucial for aspectual magic research. But Lortel is not worried, as the passing ceremony and the official transfer of the grimoire to her are just around the corner, and his talk will not be any use. At the academy, as Claire's class comes to an end, Ed gets ready, knowing that the Sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony is about to begin, marking the start of the final battle in Act 2. Ed's original plan is to closely follow Taylor as he fights his way through the stages from Phase 1 to Phase 5 to rescue Ayla, picking up any leftover items along the way, just as he planned. Looking at his must-have items list, Ed focuses on the crucial items he needs to collect, especially from Phase 3. These include Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass. He needs these 2 items because their materials are difficult to obtain, and they can usually only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario. Collecting them will give him a major advantage in the upcoming story progress. At the same time, he plans to admire Taylor's progress up to Phase 5 before returning to camp once his mission is complete. To get Janika's help, Ed tells her that they need to go to the underground waterway because he lost something there and wants to find it together. Even though he expects Janika to dislike dark and narrow spaces, she enthusiastically agrees to help. This makes Ed feel a little guilty, as he can sense her concern for him, but he knows he still needs her support for the battles ahead. Just as Ed is preparing to leave, Assistant Professor Claire arrives and informs him that Professor Glast wants to see him in his office. Surprised and confused, Ed cannot figure out why he is being called. However, he assumes it might be because Professor Glast had previously summoned him, but he was unable to respond at the time due to passing out. Thinking Glast might want to discuss something important, Ed decides to go to his office. Upon arriving, Ed is even more surprised to see Ayla already there. She immediately takes a defensive stance, still wary of Ed's intentions ever since the Ophelis Hall incident, where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla standing safely in the office, instead of being kidnapped as expected for tomorrow's event. Puzzled about why he was called, Ed quickly senses something is off and begins scanning the professor's desk and surroundings for any clues that might indicate a change in the future storyline. Eventually, he discovers a report on Glast's desk, written by Claire, detailing her observations and investigations of Ed about the Ophelis Hall incident. At that moment, Ed realizes that Professor Glast knows about his abilities and actions, and may have figured out what he did. As he is still processing the situation, the office door suddenly opens, and Professor Glast walks in. Instinctively, Ed draws his dagger. Isla, startled by Ed's sudden reaction, screams and rushes toward the professor for help. However, Ed is not the villain, Professor Glast is. He has now revealed himself as the final boss of Act 2. Without hesitation, Glast uses his aspectual magic to trap Isla in a time prison. Reacting quickly, Ed throws his dagger at Glast while calling out to Mug to trigger an explosion. However, the experienced professor effortlessly blocks the attack and even praises Ed's quick response and ability to search through his research materials in such a short time. Despite being impressed, Glast tells Ed that it will take more than that to understand his true motives. Taking cover, Ed asks why the professor is restraining him, and even promises to stay quiet and not interfere if Glast only needs Isla for his plans. However, Glast refuses to leave any potential threats unchecked. After witnessing Ed's combat skills and resourcefulness, He decides to eliminate him as a potential obstacle. Realizing that even if he manages to escape now, Professor Glast will continue to pursue him, disrupting the original storyline. Ed contemplates his options. If he allows himself to be captured, there is a high chance he will be taken to the secret laboratory, the very place he wants to go. After weighing his choices, Ed ultimately surrenders and allows Glast to kidnap him. Observing Ed, Glast remarks that Ed is a product of effort, not talent. Despite his impressive combat abilities and survival skills, Glast considers his approach weak. Seeing Ed, he is reminded of his daughter and her struggles in the past. As Ed is trapped in the time prison, Mug stealthily sneaks out of his pocket and escapes from the professor's office. The small creature rushes towards Ed's hut, where Janica is preparing lunch, unaware of the events unfolding. An old man writes his life story, chronicling his travels across the southern continents where he uncovers many magical truths. He dedicates much of his writing to his late master Sylvania, one of the greatest mages who tragically passed away at a young age. In his heart, she remains eternally beautiful, and throughout his life, he longs to break the natural laws of the world just to see her face once more. However, he understands that what is lost cannot be regained. Instead, he chooses to pass on his knowledge by training a young apprentice, preparing her to carry on his teachings. On his deathbed, he places Sylvania's hat on his apprentice and hands over his life's work. In the final words of his book, he dedicates his legacy to his young apprentice, Lucy Marcel. In the game's story, that old man, Glocked, accepts his approaching death with serenity, waiting for it more sincerely than anyone else. Lucy, his apprentice, has no choice but to let him go, yet the sorrow of losing her beloved master, whom she calls grandfather, cuts deeply. Ed reflects on whether Lucy's pain will ever fully heal or if the scar will remain forever. The only small comfort Lucy finds is in the pouch of beef jerky she keeps from Ed's hut. As Lucy shakes her beef jerky pouch and finds it empty, she climbs down from the hut's roof to refill it. However, she spots Janica standing below, activating a deep, sinister purple aura filled with anger, while the spirit mug speaks to her. Meanwhile, at Trix Hall, the Academy's main conference room, the Sage's sealed grimoire passing ceremony begins. Elite members of the merchantry and academy faculty gather as Lortel stands ready to receive the grimoire from Principal Obel Forsyth in front of the audience. As she looks at Principal Obel, she recalls Kreppenroth Taylor, who is the same age but appears strikingly different. Back at after the bidding for the grimoire concluded, Kreppen personally met with Lortel, urging her to hand it over to him. In response, she countered with a bid of 12,000 gold coins, which Kreppen accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he revealed crucial information to Lortel that her father, Elite Ketcheln, had hired a group of mercenaries who were now heading to Sylvania. Despite Kreppen's unpleasant personality, his information proves valuable to Lortel, strengthening their alliance. Holding the grimoire in her hands, Lortel contemplates her options to whether to sell it to Kreppen for a significant profit or use it as an opportunity to get closer to Ed. A subtle smile crosses her face as she gently touches the grimoire, weighing her choices. Suddenly, Professor Glast uses espectual magic to create a powerful barrier, preventing anyone from approaching the grimoire. At the same time, he summons two enormous spirits, forcing Principal Obel and Lortel to retreat under their overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, Glast seizes the grimoire and swiftly leaves the hall. With no obstacles left in the way, the story moves forward without any changes, signaling the official beginning of the final scene of Act 2. In Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Ed finds himself trapped in a prison cell alongside Ayla. Frustrated and angry, Ayla yells at Ed for being mean and expresses her hatred towards him. Suddenly, Coombe, Glast's friend and fellow researcher in spectral studies, appears. He warns them to consider themselves lucky for not being used in experiments and advises them to stay quiet, fearing that the monstrous guard outside may awaken and put them in danger. However, Ed remains calm and responds confidently. Impressed by Ed's composure, Coombe tells them to sit silently and avoid any foolish actions, as he will be watching them closely. Ed leans back and waits patiently, expecting Taylor to barge in and rescue them. His plan is to seize the opportunity, gather all the magic engineering recipes and equipment, and quietly return to his hut. In the meantime, he tries to strike up a conversation with Ayla to pass the time. However, she snaps at him every time he speaks, still angry over the arrow he shot at her earlier. Ed attempts to calm her, insisting he holds no grudges and could have hurt her if he truly wanted to. Stunned by his reasoning, Ayla continues to yell, calling him a liar. Finally, Ed firmly tells her to stop and wait patiently for Taylor. As tension lingers, Ed eventually apologizes, explaining that his actions were driven by his own circumstances. Hearing an apology from Ed for the first time, Ayla is left speechless. Just then, Ed's spirit, Mug, appears, crying and asking if Ed is safe and unharmed. Seeing Mug, Ed feels relieved and grabs him tightly, finally having someone to talk to in the cell. Isla, surprised to see Ed with a spirit companion, suggests that Mug should go and warn others for help. Mug excitedly informs them that he has already asked Janica for help, and Lucy is also preparing to come. Hearing Lucy's name, Ed's mood shifts instantly. He becomes furious, realizing the disaster that will unfold if she arrives. In frustration, he spanks Mug, sending him flying across the cell. Coom notices the commotion and approaches Ed, but Ed warns him to release them or risk facing serious trouble. Amused by Ed's confidence, Coom ignores him and returns to his work. Meanwhile, Mug stealthily returns with the dungeon keys, having swiped them while Coom was distracted. Ed quickly unlocks the cell and gets a chance to escape. Convincing Ayla to stay behind the cell as her leg hurts and dangerous monsters out there, after some hesitation and arguing, she reluctantly agrees. Without wasting time, Ed rushes out, determined to stop Lucy before she arrives and causes chaos. Ed knows that even the most dedicated players of the game avoid involving Lucy in major events, fearing the unpredictable changes she could bring. With his future hanging in the balance, Ed races against time to prevent Lucy from reaching the lab. At Ophelis Hall in Jick's room, Taylor arrives, bruised and exhausted, seeking Jick's help to rescue Ayla. Having lost track of Professor Glast after the events at Trix Hall, Taylor urgently requests Jick's assistance and plans to lead his companions into the underground waterway to pursue him. Meanwhile, Ed, having escaped from the laboratory, begins retracing his path in reverse order, unlike the original scenario. He finds it amusing to experience the final scenario this way, but at the same time, he feels relieved. In this reversed sequence, all the monsters remain confined, which works in his favor. However, his greatest fear lies in the possible encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast, which could lead to a disastrous ending. Determined to prevent this outcome, Ed hurries to finish the scenario before things spiral out of control. Eventually, he reaches the secret library, where Reyna, the librarian boss and a banshee, stands guard. Familiar with Reyna's movement patterns, Ed decides to avoid engaging with her, leaving the battle for Taylor. He knows Taylor will benefit from the experience gained by defeating Reyna and Coom, making future scenarios easier to clear. Quietly, Ed sneaks through the library, collecting only the necessary magical tools and magic engineering recipes while avoiding Reyna's sight. As Ed watches Reyna's movements from cover, Mug signals him to move. Carefully they navigate the area, but suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the ground. The unexpected tremor causes enough disturbance to alert Reyna, who immediately spots Ed and Mug. In an instant, Reyna locks onto them, and as she approaches, both Ed and Mug scream, realizing they are in serious trouble. 30 minutes before the earthquake, Principal Obel finally puts down the giants summoned by Professor Glast in Trix Hall, saving everyone. Lortel stands in surprise, unable to believe that Glast steals the grimoire right in front of the Academy's top faculty. Obel tries to calm everyone, assuring them that he takes full responsibility and will retrieve the grimoire. However, he expresses his concerns about Glast, suspecting that he is planning something dangerous. As the others listen in confusion, Obel explains the 3 major taboos of magic which are seeking immortality, resurrecting the dead, and traveling through time. These acts defy the natural laws, disrupt time, and challenge human destiny. Lortel, remembering Glast's obsession with his late daughter and the legendary mage Sylvania, realizes that he might be using the grimoire to attempt one of these forbidden spells, which most likely to bring back the dead. Obel then asks Lortel what she thinks Glast will do if he has truly mastered a spectral magic for resurrection. Before she can answer, a faculty member rushes in, reporting that Taylor is spotted chasing Glast into the underground waterway. Worried about Taylor's safety, he also informs them that eyewitnesses see students being kidnapped, including Ayla and Ed. Hearing about Ed being kidnapped, Lortel stands in shock upon hearing the news. Believing that Principal Obel, the greatest mage of the time, will keep his promise to retrieve the grimoire, Lortel feels confident that he can easily rescue Ed and the other students as well. She decides that the most sensible thing to do is to wait in the hall. However, as she glances outside, she notices something massive moving in the distance. Curious, she grabs a pair of binoculars and sneaks to the window. Looking through them, she spots the entrance to the underground waterway and is shocked to see a huge spirit dragon, ridden by none other than Janica herself. Realizing that Janica is heading into the waterway, Lortel quickly makes up her mind. She orders her personnel to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally go to retrieve the grimoire and join the battle against Glast's madness. In the underground waterway, Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glast's helpers. She grabs Dorothy for interrogation, but the sight of Janica's massive fiery dragon, Tarkin, leaves Dorothy trembling in fear. As Tarkin growls and Janica's dark aura intensifies, Dorothy faints on the spot. Confused about where to go next, Janica recalls the directions Dorothy mentioned before passing out. She sighs, feeling a bit guilty, and gently covers Dorothy's face to hide her sorry state. As Janica does so, Lortel arrives with her team, greeting Janica with a playful tone. Observing Janica's powerful spirits, Lortel realizes that Janica will do anything to ensure Ed's safety, even if it means destroying the entire waterway. However, jealousy creeps in as Lortel imagines a scenario where Janica wins, and Ed falls in love with her. Determined not to let that happen, Lortel approaches Janica with a cunning smile, and casually tells her that Ed has already been rescued and returned to his hut, suggesting she should check on him. However, Janica, always sharp when it comes to Ed, doesn't fall for it. She questions Lortel logically, asking how Ed could have escaped when she was the first to arrive and didn't see anyone taking him. As the two engage in playful argument, Janica casually mentions that she also asked Lucy for help, but Lucy simply yawned and walked away, leaving the two of them to handle the situation. Realizing they are left with no choice, both Janica and Lortel decide to split up and search for Ed in different directions. Both of them rushes to find and save him, hoping to win him over. Meanwhile, inside the secret library where Ed and Mug are trapped by Reina, an unexpected event occurs. The roof suddenly collapses right on top of Reina, trapping her under the rubble. To Ed's horror, Lucy casually falls down from above, yawning and explaining that she got bored and decided to come help. Seeing Lucy now in the scenario, Ed looks at her in shock, realizing that things are going to get much worse now. While the event unfolds, Principal Obel and his friend watch the sunset, discussing whether they should step in to retrieve the grimoire or stay out of it. Obel considers letting the students handle the situation, believing it's a valuable opportunity for them to grow, as they are the future mages and warriors of Sylvania Academy. However, his friend questions if the students really need to push themselves so hard. He acknowledges that this is the greatest golden era in the Academy's history, but wonders if they should interfere to ease the burden. He mentions talented students like Taylor and Jix, rare finds among their peers. Over time, many students have risen to the challenges faced by the Academy, showing great potential and shining like stars. He and Obel have high expectations for them. Hearing this, Obel's excitement rises. He feels something big is coming. Upcoming challenges that will be even more intense and difficult, pushing the students beyond their limits. During the event, Lucy crashes straight onto the secret library underground, landing right on top of Reina and trapping her under the rubble. Sitting on the pile and yawning, Lucy's casual attitude leaves Ed completely stunned. As Ed regrets her unexpected arrival, Lucy innocently asks if he has any beef jerky left for her. Still upset by the situation, Ed tells her he doesn't have any, making Lucy sad as she starts looking for a place to take a nap. But before she can, Ed quickly grabs her shoulder, coming up with a new plan. Ed knows that Lucy's arrival has messed things up, but he also realizes that by now, Janica and Lortel should have entered the hall to help him rescue. To allow Taylor to defeat the remaining enemies and gain experience, he needs to stop Janica and Lortel from interfering. Most importantly, he must keep Lucy from rushing into the final stage and defeating Glast, which would lead to the bad ending. Thinking fast, Ed convinces Lucy to stay with him and not wander off. He recalls something Janica once said, "Sticking quietly with someone ensures safety." Using the same logic, he tells Lucy to stay close, promising her beef jerky once they escape. Now with Lucy on his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and get out of there, leaving the scenario for Taylor to handle. As they start their escape, Lucy unleashes her ignition spell, burning all the attacking bats in their path. Ed watches in awe, realizing just how powerful she truly is. He tries to stop her from taking down too many enemies, wanting to leave enough for Taylor to fight and grow stronger. As Janica and Lortel search for Ed, they take different approaches. Unlike Janica, who relies on her spirit connection ability, Lortel is skilled at quickly finding the right paths. As she navigates through the underground waterway, she feels a growing sense of genuine concern for Ed, something beyond her usual motives of wealth and power. For the first time, she realizes she truly wants to help someone without expecting anything in return. Eventually, she reaches a concealed wall with a spell cast on it. Just as she pauses to listen, a loud blast shatters the wall, and out comes Ed, carrying Lucy on his back while holding advanced magic equipment. The sight of him immediately brings relief to Lortel, who is worried about his safety. Without hesitation, Ed hands her some of the expensive magic tools to carry. Lortel, however, is stunned. Seeing Ed carrying Lucy so casually ignites a fire within her. She had taken every opportunity to grow closer to Ed, making the first moves and being proactive, unlike Janica, who hesitated and played it safe. But now, with Lucy in the picture, it feels like all her efforts might be in vain. Her frustration builds, and she can't help but angrily yell Ed's name. But before she can say more, Ed suddenly pulls her close, looking straight into her eyes and telling her that he trusts her more than anyone else. Lortel freezes, completely caught off guard by his words and actions. Her heart races, and a deep blush spreads across her face. In that moment, all her anger melts away, replaced by happiness. She feels like she's finally making progress with Ed in a way she never expected. Before she can fully process the moment, one of her crew members rushes over, bringing urgent news about a major problem unfolding nearby. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group enter the underground waterway. Clebius, always scared and complaining, starts mumbling nonsense about wanting to leave. Annoyed, Elvira kicks his foot to shut him up. Clebius yells in pain and angrily asks why they even have to save Ed Roth along with Ayla. Taylor tries to calm him down, reminding him that Ayla is a good person and asking him to stay strong and help her. As they walk deeper into the waterway, Adele, the romantic and self-proclaimed fortune-teller of the group, raises her finger dramatically. She happily warns the group that something dangerous is ahead. Adele's prophecies are usually spot on, almost like she can see the future, which is why Taylor trusts her to guide them. Right as Adele points in the direction, an explosion happens. Suddenly, Tarkin, the fiery dragon spirit, appears, carrying Miss Claire. Janica is demanding Claire tell her where Professor Glast is. Terrified, Miss Claire stumbles and faints, just like Dorothy did earlier. Janica notices Taylor and his group nearby and greets them with a smile. But Taylor's group immediately gets defensive, preparing for a fight. Janica looks confused, but Taylor assumes she might be an enemy they have to face to move forward. Everyone is tense, except for Jix, who casually waves at Janica. Taylor, determined as always, readies himself to fight. But Jix stops him, sensing that there's been a misunderstanding. Before things escalate, someone yells for everyone to stop. Ed Roth and Lortel appear from another direction. Taylor freezes in shock. He now sees Janica, Lortel, and Ed together, and the realization hits him as it's impossible for his group to defeat them. Taylor remembers how Ed, with only basic magic and archery skills, managed to hold off his group and him during the Ophilis Hall incident. Now Ed looks even stronger, both physically and in combat ability. Taylor knows their chances of winning are 0. But to Taylor's surprise, Ed walks over and taps his shoulder. Ed calmly tells Taylor to focus on saving Ayla and defeating Glast. Ed assures that Taylor will now take care of the story while he will take care of the side threats, the elite Ketchuln. As Lortel's crew member rushes to her side, he delivers alarming news that the elite Ketchuln has arrived on Arkan Island, accompanied by mercenaries. Hearing this, Ed immediately understands the situation. The elite Ketchuln, the mid-boss of Act 2 in the game, wasn't properly defeated before. Because of this oversight, he has returned, taking advantage of the mistake Lortel made by leaving many of her trading company members behind. Without their leader, the elite had no trouble to take them down one by one. However, Ed knows he now holds a unique advantage, which is the magic tool that lets him see the future of the game. As he examines the unfolding events, Ed realizes everything is still following the original storyline. With Act 2 nearing its conclusion and Taylor progressing the main story, Ed sees his role clearly. If he can handle the new mid-boss, Elite Ketchuln, just as it happens in the original story, the plot will stay on track. Confident in his strategy, Ed encourages Taylor and his group, giving them a boost of morale. He wishes Taylor good luck, knowing that as the main character of the game, Taylor will face even greater challenges ahead. Trusting Taylor to handle the main storyline, Ed leaves him and his group to focus on their mission. Without hesitation, Ed heads outside, determined to confront the elite Ketchuln and eliminate this new threat before it disrupts the flow of the story. Ed thinks the elite might attack Lortel's trading company to find proof of her involvement in the armor sale scheme, which caused him to lose his position in the association. While they are running toward the trading company, Janica suddenly tells them to stop for a moment. But Ed insists they keep moving quickly. Janica stops in her tracks and forces Ed to stop as well. She reminds him that he already collapsed before and barely escaped from Glast's prison. With tears in her eyes, she begs him not to get hurt again and says the elite's problem has nothing to do with him. Ed knows that this isn't really his fight, but he also understands that the elite is a big threat. If he doesn't deal with this, it could ruin the safe ending he is trying to protect. He also realizes he'll need Janica's and Lortel's help to handle the situation. Lortel agrees with Janica and says it's her fault for involving Ed in her problems. She tells him he should be resting somewhere safe instead of putting himself in danger. Ed feels touched seeing Janica and Lortel getting along, even if it's just for a moment. But he knows this isn't the time to rest. He thanks them for caring about him, then firmly says that Lortel's problem isn't just someone else's problem for him. Hearing this, both Janica and Lortel freeze, surprised by Ed's words, changing the atmosphere completely. They stare at Ed, surprised and moved by what he said, as a new resolve begins to form among them. Ed insists they should keep running, eager to reach the exit as quickly as possible. As they run, he feels embarrassed and regretful about the awkward explanation he gives to Janica and Lortel. It's always hard for him to say things properly. Noticing Ed's troubled expression, Janica tries to lift his spirits. She tells him that he's right. It isn't just someone else's problem, as she reasons that if the elite takes over the trading company, Ed's contract will be ruined, cutting off his magic tool supplies. Hearing her explanation, Ed is impressed by how smart she is, as expected. Meanwhile, Lortel blushes silently, lost in her own thoughts about Ed's words. As they near the exit, Ed notices the scene ahead is in complete chaos. Destruction is everywhere. For a moment, he wonders if Taylor could have been responsible, but he's surprised when Janica admits that she's the one who caused the destruction. She confesses that it was an accident, and explains nervously that Dorothy passed out in the chaos. Janica worries that Ed might think she's heartless, but she tries to convince him that it wasn't intentional. Lortel's crew member informs them that they are almost at the exit, and that there's a carriage waiting for them outside. The plan is to use the carriage to quickly reach the association building, where Lortel's staff is waiting. However, when they step outside, they're met with a horrifying sight. The carriage has been destroyed, and Lortel's crew members have been killed. Standing amidst the wreckage is none other than the elite himself, waiting for them. Lortel tries to play it cool, mocking the elite for showing up sooner than she expected. The elite chuckles darkly and replies that he once taught her how to handle company records, ensuring that no evidence would remain if anyone searched her files. But this time, he exploited a gap in her personnel management. By bribing one of her crew members, he was able to lead them all into this trap. Elite mocks Lortel, seeing her struggling with the betrayal of her crew. He cruelly taunts her, saying she has finally mastered the expression of smiling through betrayal, but that it's a shame he'll ruin her with torture to make her confess. With a snap of his fingers, he transforms Lortel's beaten crew members into zombies, who immediately attack Ed and Lortel. As the fight begins, Lortel mocks Elite, accusing him of never fighting alone and always relying on mercenaries to do his dirty work. With a dark smile, Elite responds that this time he has brought the best mercenaries on the continent. He orders them to kill everyone except Lortel, who they are to capture alive. The mercenaries unleash a volley of arrows at the group, but Janica quickly activates a wind spell, blocking the arrows just before they strike. Observing the mercenaries' precise and calculated moves, Janica warns everyone to stay alert. Elite, knowing how difficult spirit successors like Janica can be to deal with, reveals his trump card, the legendary item Belarus's Prejudice, which suppresses the surrounding mana. Ed recognizes the item as a powerful, high-ranking tool, but he also knows it has a major drawback. It takes time to activate, and the preparation is obvious. However, even with this knowledge, Ed realizes they are at a severe disadvantage. The mercenaries are veterans, and their group consists mostly of mages, making it nearly impossible to cast spells under pressure. Lortel informs Ed that Elite is well prepared and already knows all of their strengths and weaknesses. If Belarus's Prejudice is activated, their fight will end in defeat. When she questions Elite about how he plans to deal with the Academy holding him accountable for his actions, Elite grins darkly, saying that it's better than losing his life. Ed feels the weight of the battle as he watches the chaos unfold. He regrets leaving this third-rate villain alive earlier in the story, as the butterfly effect of that decision has now made Elite an almost impossible foe to defeat. Remembering Elite's dark backstory, including how he killed Lortel's parents and his ruthless rise to power, Ed sees him as the ultimate villain. But despite the overwhelming odds, Ed remains determined. He knows that in the original story, Elite was defeated, and he plans to make that outcome a reality. As Elite's mercenaries continue to block their path, Ed gets an idea. He crouches down, gently unloading Lucy from his back. Nudging her, he tells her it's time to wake up. Lucy yawns lazily, complaining about how noisy everyone is. Then, without hesitation, she activates her magic aura. The overwhelming power of her spell clears the way, sending mercenaries flying left and right. With Lucy, the slothful but immensely powerful mage, finally awake and joining the fight, the tide of the battle begins to turn. At Glock's small cabin, his travel journal, written in the final days of his life, was barely known to anyone. In it, Glock wrote about Lucy. He recognized her natural talent and her blessing from the stars, but warned her not to stop learning or become lazy because of her gifts. He also advised her never to be alone, as her great power would bring loneliness. Before finishing the journal, he made Lucy promise 3 things: never to kill anyone with her magic, avoid actions that might stain her hands with blood, even by accident, and to live a peaceful life as a student at Sylvania Academy. In the present, when Lucy activates her magic, the veteran mercenaries, who had faced danger and death countless times, become terrified. They had never seen such a powerful force before. Even Elite, who had been so confident, shouts at Lucy to stop and orders his men to fight her. One brave mercenary charges at her with a sword, but with just a snap of her fingers, Lucy uses her magic to throw him away with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries panic and run, leaving Elite behind to face Lucy alone. Elite, now sweating and scared, tries to threaten Lucy by saying he'll use his magic tool if she comes closer. But when Lucy asks if he's the leader, her powerful presence terrifies him so much that he falls to the ground. Just as she's about to finish him off, Ed steps in and signals her to stop. Elite has already been defeated, and there's no need to do more. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a huge earthquake begins. In the sky, the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line. Ed realizes that Glast has advanced his magic to a point where he's breaking the laws of nature, causing the magical realm to descend. This signals the start of the final battle of Act 2. Ed thinks about Taylor, who has defeated the monsters in the underground waterway and is now stronger and ready to face Glast with his group. Feeling relieved that the story is progressing as it should, Ed starts to relax. But then, to his shock, he sees Lucy flying toward the magical realm. Lucy watches as the realm's towers begin absorbing magic from the air, hinting that reviving the dead might actually be possible. Surprised and worried, Ed realizes Lucy might now be caught up in something far more dangerous than anyone expected. As Ed watches Lucy, he recalls the bad ending of the game. In the original storyline, Lucy naps on the roof of Trix Hall during this event. However, if players awaken her early and bring her to face Glast, he offers to revive her mentor, Glocked. This temptation causes Lucy to turn against the players, becoming an enemy and annihilates the entire group, including the hero, leading to a bad ending. No matter how skilled or dedicated a player is, there's no way to defeat Lucy. Ed now fears that his actions of being kidnapped and escaping the prison cell may have unintentionally triggered this bad ending. As Lucy watches the realm and Ed watches her nervously, Elite seizes the moment to activate his legendary magic tool to suppress Lucy's mana. With Lucy temporarily weakened, Elite orders a mercenary to attack Ed. The mercenary charges, but Ed, remaining calm, uses his Windblade magic to counter, throwing the attacker aside. Elite is stunned by Ed's skill. However, Lucy's overflowing mana proves too much for the tool to handle, and it shatters under the immense pressure. Once again, Elite finds himself defeated. Realizing his situation is hopeless, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy. But Lucy, furious, is ready to end his life. Just as she's about to strike, Ed steps in between them and urges her to stop. He reminds her that killing, even if it feels justified, is not the answer. His words echo Glock's advice to her about avoiding bloodshed and keeping her hands clean. Lucy hesitates, remembering her mentor's teachings. She spares Elite and turns her attention to the realm once more. As she prepares to leave, Ed asks where she's going. Lucy responds vaguely, but Ed presses further, asking if she will regret her decision. Lucy recalls Glock's final advice from his book, to be strong and accept that what's lost is lost. He dedicated his life and his writings to her, urging her to move forward. With a calm resolution, Lucy assures Ed she won't regret her choice and flies away, disappearing into the sky. With the battle over, Janica oversees the mercenaries, ensuring they retreat safely by boat. Meanwhile, Lortel captures Elite and takes responsibility for handing him over to the authorities for his crimes. With the situation under control, Ed climbs to the top of Trix Hall. His body feels heavy, but he pushes forward, knowing he must reach Lucy. When he finally reaches the roof, he finds Lucy sitting alone, gazing at the realm. Quietly, Ed sits beside her. He reflects on how much Glock contributed to the Academy, even founding the scholarship that Ed benefits from. Despite living a frugal life, Glock donated all his wealth to the Academy, shaping the future of countless students. The Glock Hall, which Janica accidentally destroyed in Act 1, was built in his memory. Ed understands Lucy's sadness that this entire Academy is her mentor's legacy, and his presence lingers everywhere. For Lucy, the Academy is a constant reminder of Glock's life and sacrifices, a legacy. After sitting with Lucy for a moment, she suddenly asks Ed if he has any beef jerkies left. Ed shakes his head, chuckling softly as he tells her he doesn't have any. Curious, he then asks what she's doing all the way up on the roof. Lucy remains quiet for a moment before replying, her voice thoughtful and distant. She says she's just thinking about the old days while watching the realm. As the stars twinkle in the sky, Lucy begins to share her story. She recalls how, back in the day, she used to cry a lot because of all the sad things that happened to her. But at some point, the sadness started to fade. She explains that it wasn't because the pain went away. It was because so much time had passed. Her old man passed away a very long time ago, and even if she were to use a spectral magic to bring him back, he'd eventually leave again. She muses that he was already prepared for death, so much so that if she revived him, he'd probably be upset, die again, and scold her for it. She looks up at the sky, her voice quieter now, and says that resurrecting someone as legendary as Glocked, a mage who dedicated his entire life to studying magic and using forbidden magic, would be nothing but an insult to his legacy. Calling herself selfish, she admits that her desire to bring him back was purely for herself, not for him. Ed listens carefully, letting her words sink in. He can't help but ask to make sure if she is okay. He knows Lucy's decision to give up on reviving Glocked feels recent, almost like it might be a passing whim. If she changes her mind again, it could lead to something catastrophic. He wants to make sure she's truly at peace with her decision. To his surprise, Lucy doesn't respond with her usual sass or ask for beef jerkies again. Instead, she leans her head on his shoulder, seeking quiet comfort. Ed stays still, realizing that despite everything, Lucy has come to terms with her loss. Even though finding another aspectual magic user like Glast in the future will be near impossible, and resurrection magic won't be available so easily, Lucy understands now that the dead are dead, and what's lost is lost. She's accepted that reality, and is beginning to heal, covering her wounds with the life she has now. Together they sit in silence, staring at the beautiful night sky as the stars seem brighter, and for a moment, the sky feels peaceful. As the second act finale begins, Taylor and his team finally find Professor Glast. A massive golem, summoned by Glast's aspectual magic, stands before them. Trapped in its heart is Ayla, unconscious, about to be sacrificed. The final battle of act begins. Jix and the others launch magic attacks at the golem, trying to create an opening for Taylor to save Ayla. Taylor rushes forward, but Glast blocks his way. While fighting, Glast remembers his life as a teacher. He spent his days reading ancient books, studying magic, and creating lessons for his students. He hardly noticed the seasons changing outside his window. His visitors, Dorothy, Miss Claire, and Principal Obel, who would stop by for tea, but Glast stayed focused on his work. However, one memory never left him: the death of his daughter, Muiri. That pain pushed him to do anything to bring her back. As Taylor tries to push forward, Jix and Elvira distract the golem. Glast uses his aspectual magic to trap them in a time prison, freezing them in place. Just before freezing completely, Jix shouts for Taylor to dodge. Taylor barely avoids the spell and gets back up, never refusing to give up. Glast moves into the final stage of his plan to revive Muiri. Taylor uses his powerful slash strike to destroy the golem. The golem's destruction reverses all of Glast's creations, restoring time and freeing Jix and the others. Furious, Glast tries to fight back, but Jix hits him with an ice spell, freezing him momentarily. Taylor sees his chance and delivers the final blow, saving Ayla and destroying the golem completely. Seeing his plan fail, Glast falls from the building in despair, missing his daughter Muir. He teleports to a quiet forest, ready to face his death alone. In the forest, Glast leans against a tree, weak and bleeding. He knows his end is near. As he closes his eyes, he notices someone standing before him. Opening his eyes slightly, he sees Ed. He has come to ask Glast something to confirm. After the events settle, Lortel arrives outside the island after securing her adoptive father, Elite. With all threats now resolved, she heads to meet Ed near the underground waterway. Ed arrives, with Lucy holding onto his coat sleeve. As Lortel sees Lucy clinging to Ed, she becomes slightly wary. Before anything can be said, Dorothy and Assistant Professor Claire emerge from the underground waterway. However, upon seeing Janica together with Tarkin, both Dorothy and Claire scream in terror. Janica calmly approaches the gathering to check on Ed's condition and ensure he is unharmed. Janica then shares what her spirit friends have told her about the reports of aspectual magic being used in the forest. Tarkin detected an unusual type of magic coming from the magic tower. Upon realizing that this suspicious magic is aspectual, the group concludes that it must be Glast's doing. Ed, though hesitant to interfere, decides to investigate. His recent encounter with Elite teaches him how dangerous leaving unresolved threats can be. Knowing how much damage Glast's influence could cause if he resurfaces, Ed determines it's best to face him now. In the forest, they find Glast in a terrible state. His wounds are open, and blood flows freely as he leans weakly against a tree. Seeing him in this pitiful condition, both Janica and Lortel are stunned. They ask him what he's doing there. With a faint smile, Glast jokes that he's just admiring the moon. His humor seems misplaced, but Ed keeps his tone serious, telling Glast that he must have known he would fail with forbidden magic. Glast weakly chuckles and admits he was aware of his fate. What surprises him most, however, is being defeated by students. He then compliments Ed, telling him that he's a far better student than he thought, but unfortunately for him, he discovers Ed's potential too late. Ed, seeing the opportunity to ask Glast the question he wants to, finally asks, why did he kidnap him in the first place? Weak from his injuries, Glast finally explains. He confesses that he was impressed by Ed's exceptional talents. Initially, Glast had planned to use Ed as part of his schemes. However, when Glast fainted from overwork, his plans failed. He captured Ed as a precaution, intending to make him an offer, but by the time he returned to the dungeon, Ed had already escaped. Glast accepts that he is paying for his sins with his life and says it's not a bad deal. However, he admits he still misses his daughter, Muir. He reflects on the 17 years he spent with her, realizing they weren't lonely after all. Seeing Glast lost in grief and consumed by memories of his daughter, Ed decides to speak up. He reminds Glast about his assistant, Professor Claire, who deeply admires him despite his harsh and mean demeanor. To her, Glast wasn't just a professor. He was the most scholarly and brilliant mind she had ever known. Ed also mentions Dorothy, who saw Glast as a precious mentor, someone she respected immensely. Ed tries to make Glast realize that, while he may have recklessly endangered the lives of students and lost his way, his existence still left a lasting impact. Even though he sits here alone, reflecting on his life, saying he will die alone, is like mocking his own legacy. For many, Professor Glast will always remain a part of their hearts, whether as a mentor, a scholar, or a colleague. Hearing Ed's words, Glast smiles weakly and slowly removes his glasses. Summoning his remaining strength, he hands Ed the key to his personal library, entrusting him with its secrets. Inside are legendary rank crafting formulas and years of knowledge. A surprised Ed hesitates, asking why Glast would give him something so valuable. With a faint smile, Glast replies that Ed should be happy to receive such a gift. He then jokes, urging Ed to clean up all the mess he made before the Academy's investigation team arrives. Finally, Glast turns his gaze to Lucy and offers her a piece of advice to look around herself every once in a while. With those final words, Glast closes his eyes forever. His body rests peacefully beneath the moonlit Zelkova tree, as if he is merely in a deep sleep. Ed, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stand in silence, watching him, each carrying their own thoughts about the man who had once been their enemy and, in some way, their teacher. The next morning, Ed is summoned to the dean's office for an investigation into the recent events. The dean questions him about Professor Glast's motives for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without bringing Ayla along, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the full account, the dean pauses, observing Ed carefully. He expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including the Ophelis Hall incident and the recent Glast event, the dean acknowledges Ed's exceptional talent. Apologizing for the Academy's negligence and the suffering Ed endured, he decides to reward him. To Ed's surprise, instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the dean pulls out Ed's entire report card. After their conversation, Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he's okay or if he's hurt. Ed, concerned about her, asks the same. Janica assures him she's fine, brushing off his concerns by saying her injuries are only minor rashes. As her spirit bird chirps something in her ear, Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he's hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he realized something during the event, that she is always the one working tirelessly to help, and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling guilty, Ed apologizes for taking her kindness for granted and unintentionally causing her pain. Janica, initially trying to cheer him up, suddenly grows worried. She stops him and admits she lies and isn't hurt at all, as she only pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised but quickly reassures her, revealing something unexpected, that starting next semester, he will be living in Dex's hall, same where Janica lives. The dean rewarded him with proper student housing, allowing him to finally leave the wilderness behind. Hearing this, Janica's face lights up with excitement as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his hut, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his small hut and the peaceful woods, the idea of living a normal student life feels like a significant change. As he approaches the door, ready to rest, something unexpected happens. Lucy suddenly crashes in front of his door, landing behind him. Surprised, Ed turns to face her, wondering what brings her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the woods and realizes she's no longer on Arkan Island, but in the northern Ramelin mountain range, where she grew up. She wonders why she's dreaming of her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face regardless. When she steps in, she finds him on a rocking chair in a house filled with cobwebs. However, when he turns to face her, his face is deformed, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. She soon realizes she's having a nightmare and wakes up. After getting up, her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Oddly, Lucy doesn't respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic because, for some reason, she feels an urgent need to go to the northern forest immediately. She lands on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin and watches as he walks toward the house after speaking with the principal. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an unexplainable sense of relief. Suddenly, she overhears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and land in front of him. Meanwhile, a professor named Flurben teaches his students how unpredictable cats are. They let you think you've gotten close to them, but once you try to pet them, they act aloof and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become clingy. Professor Flurbin explains to the students who want a cat-type familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The ladies in the class laugh about how this is even harder than dating while the ecology class on cat creatures continues. These lectures are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lower ranks. However, he soon got ahead in his preparation and ensured his notes were better than everyone else's. After class ends, Professor Flurbin calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program. It's a system where students contribute to academic tasks in exchange for tuition discounts. The professor recommends that Ed consider it while he pets his snake. When Ed asks what kind of tasks he'd be doing, Flurbin smirks and vaguely says he'll handle various academic duties, including assisting Assistant Professor Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Anis, but the workload is too much, so there's work to do, including semester-end evaluations, academic society agendas, and freshman class assignment tests. Flurbin reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them when the professor continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, Lortel appraises the sage's sealed grimoire, now in her possession, and senses its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it's wise to sell the grimoire to Crepin Rothtailor, the head of the Rothtailor family, recalling that Ed desperately begged her not to let Crepin have it. She finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to resell it, yet she also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business dealings. She gazes once more at the message she received from Ed about how he'd do anything for her if he could obtain the sage's grimoire purchase certificate, which ultimately changes her mind. Additionally, she considers signing up for a special winter break class at the end of the semester to keep herself occupied since Janica, Ed, and Lucy will also be busy. However, as she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling uneasy. Back at the cabin, Lucy notifies Ed that they're running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He's surprised that she's saying something productive, which is unlike her usual lazy self. Although it's true that he has been neglecting camp activities, and that's because he's thinking of moving to Dex Hall. If that happens, he won't see Lucy as often, though he hopes it turns out well. While they're walking around the compound, Janica arrives after one of her classes gets cancelled and decides to rest in the cabin. She takes a seat and pushes Lucy away, stating that they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there, and it's a bit sad that it's coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Ed calls her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall since she can help him with anything he needs. She keeps talking about how they'll see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him around the hall. While she's talking, Ed takes out the key that Professor Glast gave him before he passed away, and considers that it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he's lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning him that he might miss his chance if he applies late. Surprised, Ed thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and she urges him to fill it out with her. While she's speaking, Lucy stands between them, looking tense. She signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he not move to Dex Hall. That moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two ladies. Shortly after, while Janica helps Ed increase his spirit and mana resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy glaring at her, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magic power keeps increasing until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During that time, Lucy keeps clinging to him everywhere he goes and continues to be particularly hostile toward Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he fails to grasp the basics, despite practicing all day. Suddenly, Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do once she leaves. He explains that he needs to run an errand and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved into Dex Hall. Without warning, she kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together. Shortly after, they both create a secret entrance through the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to get down. While entering, he asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't reply but insists that she could have helped him with magic. However, he refuses because he needs to know how to get down himself since he won't be able to take everything there all at once. Eventually, they find the secret safe and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light bursts out and he sees something spectacular inside. Not long after, Ed climbs back up and recalls that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item he requested. The object they found is a legendary rank magic tool known as Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future into the present. Being able to use his future magical abilities means Ed can access high-level magic right now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he'll be unable to fight for a while. He realizes it's wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he's driven into a corner. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract, just like Janica, who can command countless spirits because of her vast magic reserves. Beginners like him only have 1 or 2 slots and must practice to communicate with low-ranked spirits due to their limited magic capacity. Temporarily increasing his maximum magic ability means he'll be able to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently since he had the time to create something like that. But Ed reminds her that it's all in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left them, because he didn't have a habit of wasting time. This ring can break the barrier of talent known as maximum magic capacity, and must have been the reason the professor was researching magic engineering items. The reason he hid it until the very end was that it was supposed to be a gift for his daughter. When they get out, Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it's gone, and she tells Ed she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he's going to Dex Hall and whether he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say that. Eventually, he confesses that entering Dex Hall would make life more comfortable. After all, it's not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. Lucy glumly agrees. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and senses that it's going to rain, but it turns out to be little specks of snow, which is unusual for the weather. However, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help. With a smirk, he watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he's saying. Excitedly, she asks if he means it, and he nods. He's completely adjusted to camp life. This is how the second act of the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's much to deal with, including Princess Phenia, who is aiming for the Student Council President position, and her clash with Lortel. Additionally, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy Merrill herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to put aside his worries for a moment, hopeful that they will both be living well and staying healthy. He had never seen Lucy display such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he's hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then begins cutting wood, determined to finish his chores quickly because he's been called for a student scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Principal Obel to turn down the dorm privileges, but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still can't just come home to rest because of Lucy. He's given up on throwing her out, not because she'd get cold, her protection magic ensures she won't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he steps out to practice with the ring and attempts to contact Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is lured to the Laplace bakery with high-quality refreshments by her friend Clara, as there was no other way to get her to come out, while Anis is also present. Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she's not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She probes Janica by asking how fast her heart pounds and how nervous she gets when she's with him. After continuous probing, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and snug around him. This further frustrates Clara, and she explains to Janica that she's heading for the worst possible ending in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend. Apparently, what frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that following him around is a terrible approach to a relationship, and Janica's spirit friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's desire to protect, rather than doing ridiculous things. While all this is happening, Anis watches silently as Clara dishes out solid advice she has gathered from her many friends' love stories. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception people used to have of Ed, simply because he's the guy Janica likes. Everyone now seems to trust Ed, but Anis holds a different opinion. Sometime later, Anis returns to school and sees Professor Claire being scolded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The scenario makes her feel that Claire has no dignity whatsoever, and she wonders how Claire ever became a professor. However, all the serious professors praise Claire's abilities. As Anis goes in to submit her report, a guy offers to help her carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, has managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the guy but refuses the offer as she walks in. She is a second-year student in the magic faculty, and the reason the clumsy assistant professor's personal research lab is always clean. She drops the report on the table, along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate akin to stalking, something that would have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people know her true appearance, and to her, human relationships are like a game of switching masks. Since she has 20 minutes before the professor returns from getting snacks at the bakery, she analyzes all the details and information about Ed Rothtaylor. He is from the Rothtaylor family, the strongest family within the Clowell Empire, and is the only son, with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and family history. When Anis was admitted, her family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself by working as a student teaching assistant and a scholarship student. She has great survival skills and even considers Lortel her role model. As she reviews Ed's family history again, she supposes that he must have been indoctrinated with a domineering mindset after growing up in a restrictive environment. She concludes that he is probably the kind of person who avoids responsibility and seeks a woman who will give him positive feedback to help him express himself. He would likely prefer a pretty woman, given that he has been surrounded by luxury all his life. Based on his history, he doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides it's necessary for her to remain only adequate. Although he has changed a bit since his excommunication, she reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for dozens of years cannot change so easily. Regardless of whether he has become more hardworking, she believes he is still his arrogant self. After preparing a profile on Ed, she decides to practice embodying the kind of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire bursts in with some confection she got from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Anis had made for them. Fear grips her, as she expects Anis to react angrily, but instead, Anis asks if she's hurt, something completely unlike the Anis Claire knows. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy's maid, Belle, for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists that it was nothing but notes that she has found many blonde hairs in Lady Lucy's clothes, and many white hairs in young Master Ed's clothing. She also asks Ed why he keeps speaking to her so formally, but he explains that it feels comfortable, especially since she is the Academy's chief maid and has many people to manage. Nonetheless, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Janica, and Lortel. Regardless, Belle offers to always do his laundry, no matter his decisions regarding the 3 ladies, especially since Ophelis Hall has been fully restored. When she mentions that 7 new students will be joining after the break, and one has already requested to move in, Ed realizes she is talking about Tanya Rothtaylor, his younger sister, and instantly dreads the upcoming break. Sometime later, Jix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will be going to his hometown for the break to spend time with his best friend, Elka. Jix asks if Ed will be staying in camp for the entire break, and Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use medium magic since he will be a 3rd year soon. However, Ed reminds him not to push himself too hard. When Ed notices that he can't sense any magic from Jix, he checks his temperature and asks if he trained past his limit. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Jix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor over to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he isn't upset. Shortly after, since Jix is quite good at keeping secrets, Ed hands him some money to help hire manpower to organize Professor Glast's basement library. Jix responds that he doesn't need the money, as it's like training for him, and learns that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, Anis welcomes the Academy's scholarship students on Assistant Professor Claire's behalf, as Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork. Anis informs them that scholarship students mainly help prepare the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on the day of the exam. While she speaks, Ed recalls that Professor Glast used to handle this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Anis quickly assigns Klebius the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands another student, Onyx, some of Assistant Professor Claire's work. Finally, because she suspects that Ed looks like a player, especially since he is surrounded by so many girls, she decides to test him for Janica and Clara's sake. After conducting her research, she has created the perfect persona he might be attracted to in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that he will accompany her to conduct the field survey. Ed and Anis head northwest to Oran Mountain to survey the field for the exam. While working, Anis mentions that she's tired and asks Ed if he is too. He proposes they take a break. In a cute, pretentious manner, she thanks him and commends his stamina and manners, which apparently dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she's talking about, she explains that she's close to Janica and was worried Janica was spending time with a bad person, which was why she acted cold toward him. However, Ed replies that it's fine and that he doesn't care about that stuff. He comments that she must be tired from being a student TA and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and replies that it's okay since he's here now. She starts talking about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family, but had to support herself through school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that come her way, so he tells her not to be too distressed since she's endured it very well. Excited, she thanks him and remarks that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notes that something seems to have changed about her usual cool-headed and realistic image. Suddenly, she trips over nothing and falls into Ed's embrace. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to notice she tripped over nothing. When she becomes more dramatic, he grows confused, so she asks him to wait while she goes to handle something. While alone, Anis notes that he's reliable and trustworthy and wonders if he's putting up an act. She had played her cards right by forming a relatable point of affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult academy life, displaying her weakness so he'd want to protect her. She also tried creating contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Oddly, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body feels, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he's much better at work than she expected, considering she thought he was a noble family's young master who couldn't do any work. Apart from that, she thinks he looks gorgeous, and it's no wonder Janica fell for him. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall for him. So she decides to stand her ground because she's different. Meanwhile, Ed waits for her while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his major concerns is Tanya Rothtaylor, a villainous young lady. Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics and trickery, and she is trying to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. She will soon begin gathering the influential figures in the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dorm earlier than others is to cement her position before the semester starts. She's a villainess, and Ed had thought he'd have time to prepare before her appearance. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Tanya Rothtaylor will treat him. In the game, Ed Rothtaylor is a villain who briefly appeared at the beginning before disappearing, and there was nothing much about him in the epilogue, meaning he was really just an extra. This is why he has no idea how to handle this problem. To Tanya Rothtaylor, Ed Rothtaylor is garbage. Meanwhile, Tanya arrives at the academy in a coach. To her, Sylvania consists of elites, including Princess Phenia of the Clowell Empire, Lortel, an elite trading company's executive Janica, a spirit sorcery prodigy, Alvira, a great alchemist, Klebius, Nortondale's sword demon, and the coolest one, Lucy, a rare genius mage. This gathering of nobility makes Tanya's heart pound, and she can't help but long to be part of it. She soon arrives, and Belle comes to direct her to her room and help her complete the entrance procedures. Before they do that, Tanya states that she has somewhere to be first. The first thing she plans to do at Sylvania is get rid of Ed Rothtaylor, the trash who disgraced the family name. Not long after reaching the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father, Creepin, who encourages her ambition, instructing her to show her face around to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to satisfy her father's expectations. He told her that Sylvania is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her professors with respect as masters, so as not to commit discourtesies just because she's a noble. He also reminded her to regard everyone a grade higher than her as a senior. Just as her father counseled, she thanks a specific senior for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and blemish on their family. The senior finds her words interesting, so she continues, saying that Ed is full of bluff, a crude person, and was only the heir of their family because of his age. She comments that his pride is so high he never acknowledges his incompetence, and that he barely managed to get into Sylvania. The senior responds with intrigue again, but Tanya becomes uncomfortable because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people he introduced her to, so as not to disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the sage's seal grimoire business. She notices Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks her what's wrong and urges her to continue. However, she stammeringly asks if Lortel is upset, but Lortel only smirks and asks what she's talking about. Sometime later, Ed checks off establishing a workshop organization plan, finishing academy scholarship student work, understanding medium magic theory, and contracting with a high-ranking spirit from his winter break list. He has acquired a mid-rank magic skill known as Particle Explosion, and another named Root's Desire. He got these skills from a book in Professor Gast's library last night. That morning, he heads out and tries to ignite a flame, but he still can't use magic due to the effect of the ring, preventing him from practicing what he's been learning. To light the fire, he wakes up Lucy, who is curled up under his blanket, and carries her outside to help. He points at the fire, and she lazily blasts it with flames before requesting that he leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth. As they sit together, she mentions that she smells perfume on him, which must have come from the flower scent on Anis's body since he was working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he's feverish or sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She attempts to release his magic in case it's twisted, But when she notices it's empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he replies that it's manageable. Suddenly, Lucy makes a strange request, asking him to pat her head. He obliges while reading a book. She rests her head on his legs and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed it's been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she's here because of the favor he asked her, and wonders why she didn't just call him to the trading company. However, Lortel tensely clarifies that she has other matters to discuss and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some seniors for listening to her and offers to reward them the best she can if they help her punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the Roth-Taylor family storage, which excites Elka, but Jix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she's really Ed's younger sister. The ominous aura he exudes suggests his body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be wary of him because of the strength of his magic. When Jix confirms she's Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces it to Elka. Excitedly, he hands Tanya a mandatory magic engineering item for new students to help train her magic resonance. Tanya looks confused, but Jix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Delorf's elemental study notes. After gathering several essentials for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprised, Tanya asks if they properly heard her offer, but Jix dismisses it, saying that siblings always have trouble with one another. Soon after, Jix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Jix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he's Ed's junior and is close to him because they're indebted to each other. He reassures Tanya that she'll do great and pats her on the back, acknowledging her noble lineage. As they depart, Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts they gave her, annoyed at how things turned out. Meanwhile, in Assistant Professor Claire's office, Anis commends Claire's hard work and mentions that they'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Claire compliments Anis's stamina, as she has done most of the work assigned to the scholarship students. Most of them struggled with the tasks, except for Ed, who had no flaws in his document processing. He efficiently resolved practical issues at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Anis. While working, Claire asks about her experience with Ed and shares a secret. After the Ophelis Hall accident, she tailed him and discovered that he had built a camp bigger than their lab, entirely on his own using tools. She commends his perseverance and work ethic. When she also mentions that Ed contracted with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat, Anis realizes she may have underestimated his practical abilities, which are vastly different from his noble upbringing. After some thought, Anis, who had investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concludes that he's simply a decent and hard-working man. His appearance is outstanding. He's not arrogant, and even Claire likes him. As she starts thinking about his good physique, pleasant scent, and how well he takes care of himself, Claire notices her spacing out and calls her back to reality. Embarrassed, Anis quickly opens the windows to let in fresh air. Concerned, Claire asks if she's feeling well and suggests she may have overexerted herself. However, Anis realizes she's in big trouble. She recalls Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit and suspects that he must have required Janika's help. If that's the case, the spirit he contracted with must be trustworthy and could report everything to Janika, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she rushes out of the office, ignoring Claire's offer to grab a bite. By the way, the Failover family's motto is harmony and coexistence, and Janika Failover's love for everyone always made her shine. She gained many genuine friends, but what currently troubles her is learning about Anis and Ed. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Janika to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has been doing with others. Tanya came here on Lortel's advice, believing it would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, as she approaches Janika, the normally peaceful sorcerer rises with a fearsome spirit looming behind her. Lortel had told Tanya that Janika is kind and considerate by nature, but the Janika standing before her now looks ready to rain hail and brimstone upon her. In Ed's camp, Janika informs him that they've finished arranging most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary rank materials are difficult to find during the winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it. When he asks why she went through all the trouble to come to him, she assures him that she came here to rest. Shortly after, Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she's sleeping here. Caught off guard, Ed replies that it's winter, but Lortel doesn't know how that's an appropriate answer. Eventually, she calms down and informs him that she came to talk to him about something other than engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sage's sealed grimoire she won, and the letter where he had promised to do anything for her, as long as she bid on the grimoire for him. With a smirk on her face, she informs him she's willing to get her money's worth from him. Tense, he asks her how much she's willing to get from him, so she clarifies that she won't ask him for something that's too much of a burden. Her request is for him to pick her side. It's about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phinia and Lortel will begin. Lortel is getting started on her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phinia Elias Cloel is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the storyline, will rise to the position of student council president, control the academy, and gain power. With that power, she is the main character who begins to dig up the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family in the 4th act. In the time when people in the academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support won't change much. Lortel agrees since he's just a student, but explains that his reputation is improving in the academy. However, she clarifies that she wants him on her side, not for political reasons, but for reasons that are private to her. Upon hearing that, Ed agrees to join her. Oddly, Lortel is always the person who devises plans and is known for having 1,000 faces. But for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because he promised to join her. The next morning, Ed wakes up early as usual and asks Lucy to light the fire as usual. During his long conversation with Lortel last night, she had told him about how his little sister had been preparing something. Lortel isn't sure if Tanya really sees him as an enemy of the family or just holds a light grudge against him like all siblings do, but she explains that she introduced her to a few people. That morning, Tanya arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed. She mentions that it's been a while and shows him a present she brought for him. She seems nervous or scared of him, but she's not carrying any ill intentions as he had expected. He wonders why she's scared and recalls that he must have lived a very terrible life in her eyes while at the estate. He realizes he has misjudged Tanya. When he gets up, she shrieks in fear, and he remembers a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food in Tanya's presence years ago. He recalls how she begged him to stop, but he condescended to her for feeling attachment to maids who were mere tools. In the present day, he thanks her for the present and promises to wear it at the start of the next semester. He also explains that he's been excommunicated and is no longer technically her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to go in, he signals her to sit by the fire and tells Lucy, who groggily sits by the fire, trying to figure out what universe she woke up in, to give the guests a seat. He soon comes out with a few drinks and asks Tanya about those she's been speaking with. She confesses that she's been talking to them about him, and when he mentions Janika's name, an expression of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janika is the kindest person he knows, and Tanya forcefully replies that she was truly kind. She mentions that Janika was very strong and summoned a high-level spirit fire lizard that threw all their workers around. To avoid him relaying the information to Janika, she eventually lies, saying that Janika was very kind and wished her luck in her school life. Ed asks her if Janika really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tanya lies that it didn't happen and that she didn't know what she was saying. At that point, Ed realizes why Tanya is being this awkward, so he decides to clear the air. He explains that he's living to the best of his abilities now and paying the price as someone who's been excommunicated. He accepts that he must have lived a terrible life at the estate and apologizes for the things he can't take back. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for student council president and promises to cheer her on. Even though he's saying this, he knows Tanya will not become president since she is a villain who is here to help Phinia, but he's attached to her since she's a relative. Shocked, she stares at him as if she had seen a ghost, and Ed doesn't know how their relationship will go judging from her expression. When she returns to her dorm in Opilus Hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still trash who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for talking badly about him, she realizes that Janika truly believes in Ed and is following him. But it's strange to her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's acting, so she hopes that his true nature is eventually exposed. As she trudges to her door, she spots an inelegant and unsophisticated human who is her next-door neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks her if she's Ed's younger sister and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady walks into her room, Tanya notices the golden nameplate on her door, which only the top students have, and is shocked that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. At this point, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Annis meets with Chief Maid Belle in the Rose Garden and asks her to introduce her to a handsome and distinguished boy since she must know many students. However, Belle knows she's not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she's always so busy and has no interest in dating. Unsure of what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, who she thinks shares similar attributes with Annis. Annis, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered they're more similar than she thought. She also found him to be quite thoughtful and considerate. When Belle probes further, Annis admits she feels a bit attracted to Ed and accepts that it's good news because it means Janika has truly found the one. Her plan is to rid herself of these feelings like a malignant tumor by finding another boy to replace him and making it known that they're dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janica has caught on to her feelings, but then corrects her, pointing out that finding another person just to replace Ed is incredibly disrespectful to the new person. Anis recounts how she ran into Janica yesterday, how awkward it was, and the dark expression Janica had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam, and she feels sorry for hurting Janica. However, Belle reassures her that it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it's true that Anis and Clara were simply trying to watch Janica's back, so her goody-two-shoes attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Anis opened up to her, and eventually Anis starts to feel better about her guilt. That evening, Ed walks around the camp and finds Janica waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build storage for himself and expand his living room space, but when he notices Janica's aloof expression, he pours her a cup of tea and asks her to talk to him. However, she refuses because she can't bring herself to say it, so he tells her she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear that and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow. Concerned that she may be struggling academically and looking like an animal backed into a corner, he can't bring himself to brush her off. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder, and they both warm each other in the cold. Meanwhile, Tanya recalls how the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and eldest daughter Arwen Roth-Taylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed once he gained power, becoming a pathetic piece of trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he spitefully reminded her that she could do nothing to him and forcefully handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she collapsed to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never hit her because they shared the same blood. Still, she couldn't save her family or the estate from him, making her life miserable, as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that remained was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming Student Council President elections. On the day of the new student's class assignment, Anis warns Ed to stay away from her because his advances won't work on her. He just watches her in confusion, certain she must have a reason for her actions. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire joins them as they prepare for the next exam alongside the other scholarship students. This class assignment exam is taking place on Oran Mountain, and Claire is in charge this time. Unlike previous exams where students had to find difficult-to-locate magic marbles, this time, there are easy-to-find magic stones. They aren't particularly hidden and don't have varying point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for A class as long as they find a stone and place it on the altar of substitution. That's the easy part. However, because she is the disciple of the ruthless Glast, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating countless monsters and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for A class, which is why she calls it the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, none of the new students make it to A class at Sylvania Academy this year. At least, that's the original scenario according to the gameplay, and it's crucial that no one advances to A class because it directly ties into an important future event in the game. That's precisely why Ed decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because no casualties occurred, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. This is because the students will be fighting imaginary monsters, summoned using a magical engineering device called the Vision Disc. There are standard Vision Discs, which summon apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. However, there are also Purple Vision Discs, which summon high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. This latter type ensures that no one will reach A class, and Anis is responsible for handling them. Because she struggles to carry them, Onyx offers to help, but she refuses. However, Lynn swoops in and signals for her to give him the purple disc. She instinctively jerks backward upon seeing him and mistakenly trips over a rock. To stop her from falling, Ed wraps a hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anis's hands and tumbles away, but they are lucky that Clebius catches it in time. Ed is relieved it didn't break but fails to notice Anis, who is nearly exploding due to the way he is holding her. However, Clebius doesn't notice the small crack on the disc, and moments later, it completely shatters in his hands. When Ed sees this, he immediately releases Anis, realizing that they've messed things up. Last year was the year that the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, and that was when he was supposed to beat Lucy and receive attention. But the scenario went wrong when Lucy beat him instead, leading to Janica going off the rails. The joint combat training for this year is equally important. The elite first years get to request combat training against the previous generations, and when the match begins, the first years go on a rampage against their seniors to win by any means possible. However, according to the storyline, they're all supposed to lose to Taylor alone. At that point, Taylor, who had gotten stronger during the year, becomes known to everyone. Saint Clarice, who has also been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saintess and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act, Lucy's showdown, and what happens after. She has to help Taylor, so this class assignment exam has to follow the initial storyline to ensure that the elite first-year students can go crazy as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they'll go into a frenzy is that none of the students get placed in the A class, and that is because Assistant Professor Claire used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam harder. They all look at the broken circuit and realize that it's beyond repair. Anis feels devastated and apologizes for being careless, but Ed clarifies that apologizing won't bring back the purple disc. At this rate, there'll be too many A-class students, so he proposes a solution and chooses Clebius, who doesn't know what he's talking about, as the one they're going to use. At the Oran Mountain entrance, Tanya is happy to meet other noble students as her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, there is one peculiar person among them from the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. The other first-years bow to her, but she asks them to spare her the formalities to maintain the Academy's order. While she's speaking, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how much of an honor it is to meet her. The Saintess is happy to hear that Tanya is from the Roth-Taylor family, and comments that Crepin, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya replies that it was an honor and expresses her hope to be baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their assigned area, even though the goal for all of them is to get into A class. Everyone soon sprints toward A class, which affords them free student welfare activities, fame, tuition exemption, and access to Ophelis Hall. One redhead quickly finds a stone and rushes to place it on the altar before anyone else so he can secure A class. While he's talking, another student named Joseph runs past him and reminds him to stop yapping and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are too many magic stones on the mountain and figures there must be something else making the exam harder. She decides to conserve her energy, stay on guard, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl leaps up cheerfully, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused as to why she'd do that now of all times, but the girl doesn't see the issue. Tanya then becomes certain that the girl must have hit her head during the exam. Soon after, Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard members of the Roth-Taylor family hold high status. Tanya clarifies that not all of them do, as some are scoundrels, referring to Ed. Although Ed seemed reformed when she met him at camp, she believes he's hiding his true nature, which has ingrained deep fear in her over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks highly of Tanya and expresses deep respect. Finally, she introduces herself as Kylie Ekney, a country girl from a small city-state called Terranay Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya cuts her short and signals that they need to hurry since they're in an exam. Kylie agrees but explains that she's not too concerned about getting into A class because it would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she excitedly grabs her hand, thrilled to have a friend her own age for the first time, despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes after the exam begins, the redhead keeps going and is fairly certain he'll secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he calls a bastard. Eventually, he stops to rest due to exhaustion, but doesn't notice Clebius, who has transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a grueling punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Clebius why he suddenly popped up, saying it's unbecoming of a senior. Meanwhile, Clebius recalls how Ed had earlier explained that he and Anis would block new students from reaching the altar from halfway up, since only the strongest should be worthy of A class. In the present, Anis beats herself up for putting them in this situation and vows to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master of flight magic, is put in charge of safety, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam. Since everyone has their assigned roles, Ed decides to stay back and guard the altar. However, Claire is concerned because Ed still can't properly sense magic, but he assures her that he has something in mind. As Clebius pounds the students, Onyx arrives to retrieve those who have been knocked down. Meanwhile, Ed checks out the purple vision disc and realizes that completely fixing it will be difficult, especially since his magic hasn't returned yet. However, since they have a large stash of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them on the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first one, Mug, the spirit he contracted with, appears and tries to communicate with him, even though he still can't hear what it's saying. While Anis and Clebius stall for time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one gets past him. After several students are knocked down mercilessly, some try to warn the others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon, who menacingly approaches them. While that happens, Clebius notices an explosion behind him at the northern entrance, where Anis is stationed, but he's certain the explosion isn't from Anis's magic. Because he's distracted, the girls use the opportunity to run past him, so he chases after them. Although Anis, the top teacher assistant, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in academic and practical fields, she's just a little above average in combat. She's not an easy opponent for first years, but Joseph Whitefelts is on a completely different level, unlike his sister, who had to work her ass off to become a top alchemy student. Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic, making him a genius. After she tells him to pass, Joseph tells her there's no need to be upset because he's certain she's talented in something other than fighting. However, Anis clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to go up. He moves forward, and Anis recalls that everything was going perfectly without a flaw, but she made it difficult by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she was unable to think of an alternative and left it to Ed, who had to lead the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and failing to block the northern entrance. But what frustrates her most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who had calmly taken charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Joseph reaches the altar and runs into Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he only needs to place the stone on the altar, even though he won't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there'd be no one left for the other students to fight if he successfully defeats Ed. When he doesn't get an answer, he assumes there's an alternative. But in truth, he's making small talk to buy time and assess his surroundings. When he spots the purple disc, he notices it's a different color, meaning it could be stronger. He also notes that Ed isn't emitting much mana and senses that he has used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve since he was the first visitor. Joseph prepares to blast him with fire, disappointed that Sylvania hadn't met his expectations. He releases a mid-rank particle explosion, which can hit hard if the target isn't ready. If Ed doesn't see the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he'll get hit. But Ed quickly evades it, proving he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes Ed will use fire magic, either the spell ignition or scorch. Based on Ed's hand placement, he predicts ignition, but the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, meaning Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to mid-rank. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield and remarks that it's a waste since it can't penetrate his defense. Battles between mages are usually determined by who has the higher mana reserve. Joseph, still unimpressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and won't be able to block his offensive magic once his mana runs out. Oddly, Ed transforms into a fire monster and informs him that while he can block spells with defensive magic, he can't block physical force. Our boy grabs him by the head, kicks him in the stomach, and smashes his jaw right after. He asks Joseph why he assumed he'd only face mages just because he himself is a mage. Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares a mid-rank ice attack but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic level ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he's trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Annoyed, Joseph quickly switches to fire, using the basic spell, Scorch. However, Ed walks through the flames again, using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his immunity to fire. Our boy charges through the fire and attempts to stab Joseph with a knife, but Joseph quickly casts a spell that blocks physical attacks. He's confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's, but Ed throws the knife at his shield and jumps back. It turns out that the knife is actually Mug, who had transformed. Ed signals the spirit to use a spirit formula known as Explosion. The explosion easily shatters the shield and sends Joseph tumbling several feet backward. Badly injured, Joseph remains certain that Ed's casting speed isn't faster than his, and deduces that he used a spirit formula, which also explains how he walked through the fire. Exhausted, Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife, conceding defeat. As soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph rushes forward with a mid-rank ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed, landing a solid hit on his jaw. After being punched, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who had spent his entire life researching magic, was able to make such an impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed, Marilda's spirit formula. It's the protection of the wind, which blows enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several feet into a nearby rock. Now more injured than before, Joseph finally accepts his loss. Ed commends his punch, and Joseph soon asks for his name. When Ed tells him, Onyx arrives to pick up the wounded boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Elka asks Jix why he joined the magic faculty. He's surprised by the question, so she mentions that he would have been the top student if he had joined alchemy or combat, and she feels bad that he gave up so much for her. However, Jix explains that he doesn't place much importance on being the top student. He admits he may have been the best in alchemy, but certainly not in combat, because the top student of the combat faculty is Clebius Northendale. Meanwhile, Clebius is knocked down by a terrible energy that completely stuns him. Kylie, who landed the hit, hopes she hadn't injured him, but Onyx quickly arrives to tend to him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes left, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar, where several other students lay unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, Saintess Clarice had 2 dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world, the woman in charge of the holy fire. After leaving the Telos Order, she called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window when the world went to sleep. The second dream Clarice had was about the outside world, which her only friend, Adele, whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could take classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and hug someone who loves her, rather than receiving countless prayers from believers who revered her. After leaving the Order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she traveled around the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she would share a deep hug with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her pure white life up to that point. Before leaving for Sylvania Academy, Archbishop Verdio reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise, to ensure she didn't reveal her identity. She assured him she'd be careful, and with the Order's arrangement to divert attention from her, she was brought to the Academy. In this form, no one paid any attention to her, and she enjoyed sitting on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saintess, except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise as it turns out that facing her brother is the final exam. Ed pleads with the girls to return, but then activates a gnarly aura and challenges them to step forward if they insist.
End of the story. Hit that like button. Subs to the Reader Sun to make more mythic content.